Yeah.
We're live, apparently, guys. Welcome to Ârc Live from Network School. I am your, host, James of Ârc. We're going to run a bit of an experiment here today. I hope you've seen one of our previous Ârc Lives. I think we've now interviewed nearly 50 people that are members here of Ârc at Network School. Today, we're going to, open the kimono. We're going to see how many people we can interview over the next 5 hours here from Network School and try and actually show you the diversity of people that are coming here and are leveling up and getting outcomes that matter for them by spending their time here. You know, Ârc here has been traditionally focused on more of the builders and founders that are trying to build venture-backed companies here. But there's all these other people that are coming here and, pushing themselves forward. This is extremely unplanned. We don't even know who's going to come on and speak. I know the first speaker, he's ready to come on here. Beyond that, I do not know what's going to happen. If you're watching this live from Network School right now, please come down, get in the queue and come on and have a quick chat with me. If you've got a fancy outfit, you're very, very welcome to put it on. But yeah, we're just going to see what the hell happens. And I love that. I knew it would happen. As soon as I've come on, I'm starting to get some sort of heat in me. I'm running on the Brian Johnson cool body temperature at the minute, hence my tropical outfit. But we're going to dive straight into this. Let's get first guest on. Ram, mate, how you doing?
Hi.
Pleasure. Nice to see you as well. Grab a seat.
All right.
And just are we good on a frame straight away? I'll tilt yourself more to this camera as well.
Right, yeah.
Actually, whenever I do these, I know who's used to being in front of the camera because we talk like this, right? But they don't look at me because they're so used to looking at the audience, right? And doing a good job what's going on. But how are you? Cheers.
Good,
Let's
mate,
start this way. Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
What brings you? This is good because we've had one conversation here at Network School.
Yeah.
As normal, I don't remember a single thing. So we're going to start right at the beginning here. Why are you here? Why are you here at Network School?
Honestly, the main reason is just reading so much about what Balaji talks about regarding the network state. I've read the book. I've watched so many videos, podcast interviews, read his tweets, and curiosity. I guess the word that sums it up is curiosity. What would it actually be like here? What kind of people would I meet? Mm-hmm. What kind of projects are going on? And that's what brought me here mainly. Plus, I live in Singapore, so it's really close by. So there's no excuse, really. I could just pop over.
Because for those of you who don't know, we're in the Singapore Johor Special Economic Zone, but it's actually on Malaysian territory. And so maybe a little bit later, we'll move the camera around a little bit. We're not going to start immediately like that, but actually we can see Singapore just through there. It's a couple miles away, and that's your home, right?
Yeah.
But I guess look, why are you in Singapore? Like I said, why was Balaji and this stuff even on your radar? Why were you aware of this?
Good question. So I'm from the UK. Yep.
Well, I mean,
big up England.
Big up the British, maybe not the state at the minute. Yeah.
That was one of the reasons that I moved out to Asia, to Singapore. It's such a well-run country. I was fascinated by the history of Singapore, how it was formed, and how they took it from nothing to what it is today. And I was very impressed by that. And that's why I moved there, just to see what living there would be like. And sort of along those lines, I guess, in a way, we're living in a world that's changing quite rapidly. The senses of power are shifting. It's a multipolar world. And that's where Balaji's, philosophy, if you will, comes into play. Talk of what would a country look like if you were starting a country from scratch. Mm-hmm. So country 3.0, as you will. And so the curiosity of that led me to read more about it. And the network school for me was fascinating because it's this attempt to, in a way, start it off. And no one else is doing anything like this. It's really radical. It's kind of crazy, which is what attracts me to it as well. I mean, it's why not? Why not give it a go? So yeah, I had to come check it out. I mean, I'd been aware of it for about a year and a half, and I thought at some point I got to come apply, try and get in, and see what it's like.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so before you were in Singapore, you were in London.
Yes.
And I guess that you are part of the statistics that we keep on seeing now, right? Which is
yes.
UK basically has more people leaving the UK than any other country other than China. But obviously China's population is maybe 15 times larger than the UK.
Yeah.
And so actually on a per capita basis, talented people leaving the UK is higher than pretty much any other nation in the world by a significant margin. On a per capita basis, it's actually like 7 or 8 times higher than China.
Yeah.
And at the same time, immigration is still going up. And it's like, okay, well, what's sort of like going on? But again, so you're part of these statistics. Like, I guess like, yeah, why did you leave and why did you go to Singapore, who was on the other side of that, which basically has like more people turning up in Singapore than any other nation kind of in the world per capita at the minute. And I think it's like the #1 passport that people want at the minute. So like, why Singapore? What's going on there?
So I guess for me, being part of that statistic was something I realized after I'd moved to Singapore.
I mean, that didn't drive you?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, right. Independent decision.
Exactly, yeah, it was for personal reasons. So I'd been to Singapore as a tourist maybe 7 or 8 times in the last 10 years. And that was because I had friends who lived there, and I would just pop over. You know, if I was in Asia, I'd say, oh, I'm going to go to Singapore for a few days. Why not, right? And then I started to ask myself, why do I keep coming back here? I don't have a particular reason to be here, but something about it just sort of drew me in. And then about a year and a half ago, I left London. I came traveling to Asia. I just bummed around a month in different countries, trying to sort of see where I wanted to stay longer term as a change from London. But in my heart, honestly, I kind of knew already, I got to try Singapore. So I got to Singapore, and then I guess once I got there, I started to read even more about it. And reading the news about the UK from outside the UK is interesting. You always get a bit more of a balanced viewpoint.
Sure.
Yeah, and it just sort of coincided with this sort of exodus of people from the country. Yeah. And everything that's been going on. The West generally is in decline. I mean, the UK has been in decline, I think, as a power. For quite a long time. Yeah,
but at least 100 years. Yeah,
exactly. Peter Hitchens says probably since World War I. A lot of good people died. I think that's what we talked about that briefly.
Yeah.
The thing is, decline's so gradual that most people don't feel it unless you kind of look across a long enough time frame.
Yeah.
But once you see it, then you start to ask yourself, what is growing in the world? Where is the next kind of energy, the next growth going to come from? And it's been shifting to Asia for a while, mainly thanks to China, to be honest. And so being in this region, and especially in a country like Singapore, I would say Southeast Asia, you're in a part of the world where there's not a lot of conflicts going on compared to, say, Europe, right? It's quite stable. You've got a sort of growing young population. There's a lot of potential in this space. And I suspect that's partly the reason why Balaji picked this area as well. There's so much potential. Yeah. So being here surrounded by the energy is much more fulfilling to me than being in the UK right now. Right. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in 10, 15 years time, but
there's so much. Again, I mean, this is why these things are easy, because I feel like we could talk for about 4 hours on all those things that you just said there, right? But I think this is the main challenge I have with the UK. And it's more like the positive thing, like what's great about being here is that you're in a, like, tide is rising over here. All boats are lifting, right? Like it's in a boom. We're literally on an island that did not exist, 10 years ago, right? Like this part of the world is like growing and like booming. It's like, I think like most people in the UK, like they hear like, oh, okay, wait, you're in like Malaysia, and it's like, oh god, that's like a bit dirty and dangerous and poor and all that. So like guys, like you just have no idea how much the rest of the world has progressed. Why you've stagnated, right? It's like the UK has not grown. It's actually, it's for most of my adult life in the last 20 years, right? Even adjusted for inflation, not adjusting for inflation, the UK has barely kind of like grown per capita. Nothing has kind of like happened. Productivity's down. It's just like, it's all awful. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is not in the same equation. It's like on a GDP per capita basis, like Malaysia is poorer than the UK, but on a price parity basis, in terms of what you can buy with that money you own, it's equal. And so I meet people all the time, like, I want to go to the UK. And I'm like, you don't want to go to the UK. Your life is going to be way worse than it is here, And so it's like, this place is, it's booming over here. Like, it's very, very positive. You're in like an amazing place where shit's happening, right?
It is booming. And, one of the reasons for the UK, people in the UK not realizing this is because the media doesn't teach them. If you go onto any newspaper, pretty much any newspaper in the UK, go online and just type China into their search, right? Every single article is negative. Every single article. And think about that. That just doesn't make sense. Just probability-wise, it doesn't make sense, right? But that's a narrative that's being fed. And the problem with that is ultimately you don't see the truth. So if you want to change something, you first have to admit the truth. If you don't see that truth, then you're not going to change it, which means you just keep going down the same path. So I'd encourage everyone, honestly, get out here, just see this part of the world and understand for yourself what's really going on. Then go back and then reflect on what you're seeing back there. And then you can make a decision about where you want to be. But don't trust what the media is telling you. Absolutely not. Or the politicians.
I want to talk more about you, but last point on this, I think, is just like, I do think it requires you being outside the bubble to really understand what's going on. And I don't think I quite realized how powerful that propaganda actually is in the UK. We're sort of like, we think that we have the best public broadcasting company in the world. And I think it's that sort of retic makes you just sort of like trust. And it's like, I think like the example I give connected to here is that, I studied in Hong Kong 20 years ago, HKU. And, in 1996, we basically gave kind of like Hong Kong back under Thatcher to kind of the Chinese. And, if you're listening to this, ask yourself the question like, okay, well, why did the UK give it back, right? And if you know about it, what you probably know, if you're thinking of it now, is because as the story goes, like, the BBC story is that, well, okay, the UK had leased the island, Hong Kong, for 100 years, and we're just like fulfilling, being British duty, fulfilling our British duty, being a good international actor under the world system, and giving back, and basically, conducting ourselves in according to the agreements that we put in place, and giving Hong Kong back. Except that is a complete fucking lie. And actually, it was a possession of the UK. We did not lease the islands and Kowloon, which represented 90% plus of Hong Kong's GDP. We leased the Northern Territories in Hong Kong, and that was like an agreement 100 years ago to push the Chinese out of artillery range so that they couldn't fire on us. We leased those 100 yards to give us a buffer. We were meant to return that leased part in the north, in 96.
Yeah.
But we returned the whole lot. Why? Because we wanted to? No, because we were weak.
Yes.
And there was 1 million Chinese troops within a day's march of Hong Kong.
Exactly.
And we can't fight that. But the UK, again, just like from 100 years of decline, 125 years of decline, it does not have the same footing on an international stage, and it can't defend itself against China. And so we abandoned over 4 million British overseas citizens in Hong Kong to a one country, two systems, which has obviously not been followed. And whilst we are, we didn't even follow our obligations. We had no obligations to give it back. We were giving it back under force because of how weak we are. And then again, China did not do what they said they did. But anyway, I've really gone off on one there. But it's like if you grew up in the UK, you think that it's about like this British duty, being a good international actor, following on through with our commitments. But that's just all a lie.
But, I mean, you could be that, but you have to be strong as a country. Fundamentally, you've got to be strong, and the UK was a lot stronger internationally. And the problem is that it's almost not admitting that to itself. That's the problem. Like I said, if you don't face the truth, you're not going to change it.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the UK. I mean, it's our country, right? I want it to get better. We need different leadership. We need more competent people in there. We need people who are just honest about how things are.
Yeah, I love it. Like, no plan for this to be a rant about the UK.
Two Brits talking.
Yeah, I know. It's just sort of interesting. It's actually one of the things that worries me that there are so few Brits that have actually come through here.
Oh, you said that, yeah.
It's like, look, I think like there's actually a handful here right now, right? We've had a couple thousand people that have come through Network School over the last year, and I really don't think there's honestly much more than 25, maybe 35 Brits through that sort of like period, right? And I think that's also maybe representative. I mean, we're moving, but where are we moving? I think this is a great place to come. Like if you're a Brit and you're maybe disenfranchised, I think you can come here and actually very, very positive, despite our like talking shit on the UK. It's like, I think like the solutions to that problem are being built kind of like here. But let's change track here. Right? Like, what are you actually doing here? What are you up to? Like what are you building, working on day to day?
Yeah, so I work in Web3 part time. I've been in crypto from the technology side of it for a really long time, and over here I've taken some time off work so I can focus on my own projects. Part of me coming here was to see who I'd meet, whether I could work with interesting people on stuff for Network School. I did build a little stats dashboard for the community. That seemed to go down well, so that was kind of nice. Aside from that, I'm just working on my own side projects involving AI, some open source stuff, and just kind of soaking up the energy and just building those things. So this year for me is a lot about building, because I think this is the time to do that. So yeah, talking to people, going to a lot of talks, learning as much as I can.
And how are you actually finding that, right? So again, like the reality of being here on the ground, like is it being useful for you? Is it allowing you to do the stuff that you want to do? Like what's going on?
I mean, it's interesting. I think we're really early in terms of the network state, right? And Balaji says this as well. This is quite early. So it feels like a co-living space more than anything. So it's a great co-living space where everything's taken care of for you. Food, your fitness, you've got great people giving great talks, you can chat to people, you can connect with people, But in terms of the state and the functionality of the state, I think it's a bit early for that. So I find that interesting, and it also makes me think I should come back in about a year's time or something like that, see how it evolves. That aside, in terms of getting my work done and getting something out of it, I've already gotten so much out of it. I mean, I feel close to the people there. I think staying here for a month is really key, because if it was just a week, then you know, you see people a few times, then you bugger off, right? A month gives you time to really connect with people and form some bonds with people. And that kind of thing, bonding is actually really key. The other day I went to a talk about how it's kind of what network state is missing. It was actually about democracy, and then at the end we had this question of what is network state missing. And the point was, well, community, the feeling of community. So how do we develop that? We need kind of a set of shared beliefs. We need rituals that we all follow, because we all want to feel more connected with each other, especially the people who stay here long term. So I think that's where I see some growth and improvement needed for network school. Sure. And I'd love to contribute to that.
Yeah. I mean, it's happening. You're here. You are participating.
I guess part of it.
So no, again, like, are there any final things you'd like to say to anyone listening, or anything they should check out in relation to you? Otherwise, I see a fucking queue here, and we're gonna keep like marching on.
That's great. I mean, I would say for people who aren't sure about whether they should just come. Definitely come. It's different to, I've done co-living spaces before, co-working, all the stuff. It is quite different to all of that, because there is a kind of underlying thesis behind why everyone's here, behind what we're doing here. And you know, I went to the talk with Balaji, his Lunch and Learn talks he does every week, and honestly, it's quite compelling what he says, quite inspiring, because the overarching vision is kind of crazy. You know, we're going to start a new country, we're going to have this financial endowment, there's going to be a DAO, there's going to be a token. So I think you got to come here to experience that energy. So yeah, just come. Don't even think about it.
No, it's great. Okay, well, look, absolute pleasure being around. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming on. And we're just gonna whistle on. Okay, that's great. I think that my first one, I've like warmed up a little bit now, and I can get out of my like Arctic gear. This was courtesy of Decathlon in Davos from our last kind of like live that we were doing.
Good to go.
Oh, Jesus, amazing, Chris.
How's it going, James?
Pleasure.
Very
nice to
good.
see you. Come, please.
Much more convenient without the thick jacket, no?
I don't know, man. Again, generally, like the challenge here, right, is that I've been here quite a while now, and so I'm really comfortable, like being in like the kind of like ambient temperature that there is here, sort of, you know, in the area. But then so many of the rooms like have pretty good functioning air conditioning,
right? So
like I'm always fucking cold. You know,
it is kind of cold in the cafe. It's also freezing.
If you're in the wrong place with stuff kind of like on you, it's kind of like cold. It reminds me again back to Hong Kong in my last talk that I used to like walk to my lectures when I was studying in Hong Kong, and you'd need, you know, you wouldn't want to be in anything more than shorts and t-shirt, and you'd be drenched by the time you got there because of the humidity. And then you'd be in this blasting fucking AC with the professor with their like suit on at the front, and I'd have to like pack a hoodie and stuff to put on when I got in to not freeze.
For sure.
But anyway, mate, how are you doing? How is your Friday at Network School? What have you done so far today?
So far today, I've worked on my app. I've continued building some integrations, pushing it, and now attended some workshops on how to effectively post on X, because I really gotta get started posting more.
Have you posted on X? Have you posted that you're on? Do you know?
I didn't know that.
Get your phone. Where is it? Where is your phone? Exactly. Right. Okay, you gotta, you know, I'll talk some shit, and then you can post that you're here and do like a selfie, right? You should do it whilst you're live. Right? I do. Can you go live whilst we're on live? Why not? Like,
I go live once.
Like, do we create like an infinite
a live loop?
Is there like an infinite live loop if we go like this? Like, I don't even know how this shit works.
I don't know if it works.
All of this is just a fucking experiment for me. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. So it's like, you know, it's fucking hilarious. But I am distracting. I think you should do that the next time I go crazy at this. You can walk behind next, right, and get your stuff going. But what are you working on there? What are you building? What's the what are you doing?
Yeah, we briefly spoke 2 days ago, I think. I'm building a social network for verified humans, and with privacy at its core. So you can think of it as Reddit, but with verified identities. So you can prove that you're a German citizen. You can prove that you are over 18. You can prove you work for a specific company like Amazon, Google, or you can prove that you have a bank balance of amount X, and all of this without disclosing the underlying data and without revealing sensitive information about yourself, which is very important, I think, in today's age of AI and data breaches.
And so what's the, I guess, like, why does that matter? Like, what's the current What's what are you substituting? What's like the current version of this? And what's the problem with that current version that you're solving?
If you think about it, the last few years, AI has accelerated so far, and I'm surely most of people that go on X on social media, there it's basically flooded by AI content. I saw recently a study that since the launch of ChatGPT, the AI content has increased by 4.3x, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean that the content is less valuable, but in most cases it does. So our ambition is to have like this human verified network where content is truly from humans, and it would also mean that if you have these verifiable communities where only people can join that fulfill these things, like having a specific bank account or being an employee of Google, like having gated communities for Google employees. I think this creates like a space where the value of the conversations are much more high value, and basically bot and not necessarily AI free, because people still can use AI to generate posts, but definitely bot free and fake free.
It's tough, right? Because again, I was bitching the other day that Discord is announcing, facial checks to be able to use your stuff, right? And like we run on Discord here, both Network School and kind of like Arc. And I'm like, on one side, I'm like, honestly, I hate that stuff. Like, literally hate it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that.
At some point, it's just too much. Now, Face ID, and it was just last year, I think, in October, where they announced that Discord got hacked for like 70,000 credentials that got breached.
Right, it's insane, right? But then what we were just talking about is the other side of that problem, where it's like, well, okay, well, like, how do you prove humanity? How do you ensure that the people that you're engaging with are not just AIs, right? When they become indistinguishable, how do you prove? And so, like, again, the problem that you're talking about is a problem that, like, every social network is talking about. Like, Musk's tweeted about this quite a bit, right, on X, in terms of, like, how they need to distinguish between these two people. Like, there's even going to be, like, payments that are made to, like, increase the cost of kind of, like, bots. It's like, it's a big problem, right? And there's two sides of that, right? It's like you need almost like the proof of humanity, which requires like facial scanning to ensure that you can have the safe spaces which don't have AI pretending to be humans. But then that reveals you're giving your face to Discord. So I think you're trying to, you're saying that these are not mutually exclusive. We don't just have to have one or the other. You can solve both these problems at once. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we can
explain
solve
that. Explain that.
Being verified and keeping it anonymous. So we are using zero knowledge proofs as the underlying technology. And I'm not going to go too much into the technical details, but basically for proving that you are a human, I mean, first of all, what does it mean to prove that you're a human? There are many multiple things that you can use. You can use your passport. You can use your, I don't know, your employment history or something, some kind of proof that you can show it. So it's not like a binary thing, but an arbitrary thing that you can abstract into multiple things. And the way we are using it is every passport, or most passports from most countries, have an NFC chip inside, and also the IDs. And those NFC chips are signed by the official government with a signature, basically verifying that this passport is authentic and issued by the government. And most modern phones have an NFC chip scanner inside, so we can scan the NFC chip inside the passport and generate the proof, okay, this passport is authentic, it is issued by this government or this state, this is the name, this is the nationality, age, gender, or whatsoever. And then we can specifically choose the public data that we want to disclose. So in our case, it is just the nationality and the age. And all the rest is encrypted and not...
It's so weird. It's like, I don't know, have you attached like a wallet address to your like NS profile here?
Let me think. I don't think. I mean, I'm using the NS dashboard, right?
Yeah,
and there's an integrated wallet inside there.
Yeah, I don't know how because I have never attached a wallet to my address because I'm just like I just don't. I try and keep as much separation of concerns across like everything. And then I can't bother to manage a whole bunch of burner wallets. That's just like but it's interesting. And it's because what you're saying, they're like okay, government checking and authorizing this stuff immediately for me is like, oh my god, like surveillance tech, all sort of like rest of it. And so like, is it surveillance tech? like what, you know, it's like if we're needing like these government stamps and what's going on, like that seems a little
It
bit
is to some extent, for sure. I mean, you are basically a number in a system from a government that issues these passports. But at the same point,
But with your platform, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, again, like you require the government to to basically verify people for humanity. This is a real passport, and probably this like facial likeness that matches whatever it is, right? But then is the zero knowledge system and the fact that zero knowledge proof mean that actually, okay, once you've verified a wallet, but then actually like the activity of that wallet is not necessarily, because basically the government knows, or do you not let the government know what wallet is attached to that?
The government knows which wallet is attached to.
Okay, and does it know what, if that is the case, does it know what, is that wallet then attached to all of this activity?
No, the wallet, to the wallet is only attached your nationality or proving that you're over age 18, nothing else. No personal, no full name.
Does the government have the wallet address?
Yeah, I mean, they could theoretically find out, but they couldn't know that it is your wallet address. The wallet address is public, yes, but there's no link between.
When they verify it,
Yeah.
and they say that this passport's that, do they get to see the wallet address?
No.
Okay, fine.
No.
So they're obscured, right? All they do is verify
Yeah.
that this thing matches this.
Right,
You then reconcile that to a
right,
wallet.
yeah,
And actually, no one knows what's been reconciled. And then I guess the whole point is that you have a wallet that's proved to be someone,
Exactly.
and then that person can reveal what they like in whatever instances they sort of like
Precisely,
from that wallet,
precisely, yeah.
And I guess the point is, right, the zero, not being too technical, the point of the zero knowledge proof, right, is that like, okay, you've like passport identified your wallet, and then you go into a store to buy alcohol, and they need to go, okay, are you 19 years old?
This
right?
is the classic example.
Right, the classic example, right? And what zero knowledge proof allows you to do is, instead of you handing your ID, which has got like your address, your everything on it, right? You just go, okay, bang, prove that you're over 18 and that they're allowed to sell that alcohol to you, but not give any further information, right?
Exactly.
And I guess you're trying to take this into a more online, more digital.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen a huge. We're trying to bring the financial world on chain. This is where a lot of pushes have been made recently, and we're going into the direction of bringing identity on chain and having this sort of portable identity that you can always carry with you, your wallet address attached with multiple proofs from multiple sources, like your age, like your nationality, company affiliation, bank salary statement, whatever you can prove from the real world, kind of like real world credentials, proved to a portable wallet that you can always carry with you. Yeah.
No, interesting. It's just like, it's a really big challenge, right? It's like it's the heart of so much stuff that we do.
And it's so such an early research topic. And
dude, this is one of the, I mean, again, when I first got involved in Web3 back in 2016, one of the reasons I got involved was it was like, it was all these systems we were building would be the underlying systems to everything you're talking about, like identity, privacy, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like we have made like so little progress, really.
Yeah.
But actually, again, it's like, that's unfair, right? It's like ZKP stuff has only really become like possible over the last couple of years. Like infrastructure building on top of that's only really available sort of like now. So it's been in the works.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think crypto has also accelerated a lot of this privacy tech front. I mean, this is not a new concept. Like zero knowledge proof exists since in 20th century, right? But the crypto and Web3 industry has accelerated so fast. There are so many research papers, so many people that have pushed boundaries, and it's just really
super.
It feels
you ended up here, right? You ended up here because you won some sort of hackathon somewhere, whatever it was.
Yes,
right?
It was a Cypherpunk hackathon from December last month, and we participated with our existing project, OpenBands, which we started more as an experiment last year in April, May. And then we participated in the Cypherpunk hackathon in December. We saw the network school track, and they specifically said, okay, we're interested in privacy identities, and this is the track that we applied for, and we were one of the lucky winners to receive the prize.
And the lucky winning prize was coming here. Has it felt like a prize? No,
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Why? Tell us more.
Completely unreal experience. I mean, I knew about network school before coming here from Twitter, from what Balaji posted, from what you posted on X. I saw a lot, but I didn't have like an idea of how the surroundings look like, how the forest city looks like outside, and how this place is going to be. but super positively surprised. Everything is being taken care of, the food, the laundry, where you sleep, everything is clean. And you can fully focus on building your thing. And yeah, it has been just an insane acceleration so far.
Super cool to hear.
Yeah.
So again, back to your today then. So you were working on your app, and then you said you went to some sort of like workshops. Like, what were these workshops? What was going on? Yeah.
I mean, there are workshops of all kinds, right?
You were at the coffee rave, weren't you? Really? That's what you did.
No. I wasn't.
That's what I had to miss
I
that.
hear it,
Like,
yeah.
I wish we'd not done this today, because every Friday now in the morning there's like a coffee rave where like someone like makes coffee and matcha and dances around.
I hear the music.
It's like,
I hear the music. Yeah,
it's good fun. If you're listening from Network School and you've not been to the coffee rave, see you there next Friday with DJ Blurry, hitting the house. It's epic. Anyway, but no, okay, yeah. So what's been a useful thing that you've like give an example for everyone, like a workshop?
I mean, there's so many useful.
There's too many. There's too many.
I mean, there's about content strategy, about posting on X, about okay, how do you use AI, Claude, the latest technologies that you can use and everything. But also industry specific people speaking here, like Grace from the Department of Decentralized Identity, which was a fairly small workshop. Not many people attended because I think most people are interested in AI nowadays. But I just want to say that there's, regardless of what you're interested, there is a workshop that fits you and that you can attend and that you can learn from. Yeah.
No, this is what makes it find really interesting here is like, as someone that's run, a few different pop-ups in different places and is used to being in these sort of spaces, I really do feel the product's at a point now where like you come and you leave with like an outcome, or like something has changed. You've gained something, whether it's a skill, whether it's that you've just got super fit, whatever it is. I feel that you come here and you actually
exactly.
Things,
Yeah.
But what's the roadmap for you then? Looking forward a little bit more, particularly with the work that you're doing in the app. Like, what are you planning next? And what's going on?
Yeah. So we're about to launch our app, and our idea was to build a community for verified network school members. So you can prove that you are a network school member without necessarily disclosing your identity. You can choose to write your full name, and the important thing is that you have a proof attached that you are a legitimate member or that you were here. And then you can join the gated community for network school members and discuss things that maybe you wouldn't discuss otherwise, or have these high value community.
Have you spoken to Uzer?
I haven't. I think
he did the like sign in with NS thing. Did
Oh,
you see
yeah,
that?
yeah,
Have you spoken to him?
I've seen it. Is he still around here?
I'll introduce you after this. Like,
Nice,
ping me
nice,
after on the Discord. Or
Yeah.
Uzer, if you're watching this, which you should be, reach out. What's your, because you couldn't use Stratos, like what's your username on Discord?
My username on Discord is Jeffrey Banks.
You've just doxed yourself to that's like the non-privacy thing to do.
Exactly.
It's great.
But you gotta
reach
get
out.
the word out.
That's the integration, right? Like I'm sure there's some play there. Okay, well where do people come and find you? We've just given you a Discord name. Is there a Twitter?
Discord,
is there a website?
Twitter,
where do people come?
Twitter is 0x Stratos, so Stratos STRATOS. And our site is openbands.xyz.
Okay, open bands?
Open bands, yeah.
How do you spell that?
Open, BANDS.
How do you spell open? Hey, you never know. It's a diverse crowd,
Right.
Great.
Openbands.xyz.
Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate your time. Good luck.
James.
I hope you don't leave, and good luck building out important technology.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. See you in a bit.
Take care.
Oh, guys, I hope it's I hope we're live. I hope it's working.
Thank you so much.
Again, Ram and Stratos, like I've had probably like one short conversation, kind of like with kind of like each, but it's going to start to get more interesting. And I'm looking forward to the first person that comes on that I don't even know their name.
Mike inside.
But yeah, it's going to be good. Oh, Christ! Problem with doing this long session is I miss all the stuff that's
Can I?
in the diary.
Hi.
How are you doing, Shereen?
Very nicely.
I feel like this is like closer to like our first meeting.
It is actually.
This is great. This is great. This is brilliant. I love this. Right, I'm going to get to. This is my excuse to get to know everyone that's at kind of like Network School. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Why are you on the show? Why are you here? What's going on? Tell me.
Well, I saw on Discord that you were interviewing different people of NS, and I thought, let's do it. I've never
Right, you're
actually.
French, right?
I'm
This is
from-
why you get on with Kevin. Yeah. This
I'm,
is
I'm from Belgium, but I do speak French. Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Easy
Okay.
accent to recognize.
Fine. No, please continue. I interrupted, please.
No, I mean, why I'm here, yeah, because I've never done that in my life, actually, being live. So I thought, yeah, that's a good opportunity, just talking for a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, but why? What brought you to network school? How did this even like come across your radar then?
Yeah, so I have a few friends who came here back in June, and I was in Bali, and I went to like a NS
Yep.
meetup.
Yep.
I had no idea what it was. So then I met people from NS, and I thought, that looks great.
Can you remember? Who did you meet in June?
That was, who did I meet? I don't think I remember all the names, but I was Akshash and Adi, 2 Indian guys.
Okay. Because I do think that like Bali is like the highest concentration of NSs that are not here, right? There are so many people. I was there for like a day in November, doing some like doing some like confidential work, and I kept on bumping into network schoolers that I then had to lie to about like why I was there. Because I was being, whatever. Anyway, but they're just it's anywhere. But okay, so you went to this network school event, in June last year.
Yeah, so that was just a meetup in a restaurant, very casual.
Yeah,
and then I looked at the website and I thought, that's everything that I've been looking for.
Really?
Community, gym, building stuff, deep conversation. So yeah.
You didn't find it in Bali?
Yeah, but not so much actually. I think that Bali is very much more focused on partying, and I'm more into like health stuff.
So you were staying in Canggu?
I was, and then Ubud.
Yeah. No, what do you think of Bali then? Yeah, what's your?
It's great, but I wouldn't live there. First of all, it's very humid, I think, and yeah, as I said, like it's very much more focused on partying, and also you can't walk there. Like I love walking, and I feel that the lifestyle, the lifestyle is not too much of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. I love walking around as well. And I was lucky to be in Bali in COVID, where tourists were banned. And I was, as a good example of the good governance that Bali is, I was bribing some official to like be there under like some, special, whatever it was. And it was empty. So I was sort of very special in that regard that I didn't get to experience like all the kind of like Bali traffic and all the rest of it, right? But like it's like you want to go like 10 minutes drive down the beach, that takes you like an hour at times, right?
Exactly. Or you just take a Grab. Even if like I remember I took a Grab when I wanted to go to a coffee shop and it was 10 minutes away walking. And I had to take a Grab because you just can't walk there. So yeah, that's not the lifestyle that I'm looking for. But I think it's great to experience Bali. There is a big international community. You can meet great people as well.
I think it's a really bad place. I wouldn't go. I think it's like almost like the perfect example of like bad governance, like in the world, right? Where it's like there's been more money that's flown through those like small like square miles of this sort of like Asia Pacific than like any other developing place. And it's like it has all been embezzled. It's completely corrupt. None of it is invested in like sorting out the infrastructure. The roads, like you've been mentioning, are a disaster. There's no clean water. The education systems are still poor. It's so polluted. Like, when I was there in COVID, they didn't even bother to clean up, right? Because there were no tourists. So it was like, oh, we don't even need to clean the beach. And it's like dead fish would just like turn up on the beach every day. Actually, one day a 17-meter long whale turned up in front of me. This is what we need to be able to like put B-roll over this shit, because I've got the footage, this like 17-meter whale like gradually coming in. Anyway, I'm going off on one, but I do think it's like it is just so much money and so little of that has like actually trickled down to the people that are there, and like it's just I don't know, it feels to me like just like
I think
great.
I think there is much more better place around the world. Like if you're looking for a place outside of the West, for example, to settle or something, like Thailand is amazing. Dahab.
You mean here's amazing?
Here's amazing as well. Yeah. Depends what you're looking for.
Dahab, you say Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Were you a diver or anything?
No, not at all. I ended up there during COVID. Actually, I was very lucky. I flew from England. And long story.
I think I was in the Sinai Peninsula for part of COVID.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that was one of the best places to be during COVID, actually.
Yeah, no, I was in Dahab for a little bit as well, for sure. I was in everything up and down the coast. I need to compare diaries after this and like see if we were actually like in the same like. It's a small place, that is,
it's like small, and I feel like not a lot of people know about it. I didn't. I just ended up there because I flew from England. Egypt was, I think, one of the 2 countries that I could fly from, so that's why I chose Egypt. So I ended up in the hub out of the blue, and I thought, wow, like what a hidden gem, actually.
I was there when I was there. I used to swim every day off the, you know, in the thing, and then like one day, someone got eaten by a shark, like literally like 500 meters around the corner from where like I was, you know. They do. There is actually there's like it's like I think like but yeah, it's just you know, it's a great place to visit. I would go in. I still swam, but like you know, it's yeah,
it's a great place to live if you're working remotely, I think.
yeah, it's no, it's very cool. But okay, so great. Okay, so like, okay, back to you, right, and not Egypt, right? So you came to this meetup in sort of, you know, June last year, met a couple of NSs, and they gave you a load of propaganda, and you were like, okay, I believe the propaganda, I'm in.
I thought I'm not gonna listen to anyone. I'm gonna go check it out, make my own opinion, and it's my second month and I just love it. Yeah, I'm gonna say long term.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Look at that. Why? Tell me why. Why?
First of all, because I've been a nomad for 8 years, and now I'm in a place of. I think there's a time for exploring and a time for building, and I'm in a building mode now. So I want to find a place to settle, because you can't really build more like very productively when you're always moving around. So yeah, at this stage, I'm looking for stability. That's why I think this place is great, and I don't need more. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna settle here, starting April. Actually, because I have to go to India next month.
Why?
Because I'm going there every year.
Why?
Because India is one of my favorite countries. Anytime I need a reality check, I go back to India.
Interesting. Do you go to a different place every time, or is like you've got your spot?
I got my spot, Dharamshala in the north, and it's yeah, like March, April, May is like the perfect time to go there.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a big Buddhist community.
Mm-hmm.
So as I said, like when I need the reality check, like when I start to feel a bit too comfortable, then I need to go back to India and be like, okay, you know, it's kind of like deep insight that I get always from this land. So yeah, back to Dharamshala, going back to Buddhist teachings, meditation, and then I'll be like refreshed to go back into the world. That's how I feel.
Okay, love it. What are you actually doing then whilst you're here? Like, what are you up to?
When I'm up to, so I work remotely. I'm an assistant, and I'm in a transition part of my life. So I have personal project, but I'm like still figuring out, like I need to clarify my vision, and I think this is a great place to do that. Get inspired, get insights, get a lot of into deep conversation. That's what I love here. Is like the people. People have a lot of value here. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
No, I agree. I think that's like if you were, I haven't seen the statistics. We haven't done the statistics, right? But if you were looking at we've had like 400 people here this month, and I think if you were bucketing those people, I think this is maybe the biggest group, whatever it is, right? Like even like Ram, who came on like at the beginning of this, right? It's like they've maybe just finished their last job, just like sold their company, just like I don't know, whatever it is, right? And then they're like between things, and it's like when you're trying to work out what to do, kind of like next.
Yeah.
This is, I think, a very good place.
It's amazing.
But why? Why is it good to go to be in between things?
Why is it good to be in? Well, because at some point you get into a place where you have like a lot of choices and a lot of freedom. So, sorry, can you repeat the question? just to make sure that I don't go too far with my answer.
No, don't worry at all.
I think I understood, but I'm not sure.
No, it's like I think a lot of my questions are often very vague, right? Like it's like I did this podcast like a few days ago with the founder of Fluid, and it is clearly like he's exceptional. He's very precise. But I think probably I asked these quite vague questions so that you can say whatever you like, But then if someone actually wants to answer the question, that can be difficult, right? But no, I guess I was just like wondering and giving you, again, you are between things, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to like, is it really being a useful place for you? Like in helping you maybe like work out what is actually next in this sort of like transition phase? Like, is it helping you through that transition? I guess like being here.
It definitely has been helpful. Also, I feel that I was in Australia for a few months before coming here, and I was even more lost when I was there. So I feel this is the best place to be stuck or like in between transition periods.
Why?
Because why? Because you can get a lot of insight from people. Like you can meet people who are kind of in the same direction that you want to take, and get inspiration from them. in terms of where I am personally, I feel that it's been helpful, but I need to stay longer to really. I can feel the breakthrough. Like I feel that I'm gonna get the breakthrough soon, but I'm not there yet. Yeah, I would say.
No, it's very interesting. You won't have heard of it. I used to run something called On Deck with David Booth several years ago, and it was literally like I used to get on stage or run these events all the time and said like, On Deck is the first place the best people go before they start their next venture, right? And I think like it's almost like making this stuff on the spot. I feel like NS is like the best place for the best people to go before they start their next thing, right? It's like slightly broader. There's like a much like broader group of people here that are going, have had different paths and have like different futures, but it's like this like melting pot where you can sort of like be inspired. But then there's also like, it's kind of interesting how you say about like, again, like the comparisons like Bali or maybe like Australia where you're traveling around, whatever. Here there's like, it's almost like a big anchor. You know, it's like, again, it's like, you're sort of like in this space where it's like, I don't know what the right words is. It's not like a safe space, right? But it's just sort of like, there is this like anchor here and it can allow you to like really think and work out like kind of like where next is. And
yeah, I feel that if you don't know what you want to do, you need to be surrounded by people who are already there. And like I feel that if you feel like the dumbest person in the room, then you're in the right place.
Yeah. You feel like the dumbest person in the...
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
This is why I don't go to any of the events. But that's the challenge here though as well, right? It's like, I don't know if you know, right now there's simultaneously probably like, I don't know how many events that are going on and like I need to get some work done. So I don't go to any of these things, you know? But I think that's why it's a great time to come here where maybe you're working out what's next, because it's just like all this shit which is kind of like happening that you can engage with. Did you do the coffee rave this morning?
I have, yeah, I just come from that actually. I was just like jumping around.
Do you want to do a demo of what was happening in the coffee rave?
There was like a lot of high beat stuff. So I was great. I was just jumping for 2 hours and came here straight away.
Maybe we need to do this. We did do a live once from the gym and with Sam, who runs one of kind of like the programs here. But maybe we need to do this like live from the, you know, maybe it'll stop people doing all of the kind of like the dancing that they would kind of like do kind of like here.
Yeah, it's amazing because here also there is a good balance between connection, building, and have fun. Like it's very important I think to have fun as well. So yeah, just during the day and like being able to dance and enjoy life. Yeah, it's such an amazing.
So what would be useful for you, right? If someone was watching this and thinks that Trent seems like a really nice person, like how can someone at Network School maybe help you, or where can they find you? Like
I'm mostly available on Instagram.
God, I'm going to stop right here. I'm committing now, publicly live. By the time we do this next, I'm going to have an Instagram.
Yeah.
I'm going to have an Instagram.
It's great platform,
I think. My God, okay. So apparently my team just said there's 100 people watching. So I guess I have to do it now. That's my habit. I say I'm going to do things and I have to fucking do them, you know? Okay, Instagram, but okay, so Instagram, where do they find you on Instagram?
So my Instagram is Share2Nomad, which is CHERTOU and Nomad.
Share2Nomad. Is that like French?
It's it's my nickname, so it's like a contraction between my name and my first name and my last name.
Okay.
I'm on X as well, which is Hey Share2.
Okay. Well, look, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. It's nice to get to know you a little bit. I look forward to speaking to you soon. Okay, pleasure. Thank you very much. Oh, I love it. This is just maybe I need to start running this on like the first day of the month every time, and like when people come, because basically when you turn up at Network School, you actually turn up like here. Like you'll get picked up at the airport if you arrive at kind of like the normal time. There'll be like a bus and you come together with the people that are all joining. Like everyone joins on like the first day of the month every month, and you get dropped off here, and then there's all the kind of like the NS team that's sort of waiting to sort of like check you in. And maybe I just like pretend this is part of the check-in process and just start interviewing everyone on the first day and get to know you that way. That would be that would be very kind of like an interesting kind of like way to go. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Straight in. Look at this. I love this. James.
Nice to meet you. My name is Ludwig.
Ludwig.
Yeah.
Pleasure. Come down, Ludwig.
Thank you.
I love this. We're just going to like gradually get further and further away from people that I kind of like know well as we go. Ludwig, mate, thank you very, very much for coming on. Do you know what we're doing?
Yeah, it's an X live stream, right? You're talking about NS, I believe.
I want to learn about you first, though. You know, like what are you up to?
Well, I'm a developer, but recently I've started my own startup. and I'm just trying to deliver a product, ship it, and get customers, help people build great apps. That is kind of at the core of it. So it's about tooling, it's about infrastructure, and yeah, I've also kind of made an interesting development because I was always kind of a crypto hater and AI hater. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
So you came here as a crypto and AI hater?
No, that was like 5 months ago.
Okay.
And another friend of mine, they actually told me like, hey, why don't you try to get your startup funded with crypto while building in public, while doing live streams, while being active on X, and building a community while you're trying to figure it out.
And look at you walking the walk right now, not just talking the talk. You see, this is fucking great.
Well, yeah, that's the development, right? I made a total 180 to like embracing crypto, embracing AI, embracing new things, and like that's what brought me here.
Amazing. Do you want to then be more specific about what it is that you are, the app that you're the startup that you're trying to build now?
Yeah, so it's a software as a service, but we are trying to replace the barrier between non-technical, mid-technical people that try to ship an app and the actual like shipping part. So we're trying to make shipping an app really easy. And we are offering analytics, authentication, payments, stuff like feature flags or little feedback widgets. Like we're offering all this in like a toolkit, right? And it's heavily aimed at vibe coders. So people that are maybe not so technical, but they want to launch their dream project and they want to have like basic security for users, some analytics. And the problem today is like these things are like 5 different tools that you need to stitch together. And we just want to make it very, very easy for people that don't have that technical background, but have great ambitions of launching and getting users fast, getting paid fast. Yeah, and crypto comes in with payments, because Stripe is like the accepted thing. But
I really hate Stripe generally at the minute.
Me too. Like, it's too much bureaucracy, and
just not bureaucracy. It's just like it's too much monopoly as well, man.
That also,
I just like they were useful 10 years ago, and I think now it's just like reduce your fees 100x, and then great. I really hate the transaction tax that is sort of like payment fees through the entire supply chain. Real drives me mad, Yeah, man, I really hate it. And I hate this is it. Like, it's like, it was so late to crypto as well.
Yep.
And like, but just bolting on some crypto and charging the same fees is just like, it's just again for me, just like we're not realizing the benefits that we could be realizing from this technology. So like Stripe, step up, reduce your fees 10x, and otherwise someone else, innovate and push them out.
Right. I feel like it should literally just be as easy as you plug in your wallet address into a tool, right? And you can start implementing payment processes and get paid, And if it would be that easy, then we could ship these platforms in a day or 2 days, right? And that's really where I want to get to, that you're just saying like, hey, build authentication, build subscriptions, build payments, and it's one prompt that gives you all of that, and now it's like ready to be used.
And this is it. So it's the use case again. So it's like it's easy to go with I don't know, with Cursor, with Replit, whatever it is, and you like git main push git whatever it is, right? And it's like you can get stuff spinning up pretty quickly, right? But I guess it's like you're trying to maybe like focus on like the next stage where it's like, okay, you want to integrate payments, you want to like spin up your own models that are interactive. I guess that what do you think is like the use case that someone that you're trying to like help make it easier for them to kind of like build?
Right. So the use case is basically you've built your you vibe coded your app, right?
Yep.
And now you're looking at hosting it, right? So you go to Railway or one of these like providers that make it very, very easy to deploy it. And now you've deployed it, right? And that's really cool, but now you need to manage it. You need to become an administrator of the platform. Like, you need to look at signups, at metrics, at testing features, getting info about billing, you know,
Yeah.
scaling your business.
Yeah.
So the idea is like AI can build your app, right? It can deploy your app, but can it administrate your app also? Like, can it run it, right? And can it help you spend less time like crunching the numbers and integrating 5 tools to do scaling and to integrating all these different tools to run it. So we try to put all of that in one toolkit so you can run your app using an AI itself and scale, hopefully. Right.
It's interesting. And so you're embedding an AI, which is then helping you build a better app in the first place.
Well, that is part of it, yeah. So, yeah, it helps you build a better app. Also, like it's like a toolkit for building that helps you run the app autonomously.
Yeah. It's just sort of interesting, like how that's going to like, if it is just how's that going to work, right? It's like what's really interesting, right? Is like, again, imagine that you have an agent, and then that agent's task is to build the website, but then to like make the website better. And I guess it was like, how does it make the website better? And actually, okay, if you can give it better tooling, even the agent itself, better tooling, so that it has access to better data, so it's like it's able to make better decisions with better context. That's potentially very, very interesting, right? Where it's like actually, okay, you get up your Claude button, it's just like running continuously, and it's like reacting to like the real-time information, right? And I guess then my question is like, that's what's happening. Like, does it need to use someone's tooling, or is it just like always going to like maybe like spin up its own tooling, or like is it just going to like, is it going to, I'm just wondering what that interface is, right? Like, you imagine like the autonomous agent, which is like leveraging this stuff to continue working on it. Like, what's the interface where you meet that? Yeah,
there's the dashboard for humans, you know, where you can do it, where you can see the data and administrate yourself, right? But exactly what you're saying, like at some point it will just be an MCP, and the Claude bot can have a terminal dashboard, or build its own dashboard, right? And I've built it in a way that these APIs that the platform exposes and has, right? They completely allow you to build your own login flow, your own analytics, custom tracking events and stuff. Like it's very flexible in that way. It's just a raw, very tiny actually piece of code, right? That just kind of like takes care of some of the backend stuff, like sending emails, recording analytics data by like understanding the IP addresses, understanding the devices that are tracked. And some of that stuff is like, yes, you could get CloudBot also to like say like, hey, build me a dashboard and analyze the IP addresses and stuff like that. But then like it becomes like, it increases in complexity quite fast, because now you need to track IP tables and integrate an email server if you want email flows, and like you can implement all of that yourself also, but like it's just like it's like more infrastructure to manage.
I agree. Like if you've got one click button, like the director of travel, right? It's just like one click.
Right.
It's just like it's just not even one click, right? It's gonna be one word, you know, and then it's just everything is gonna spawn underneath it, right?
I'm trying to make it so you just like vibe code authentication, right? Click it, and like it takes the system prompt into your AI, like via cloud like or something.
Yeah.
And it just like works really easily, so you don't even have to write the prompt for it.
Yeah, it's just, I guess when I hear this stuff, right, like it's like for me, I'm just like, wait, like, yeah, like all the interface is basically is Cursor or is Copilot or whatever it is, right? And that's where the developer kind of like is interacting and using this stuff, right? I guess the question is like, when they're conversing and they're spinning up their new app that they're going to kind of like launch from scratch, like are they going, oh, okay, like, you know, npm install, you know, what's the name of your product?
It's called Tribe.
Yeah. Tribe, you know, Tribe, or is it just kind of like build out its own shit? Like,
Right.
what's it, you know, and how do you make it choose you?
Like,
or, you know, like, what's it going to do? You know,
right? Like I'm relying on people discovering my product, you know, and clicking on install the skill, you know. I'm relying on that for sure. And yes, like Cursor could just spin up its own analytics endpoint, its own email flow, sure, right? But it's like, there's more stuff to worry about. And especially also like, for example, with analytics, there's GDPR, right?
Sure.
and hosting stuff in like EU and stuff like that. You don't want to research that, and then you don't want to rely on an AI to research that. And like my stuff is actually so anonymized in terms of analytics that you can run it without a cookie ban. And like this kind of stuff, it's just like I've done research, so you don't have to. And I've also like combined these things in the toolkit. To save you like the $50 that it is now, you know, or like the $50 that it would be to host it yourself.
I love it, and I buy all that. I'm just trying to.
But it will fly.
I just felt like
it will fly by itself.
I just moved the table. Is everything okay? Yeah, I just moved everything. Okay, we're good. Is that fine? Sorry, because I think a lot about, again, you know, I run a session here like often most months saying like what's left for us. I'm like, okay, let's just get it out a few years, right? Like where these you just again like it can just do all of this far better than you've done, right? But then the question is like, is this still? Actually, this shows my lack of knowledge because I don't actually vibe code. Does it have a tendency to use sort of like open source like repos to do functions or like packages or whatever it is, as opposed to building them itself, or does it have a default to actually like building? What's its behavior right now? You know what I mean?
I saw something interesting the other day where it said like ever since people use AI for coding, like mostly use AI for coding more than they write code themselves. The free.js library is the library for like you know, it's like graph visualization, right? Stuff like it has taken off incredibly because the AI is always picking free.js over custom implementations, right? And the AI models have a knowledge cutoff, right? So everything that we launch today, it might not know about it until a year in future. But I think like it will understand the use cases that we are trying to create for it. We aim at building for agents as much as for regular people.
Look, it's more efficient, far more efficient if they can leverage other work as opposed to replicate that work, right? You know?
And even now today, it suggests like, hey, host it here because it's very easy. And
and like you said, if you're basically, if you would have to use 5 tools and they all have a cost, and then you brought that into a single bundle, it's like, well, okay, well, this becomes again, it's just like more efficient, more effective than a single model. You know, you can bulk buy whatever access is to stuff. There's all sorts of benefits that you can pass through. It's interesting. What was that? There was that. There was, I think it was like some front end package, right? That AI uses all the fucking time, but their business model was giving it away everything open source. But then people would read the documentation, and then they would like upgrade to the premium stuff. But because now no one reads the documentation, they had to fire everyone. They had to like shut down. And I think like a whole bunch of the like Lovable and Cursor, they all like stepped in and like started like almost like philanthropically funding it because the models are using it more. That's not free.js. It's something else, right? But it's like
I don't know this case, but. It sounds interesting.
But the thing is interesting. They built such amazing technology that AI was using it for everything, but then no humans were going to it and then like upgrading to the bigger package, right? Because they weren't reading the documentation. It's very interesting.
And generally, like the NPM ecosystem, right, or like JavaScript ecosystem, front end ecosystem, like you see a lot of these supply chain things that go out of hand, like the developer's not getting paid. Now he takes it offline, thousands of projects, or he puts a backdoor in or something. It's like now it's with agents, abusing the agents, right? It's wild. It's a wild west, right? Like you can't guarantee what is going to happen to some open source project, but that's why I feel like it's so important that if you are an open source developer, that you at least consider founding, maybe even a nonprofit, you know, to make it official and like earn money with it through collaborations,
interesting
partnerships.
You met Derek here yet?
No.
Okay, that's another introduction I made. Derek, you should reach out to Ludwig as well. I think you guys have a great chat about that last thing that you said. But okay, so Ludwig, where do they find you? Where does I'm assuming it's probably not tribe.com, but like where do they go?
So my company is called Utopian.
Okay.
It's like just the story behind it is just kind of like I'm inspired by people that build stuff for the greater good. And it's not even that deep.
No, that's
the
fucking
name.
great.
But it's my name is Utopian Contrib on X, so it's Utopian Contributors on X, and my website is tribe.utopian.build.
Tribe.utopian.build.
So it's
great.
a couple syllables.
It's
I'm
good.
sorry.
Libet, no, it's great. Thank you very much, Libet. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your
Thanks for
time.
having me.
Pleasure.
Nice talking to you.
No, it's great. Weed Steamer, could I get another water as well, please? Oh, I feel like we have, there's at least a couple or a few people here that kind of like teach kind of like yoga. I feel like maybe one of you should come onto the show so that we can do like a quick like class together. Wait, oh, can we put this on catch? Yeah, and actually, guys, I think like what I'd love to do in these things, like I'm assuming we can do like comments of some description. Like if you actually like, if you write a question on the whatever platform you're on, you're very, very welcome to like ask a question, and I will actually try and pick it up in these interim sort of like sessions. But you ready? Come straight on, man. Mate, how you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for waiting. You know, you never know how long these are gonna be.
Lots of interesting conversations, so it's worth it.
Let's see. What are we gonna talk about?
Depends what you want to talk about.
No, it depends what you want to talk about. What's on your mind at the minute?
What's on my mind? Ooh, so many things.
I love this angle. Should we both just like much more face the camera on this one?
Sure, let's do it. Maybe I can give a brief background about myself.
Hit it.
You
Go
can
for it.
choose where you want to go.
Go. Okay, go for it. Go.
So I do cybersecurity for a leading blockchain security company, and I've also been community building. So I've built a few academic communities, building conferences. Now also one like members only club for blockchain builders, and thinking about where the world is going, right, with AI, with decentralization, with geopolitics and all that. But I guess that's a big topic to dive into.
Mate, you know, we're yeah. So okay, so you're back. So at the minute you are doing cybersecurity, and again, some members just talk a little bit more about that, right? So like day to day for you is like managing some sort of like blockchain communities.
That's more like a passion project.
Okay.
So my cybersecurity job. So I work for Quantum.
Sure.
So basically, we're auditing, top protocols in the industry: L1s, wallets, infrastructure, smart contracts.
Charge really low fees, I hear.
It's a different topic today, guys. No, but we're hiring the best people. We do high quality work. So it was really was very passionate working on this the last few years. Now I'm more doing AI security things.
Interesting.
So trying to always be at the frontier of things. Because probably my cybersecurity work will not be relevant anymore in 2 years. Let's see. But community work. I founded the TUM Blockchain Club, so the blockchain club at the Technical University of Munich. We're now hosting the biggest academic conference in Europe. And now I moved to Switzerland, so I'm doing the same thing there. I used to run communities in the US as well, and now.
Where are you in Switzerland?
In Zurich.
In Zurich.
Yeah.
It's whenever I go to Zurich, it's like super nice. And then I'm like, everything is kind of like works too well here. I have like no role or function in society. There's no problems to solve. I'm just, you have to kind of like leave. It's a beautiful place.
That's why I moved there, honestly. Especially also because of political aspects and things, because I just consider it a functioning democracy, That was a really compelling reason. But everything else, you just observe while being there, because when you can choose your place to live as a remote worker, and as you said, Switzerland is perfect, and I felt drawn to it.
But most people don't choose Switzerland as a remote worker because it's pretty expensive.
It is, Like, you need to set your priorities. It is very expensive, absolutely.
Yeah, it's there are some communities like art doing some stuff in Switzerland. It's like so good, but it's a brilliant. It's tricky. A lot of reason people go and do live more nomadically, right, is that sort of like lifestyle arbitrage. Like I've got family in Austin. Shout out, family, love you. And it's like you can earn 100 grand a year in Austin, and you will be poor. Maybe not poor, but like you're not going to be rich. You come here with 100 grand, or you go to Bangkok or wherever it is, right? And you are in the top %, and you can do everything that you possibly want this, and you can live like an absolute king, right? And I think it is that lifestyle arbitrage which like keeps people maybe away from home. It's interesting. But you said that you run the biggest academic conference on. What's this conference? What's going on?
So basically, while I was in the US has this landscape of a lot of blockchain clubs. Every university runs their own blockchain club, and I was at a more elitist university, so I felt like there is a lot of underprivileged blockchain clubs that cannot as easily raise money, cannot as easily get attendees to their blockchain clubs or professors or speakers.
What was your elitist university?
I went to Columbia and was also leading the blockchain club there. And then, I joined an NGO in the US trying to empower other blockchain clubs at other universities where I found were actually at least equally smart people, but even more driven and passionate people putting in more effort. So we tried to empower them, helping them how to organize hackathons, conference, etc. And then over the time, I realized nothing like this is really happening in Europe, and we should kind of kickstart it. Like Oxford and Cambridge had small things going.
Yeah.
And so what a few people who were at the technical university in Munich at the time, we founded this club, which, because there's no alternative, we raised lots of money for the first few conferences, and now it just turned into the biggest academic one. And what's really important about it is having a platform that is agnostic and really curate speakers and topics.
By agnostic, you mean not a set of Bitcoin maxis or whatever it is,
exactly.
right? Just truly agnostic to the ecosystem.
As long as the maxis can deal with other maxis, they're welcome.
They're welcome,
right? But we're not like we're selecting the kind of people.
Yeah.
And curation in terms of no shilling, no, oh, our blockchain has the highest TPS. No, our blockchain has the highest TPS. These kind of talks are kind of not allowed in that framework. And because we found that to be important for the blockchain technology mentality to be maintained and not this crypto trading investing, which has its place, but like we wanted to facilitate the conversation about these things and also get the university on board, because when we started, the university was completely against it because their perception was, oh, it's small kiddies who want to make money, right? But then after 2 years of hard effort and fighting back, they realized, oh, wow, they care about the technology. So then, now we're getting support from everyone.
Everything that matters in crypto has come from a philosophical place,
100%.
And again, it's like I always struggle. I've never traded. Well, anytime I have, I've lost money. But it's like don't bother with that. But it's like I've never got into that world because for me it was all irrelevant. That stuff. Absolutely. It was all about the fundamental technology and the impact that can have on society. What's the impact you think the fundamental technology can have on society? Like, why did you care about this shit? Like, why? Yeah,
the only reason why I got into it was because I wanted to build tech for good. That was my whole intention. I felt like life purpose. And blockchain just seemed like a tool for it. Decentralization, giving ownership over data and processes back to the people, privacy. Unfortunately, we haven't seen Tornado Cash or whatever, but these things are built for crypto specifically.
Yep.
The only application you have outside of crypto these days is potentially Polymarket, right? But it's not aligned with it. Like, it has totally its place, and it's really like they solve a big problem that betting was internal to big companies before, and now as disinformation is external. But still, tech for good for me looks different, and I'm still hopeful that some people will use the technology to build such tools. So that's the reason why I came in, but I am in a little bit, hopeless phase because the noise right now is the gambling.
What year did you sort of start getting involved?
2016, I started more from I heard about Bitcoin. I was too young. I was just in my computer science undergrad, so I didn't understand the Bitcoin white paper back then. But then over time, I more and more got into it. And once I moved to the US, and were so many excited people, the blockchain club there was a huge stakeholder in Uniswap and did votes. And so we had to think about the problems and decide on what we want to vote on for specific proposals. So that really got me deep into that world.
That's so interesting. And I was lucky to come across the space, the technology, for late in 2012. But I think very similar to you, I didn't actually get it. I didn't really understand. And I was even at a venture fund in 2013, and we were like, we looked at it and didn't get it, and it's quite interesting. I think about that a lot. What was the information that I didn't have that maybe not understand what this was doing and why it was sort of important. But I think a lot of that was just a lack of curiosity, to be honest, and just actually also it's at the time, Oh God, made some very active decisions, like not to buy Bitcoin at like a few dollars because I wanted to spend those few dollars on a pint in the pub with my mates that week, and like I didn't have very much money, like back then when I was first across it, right? And actually, just like it's one of the things that annoys me a little bit actually about some parts of crypto, where it's all about like, oh, like open up access to like investing. I'm like, dude, like poor people don't have any money to invest. Like it doesn't matter if you open up access to it, right? Like the actual people that are actually poor, like are in debt, and it's like I think like in the UK, the bottom 20% of people have zero assets, right? So there's zero spend, zero money in the bank. Bottom decile has debt. Second decile just is like totally flat. Third decile has like less than $1,000. Fourth decile has like less than 10,000. Fifth decile less than 50,000, something like that. Which is again like that, the people that have real problems in life, like letting them access Polymarket or whatever it is, like they don't even have the money to gamble, right? But the second thing that matches your story as well is that I got bored of the space in probably like whatever in like was it 22, 21, whatever it was all about monkey JPEGs. Yeah, I just was so disenfranchised and like stepped away, So I got it resonant with both ends of your story on that.
How about your feeling today about it? Does it still resonate? Are you getting hopeful about the future, or?
And it's like really like I don't want to be, because obviously like, lots of people that like have like obviously like lost money over the last months with the fall in prices, but like I basically like it when the prices go down because it gets rid of all the crap, and then you're just sort of like left with the more fundamental people that are trying to build the things that like really really matter. And I'm just sort of, for anyone that has been caring about this for any length of time, like I'm like, wait, Bitcoin is 67, like that's so high. So I'm just like, I'm like, why is everyone complaining? I don't know. I think if you're trading out a mindset, you just be like, you're just here like dedicating your life to some of these technologies. Like I think it's just like, so like I mean like on the long term, like I'm still so bullish on all of this stuff. Like I feel like I get annoyed on one side that I feel we've achieved very little over, over what's approaching 20 years since a white paper, right? In a couple of years. And I'm like, fuck, like we've, but again, it's just like, it's a long battle, and like, and it's fine, it's, it's what it is.
Yeah. And many people always cry for adoption, that's, and I don't really like this cry because I feel like the technology is not ready for adoption. What I actually find fascinating about the space is that technologies were supported and invested in at a speed which would have not been supported otherwise, like ZK, zero knowledge technology.
Yeah.
There wouldn't have been this much money in it if it wasn't for the speculation of crypto, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm always like a little bit torn if the speculative part is good or bad, but in the end, somehow it supports technology, which doesn't mean it's ready for mass adoption yet. So I don't really care about the price. I'm just hoping that the space of people who are just working on the technology with a passion and kind of a vision for the future, that they just continue building it, blend out all the people and shareholders screaming adoption. And until we have a good UX, because right now having a wallet, having to understand which chain your money lies on, having to understand seed phrases, it's too much to understand for a normal person out there.
It's still a little bit embarrassing, like the UX. Like if I deal with anything, like I'd still am terrified when I'm dealing, and I basically interact with so little stuff because I just like, that's just the safest way with any of this shit, just like minimize surface area and it's okay. But it's like, it's not simple still,
It's not, and crypto, everybody says it's simple, but just because they've been doing it for years. So
it's like a really tough learning curve with some like pretty extreme lessons that are available for you to learn if you're not careful, I guess,
I've not seen anyone going into crypto not doing severe mistakes in the beginning, and not everyone can afford this, and most people shouldn't.
It's tricky. But okay, well let's look forward a bit more for you then. Okay, right? So how have you found your time here? And like again, like you're getting your day-to-day stuff done, right, on the cybersecurity work. Like, how are you thinking about the other stuff in your life, kind of like here? What's going on?
It's really has been a life maxing space for me, honestly. Like I'm getting up every morning at 5. I'm doing my meditation, my yoga, my Tai Chi, working, gym, working, going to bed at 9. So also thanks to my roommates, I was very lucky with my roommate because we kind of encourage each other to have a good life.
Who's your roommate?
Aaron. He's not around right now.
Okay, damn. Shout out Aaron. Like I need you to room with me.
Best roommate ever.
Yeah, I need the fucking 9 p.m. bedtime stuff. I've got really bad habits of like reading legal documents into the wee hours at the moment. Like,
That
oh
doesn't
my,
sound like a fun habit.
it is really fun. That's why I just no incentive to go to bed. I'm trying to like make myself fall asleep, right? Reading like law, but it doesn't work. You know, it's the antithesis, unfortunately. I really need someone to put me to bed.
Relate,
Honestly.
unfortunately.
Your aspirational life. I'm glad that you're doing that. Okay, so like you've got a great fucking routine, maxing up. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, I mean, the food is great, right? You don't have to worry about your food intake. Like if you, like physical body here is taken care of. You go to the gym, you do the workshops. If you want to do your stuff, other stuff for yourself, the food is taken care of. And otherwise, yeah, just workshops that you're curious about, you can attend. And there's just such a diversity of people, whether it's, you know, yoga teachers or AI researchers on a machine learning level or on an application level, like, you know, how to use OpenClaw or whatever for your best purpose. So yeah, and anybody who has some interest hosts a workshop and is encouraged to. So I really love that about this place.
Have you done any cybersecurity workshops or?
I want to actually do one next week. Yeah. I'm also doing a Tai Chi workshop next week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Can you demo some Tai Chi?
It will not look like anything. I will be standing and having my eyes closed, and you will be thinking, "What is this guy doing?"
Okay, so it's not like, you know, it's not this sort of.
No,
damn.
That's really comes after like 10 years of doing it.
Oh, I love that. The serious stuff, no messing around.
Like, it only looks like martial arts after 10 years, really. Before it's mastering your energy, like your chi, and trying to understand it. So basically, you're trying to let go of your entire body, sink it in your feet, and then at some point your feet start burning because the pressure becomes so high, and you're just focusing and making that happen. But it's very powerful, so you should come and then.
No, I love it. I love it. Like, I think this is the sort of thing. It's like, I think this space is like an amazing platform for so many things, right? And again, this is it. On other Arc Lives, we tend to be really focused about like founders building their companies, right? And part of why I wanted to do this was to explore other people doing other things, sort of like here, right? And to have these different conversations, because I think it is an amazing platform for things like that, right? It's like you want to get better at meditation, you want to, you know, but there are daily meditation classes, so there's all this stuff that's like happening right here, kind of like as well. So when is tell everyone that's at Network School watching, when is your Tai Chi class?
I mean, if I were to choose, probably Monday 6 a.m., but I think I'm gonna get some more feedback on what people want, but you'll see it on Luma.
Is the force stronger at 6 a.m. in the morning?
It just fits better into it's when I do it anyway. You know, 7 a.m. is breakfast starts. I've been the first person at breakfast every morning since I'm here.
Really?
Yeah, so yeah, I don't want to interfere with that scheduling. But I can also
does
do.
breakfast even start at 6 a.m.? I don't go to breakfast.
7.
I do not go to breakfast.
Every morning at 7. That's also when the cooks have capacity to prepare 8 eggs for you. After that, it will be difficult.
Breakfast is good. It's a good little, you know, I think another time when we do this, I think we're gonna like wander around and like we'll start doing it at breakfast as well, you know, so people can see what's going on. It's a good like social and food spot. Yeah,
it is. Honestly, the people who show up at 7 a.m. at breakfast, you have good conversations.
They're not the people that show up at 9:30.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But you'll have a big mixture of people at 9 a.m. But who gets up at 7 a.m. for breakfast? That's usually a subset of the high-performing people, if I may say.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right. I may say so.
He says to James, who woke up like 5 minutes before this stream started. Right? You know, like great. Okay.
I don't know. There are high performers who get up later. I'm just saying, 7 a.m. You have a peak time.
No, it's good. It's good. Okay, so where does everyone find you? How do they reach out?
On Twitter, I guess, but Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever.
What's the handle? So how do they?
Adrian_DOLE is my
DOLE. Yeah. How do you pronounce that?
Dole.
Where's that from? German, is it?
German, yeah, but it's more like a slang term in my friend group.
Okay, no, love it. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
really appreciate it, and I look forward to the Tai Chi class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pleasure.
To have you.
Thank you very much. All right. Oh, did we have any comments on any of the channels? Thank you for all your questions. I can see that.
Nice.
You know, obviously we're answering everything that we don't need to. Are we going straight in? Oh, look at this.
Oh,
mate, Conrad, how are you doing? Do you want to just like do you want to do a speech to the camera?
Hello world, my name's Conrad, and I'm wearing a Vision Pro, and I work in this every day. That's my intro.
I love it.
I'm love to chat with you.
Amazing. So is this enhancing your experience? Are you watching the stream live whilst you're on it to check that you look really good, or what's going on?
I am doing a spatial recording, so then later I can watch this and feel all the feelings I'm feeling right now.
And will they be as real when you watch them back for a second time?
They will feel, very, very real, immersive, and I will have this kind of this feeling that this moment in time, it's kind of like a memory, reliving it.
I love that, right? So actually, this is not the first time that, oh no, I love it, keep it on. Like this is no, this is brilliant. You're great. Stay. You're great. You're there. Unless you prefer, whatever you prefer.
Okay, now I can you can admire this thing here.
Because it's not, again, that's not the first, this is not something you've done specially for this show. You use this like all the time. I know that you've been in one of our events where you've like also kind of like recorded like a little like something, I guess. You gave an impassioned speech, I kind of like remember.
Optimistic about technology and about us creating the future and not trying to predict it. And
that's interesting. There's two interesting things there. One, you said about being optimistic. I think we should talk about that. And the second thing was more like creating it versus predicting it. Mm-hmm. Let's start with optimistic. Why are you optimistic?
Because because we've been always creating these tools, and I don't know the future, but we human beings are tool makers, and will continue making new tools that will transform us again, as they have been, and we'll continue doing that. That is my kind of hope and vision, and that's my bet. And so I'm excited. I think there's like a lot of like literature on this and like history of this kind of thinking. Like that's what really gets me excited, and that's what I resonate with. And I'm like, to me, that's what makes sense, and that's what I like subscribe to.
And this is a tool.
Yes, this is this tool that does something which no other platform does, which is connects the hand with the digital space, like your windows, but also three-dimensional space. But so there's a lot of new things, new doors can be opened here for the human and computer interface.
That's super. So I've been around VR for, I think I probably got to have my first VR experience. And I can actually remember it. This is probably like 2013, and I got to go on a roller coaster, and it made me. I have like vertigo, whatever it is. And even being on the things in 2013 made my legs feel like I was at heights because of the kind of like the roller coaster on the thing, right? Mm-hmm. It also made me feel a little bit ill, blah, 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 blah. And technology's coming a long way, but I guess like I'm not a big birthday person. And a couple months ago, or whatever it was, a bunch of the people here took me out and forced me to celebrate my birthday. And they also gave me a present. And they gave me a present that they all created using one of these Vision Pros. And I think it is pretty much my favorite present that I've ever had. Thank you so much for doing that, particularly Valerie and Venus for, I think, like kind of like organizing it, bringing sort of like device and creating like, but basically everyone.
What was the present?
So basically, I mean, we had this dinner, and then whilst we were eating this dinner, like everyone would like get up, and all I could see is like people like walking around with the thing, right? And then at the end of the dinner, they gave me the goggles, and basically everyone had just like written or just like created like this like piece of art, I guess, like together. And it just had like a little tiny messages and drawings and whatever it is, and I could like go in and like be amongst all of the stuff and yeah, look at it and see it. It was very, very nice. I don't know quite how to describe it better than that, but thank you all for doing that. I appreciate it. Yeah,
written notes.
Yeah, and just like and drawings, whatever, and just like I was using. I don't know what the app was that was using it, but it's I now have this like 3D asset that I can sort of like look at, and I'm assuming I can probably plug it into there and then like experience it. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you walk around with it and you can see it from every angle, and you can like be in it. So everywhere you look is just this like, these like cool messages from people. Yeah. I enjoyed that at least.
To capture that moment in time where every decision about what they wrote to where is preserved for you to walk around in.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's super cool. I really appreciate it. And again, it's just a good example, right, of like a tool. Yeah, it's a good example. What's another tool that you're excited about? Like, what are you working on whilst you're here? Like, what are you up to day to day?
I am working towards like building stuff for here that allows us to interact with like code and more data and program with this and with agents.
Interesting.
Through the first step is like building a platform for launching and managing agents, like OpenClaw agents, and using all the skills and like common data that that it can like manage, and so kind of building your own personal team of agents.
Yeah, because actually what people may not realize from watching that, right, is the point is these you can see through. So when you have the goggles on, you can actually see around, right? It doesn't obscure your kind of like vision, right? And then what it does is it puts on, it gives you, it gives you a screen on top of real life, right? And then you can start to interact with that screen, right? And I guess so you're thinking about building something which allows you to launch agents within that sort of like interface, and you're building sort of interfaces for people to start coding and building apps from a visual interface that they're sort of interacting with their hands and their eyes. Is that sort of correct?
Yes, because the software will be generated just like kind of instantly and on the fly, dynamically for us to use. So things like three-dimensional spaces and visualizations of data will be a lot more dynamically made possible for you to have the cost of it's going down, so everybody you can costs a lot less to generate the code.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with exactly what you said, and this is why, again, I don't know if you heard the previous comment or like maybe a couple of conversations ago where I'm really thinking about like, what is the interface, and then like, these agents that are doing tasks for us, like, what are the things that they're going to use, right? But that interface is super interesting, right? OpenAI spent $6 billion like buying Johnny Ives, like potential kind of like interface kind of like company. There's lots of people that are working on kind of like smarter sort of like glasses. Talk more about, I guess, like how you see us interact. Right now, people are at their laptops, right? And they're coding interaction when you pull out your phone and you're dealing with stuff. Like, how do you see that changing? How are we going to be interacting with AI?
Primarily like using voice as an input, and then seeing like code generate, like visualized in 3D space. You can walk around it, and like websites and data. So like imagine like being in the Matrix, and where you see like that scene with Morpheus, and all this world around is created around you. So you can visualize certain like scenes, and also visualize like data dynamically. Like that's just having a data analyst and generating all the graphs and charts for you that are most relevant to you right at that moment. So that agility of like getting the right data, presenting it to you, the code to do that will be dynamically generated on the fly, and that's like what we're seeing with like Cloud Code skills.
No, I agree with everything that you're saying. And it's sort of interesting, again, the first point about, I think like the current main way that people interact with technology, right, is that they use their eyes and they interact with their hands on these sort of like devices, right? And that's like a touch kind of like related, right? What you're saying, right, is that we're moving to actually like more like a conversational interaction with this sort of like technology, where you're moving from typing commands to talking commands. And I guess at the minute, right, like 99% of commands are typed as opposed to spoken, but we're going to flip, I think, probably to the other way around, like 99% sort of like spoken, 1% sort of like typed. That's sort of interesting, right? That move to sort of like to kind of like to listening in terms of what the device is and how that kind of like interaction works. And then on top of that, there's like a move from like these like static white sites that you're used to looking at all the time to, again, like these things at real time, which are generated like completely bespoke to you as an individual, that like no one else has ever seen this interface before, because it's like designed exactly for you and what you need and what's going on with you kind of like right now, right? They're two very big changes you've just talked about. Basically, I agree with both of those. What I'm not so sure about, right, is like, are people really going to be looking at code? Like, it feels like just that's all just going to get obfuscated, right? It's like it's just going to be all under the hood. Like, do you really need to build an interface to like look at code? Like, is that going to be? Yeah, tell me more about that.
It's to understand how the software works. It gives you like greater power over it, and like understanding the basic principles gives you a lot of power. And yeah, a lot of it will be like abstracted, but you still like have to know what's possible. And I think like the coding education, understanding what a computer is, how it works, what are the basic elements of it, what it's doing. You have to understand that to really, and you have to know the kind of history, how we got here, and to really be able to, to use it to its fullest potential, and really to build like the next, build on top of it, build the next whatever's needed, like the next evolution of it. And then particularly what Vision Pro does is like you have the hand gestures, which allow you to interact with this dynamic UI even more. So the evolution of humanity has been like the mind and the hand working together. And so Vision Pro is that like a medium that allows us to quickly like create things more with the digital space.
The easiest way to think about this is like Minority Report. No.
Yeah.
All the sort of stuff that's happening like on the fly, right?
It's like to like manipulate the tools to create things in space. Probably be designing robots in 3D space and programs.
But what's the state of it? Because like when I use this stuff, like it's okay for like 10, 15 minutes, and then it becomes a little bit uncomfortable. Like again, I still get really like looking at sort of the screen versus kind of like real life, like, and yeah. How is this? You know, we don't want to walk around with this. Like, how's that all going to change? Like, what's going on?
I've had it since the beginning. For a while, I didn't use it, but it's very helpful. I got used to it, like wearing it for like hours. Now I can wear it for hours in the whole day, and because I have this great, beautiful, like curved monitor, and that's like a lot better than being hunched over a laptop with this tiny monitor and being like bent over. So it feels really good, and I have this good posture, so it feels like I want to keep staying in it and have this good experience in it.
So what's the first, again, just let's make it really simple again. What's the first thing you're building that someone can use? Like what is it that we can come and use? Is there something now, like a tool or a prototype or something?
Yeah, you can launch an OpenClaw instance in like under minutes. That's augmi.world, augmi.world.
augmi.world, and then they can launch an OpenClaw instance immediately through this interface. Where do you think? I mean, again, I'm so naive. Right? This is us. I don't know, right? You go on there and you type in the browser, and then it will load up, and then you're on the website on here, right, in the interface. Is that right?
Yes. Right now it's only on the web, but I'm working on the Vision Pro version as well, where you can access the.
And then that would be like an app, an independent app that would then like be able to launch stuff. Then you have a much more kind of like bespoke interface as opposed to just like looking at a web like screen on the thing, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. So, Organ. What was it? Organ.world.
Right. Augmi.world.
Okay. And you can go there and kind of like use that. And again, this is it. So like you're working on this here. I see you living and breathing this sort of like every day. How have you found your time here? Like again, were you part of the base batches? Is that how you ended up kind of like here? Was that your way in?
I've been doing a lot of Ethereum hackathons and conferences, and so probably 90% of my wardrobe is like Ethereum hackathon merch.
Yep.
So it's like just one of those.
Nice. Good, because two's early, because we've had like base batches have done stuff here, right? Like, and like base are actually opening, they've stolen some of our, no, that's the wrong way to put it. Like, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm looking forward to doing more work with you, but base, we're working on them here, right? They're taking like some space at Network School, and they've been a really big supporter of us kind of like already. They've done a whole bunch of events here, but yeah, okay, base batches too. You didn't come with them. That's too OG for kind of like for that. Well, okay, so people know where to find you. Any parting words before we get some of this Q on?
Follow me on Twitter at Conrad_Nat, KONRAD_Nat. Follow my journey doing this.
I appreciate it. I look forward. I think we should get you on in like some time and like somehow try and help people understand the experience that you're having through these eyes. But thank you so much for coming on. Thanks for bringing the tech.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, straight through. Oh, I'm gonna have to get someone to to get me some food or something. Still, no one wants to comment or question or anything on those lines. Just wait, we're still in. Mate, how you doing? Pleasure. Come, yeah, I'm great. Well, I think we should do one of these as a standing up one, but probably not with you, given your like people here will be like off the top of the frame, right? So whenever there's a short person in, we're going to do like a standing one, okay? You know? All right, so you do professional basketball, but you can look wherever you want.
Okay.
I think the people that are more normal look at me. The people that are used to being on camera look at the camera. You know, look at the person talking to the audience. You know, I mean, the more we do this, the more they appreciate, you know, the people that are watching it. You know, but then I don't get to look at you. So you do professional basketball, right? That's
You know, I am a very tall human if the camera can't tell. But the professional basketball I leave to people with skills in dribbling. I didn't get those.
What skills did you get?
I can, you know, talk English and the normal skills.
Yeah.
Kind of good at chess.
Oh, interesting.
I can solve a Rubik's Cube pretty fast.
Do you know what? There used to be chess competitions all the time. Shout out to RK. We need you back to come run some competitions. Yeah, because there's like we often have like a lot of good chess players there. Are you going to organize?
I'm not that good. Maybe I'm only good in like my friend group that I keep around me so that I feel like I'm good.
Can everyone see your shoulders are too broad? But like, if you look behind your shoulders, like over there, we have like the automated chess machine. So you know, if it's 4 a.m. and there's not anyone around to play chess, we have a little like a robot that plays chess with you here at any point, so you can practice on your level. I feel actually quite bad because there's normally there's normally people playing chess upstairs like at dinner time like all the time, and also Chinese chess. Can you play Chinese chess?
I don't know Chinese chess.
Someone should teach you, right? Okay, NS is step up, teach, you know, kind of like Chinese chess, and we need to get the Go boards out again as well. We need to learn all this shit. Okay, so speak English, do chess.
Yes. Here's another thing that I've been doing at NS, and I actually just did today.
Okay, tell me.
So I have a skill in organizing people, and I have a skill in teaching, and so today I put together an event called Ship House, SHIPHAUS, and it was a skill specific, or it was an event specifically to get people past what I call the 3 humps to learning Claude Code.
Okay.
And because I'm not a programmer by background.
Yep.
But I have been in tech, and when I experienced Opus 4.5 and Claude Code, I was like, the world changed, right? Like everything is different. Now, if you speak English, you can use Claude Code. But
that's the relevant of the the English skill.
Yes,
right?
Yes, that was one of them. So I like onboarded all my friends. I got called 14 of my friends together to work in my apartment in New York, and I onboarded everyone to Claude Code, and everyone built a project in 8 hours. And then we all submitted our own project to this website that we then built on the same day. And it was such a cool event, so much good energy for so many people that were so like new to even coding. And so we ran the event back again, and then we just ran it today again in network school. And so if you had never used Claude Code before, if you had never used Terminal before, we got you up to speed. We got it downloaded. That's the first hump in I call this the camel's back of problems. So it's like
you
get it downloaded.
Humps? I thought they had 1 or 2 humps.
This one has 3. You get it downloaded, and then I gave you a few commands that you need to know in Terminal to get it working. And then like just the idea of what's changed and what's possible now is kind of like that last hump. It's like, what can I do? And so I try to encourage people to build software for themselves, software for their friends. An example I gave was I had an upcoming trip. We created a website that had a timer of like the upcoming trip we were taking. Okay. It had an itinerary. It had like a playlist that we could all use. So like the software that we can make now, it can be created so fast. It's like there's more of stuff to make.
Yeah.
Or you can automate your tasks, or you can talk to Claude. That's the best thing. Is like Claude will answer questions for you and tell it about your life, and I'm sure it can give you answers of what to build. And it's like so that we hopefully made some people today more comfortable with the tool because the world changed, and it's, if you're comfortable with it, there's just the world of opportunity out there.
So a long time ago, I used to code.
Okay.
I used to actually get paid to be like a web developer. right? Like not very much, because I would also like work for free in places so that I could like learn from different technical teams and different CTOs that were like building products. But I can remember one of these early apps that I built was related to a timer. It was called like countdown to .it, and then you could put like whatever, and you just set up like timers so that you like have like little countdowns. So we used it for like demo days. So it was like, okay, demo days in 30 days, and you could just stick it on a screen. It would just count down all the time, you know. But God, yeah, that was a lot harder to build back then. You know? Yeah, it was like 2012, something like that. Like, you know, when I had finance, and yeah, Christ, I literally paid. Have you ever heard of General Assembly?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't really know much.
It was like a thing back then where you could like pay 10 grand to do like a 3-month-long intensive like learn to code. And basically after $10,000, 3 months of not working, incredible daily tuition, you would basically be as good a developer as someone that just went and did like 1 hour class that you did this morning, you know? Yeah. It's actually obscene. You know, and it's sort of related to the abstraction we were talking about the previous conversation. That actually just like, you know, I don't think anyone's going to be looking at code, you know, just because you just don't need to. You're so far removed from stuff, right? But okay, so this is one of the super cool things that happens here, right? Like, I can come to an event by you, and then I can just be like, again, you can get an outcome. You can come here, and you can, you know, by the time you leave, you're able to do something that you've never been able to do because you've designed a program which gets people over the 3 camel humps of the back.
Yep, totally free for anyone at network school. Was welcome to come, was on the Luma invite, and like yeah, we just did it out of the joy of doing it.
And what do you do? Are you doing anything else? Are you just teaching? You do what else is going on? Like, yeah, what matters to you, I guess, like day to day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking it kind of week by week. Historically have some projects here and there, but I think when I onboarded some people individually, it felt like the biggest impact thing I could have was onboarding people and showing them the light. And so that was kind of my prioritization of this week. We'll see what it is next week. But
no, I love it. I love it. So again, do you find that you think that you're here sort of like working out sort of like what next? Is that sort of like part of what you're doing? Kind of like, hey, working out the next big project?
Definitely. Yeah. A lot of exploring, a lot of experience with stable coins and smart contracts and layer 2s, but exploring anything, because anything is possible now.
Yeah, no, completely right. And you arrived this month?
Arrived on February. So I arrived 13 days ago.
13 days ago. I think I met you in some of your first hours briefly, right? At the kind of like the check-in. We joked about the check-in being here. Well, the real check-in's in the gym, right? Where you do your stats. You probably had a fairly good first day performance.
Yeah. So what he's referencing is within the first few hours of arriving at network school, they send you to the gym to test you for your stats, and it's just a benchmark to see how much you can improve over the month. And I did pretty well in a lot of them, but I've already seen improvements in the 2 weeks that I've been here too. So yeah.
Okay, so great. So you're staying here forever now?
Forever. Yeah, like I've had such a good time. I signed up initially for 4 months, so like from what I could see, I knew it was something I wanted to try with a good chance to extend. I am more likely to extend now than I had pictured I would be when I started.
I love it.
Very good impression.
No, it's great. It's great to get to speak to you. So are you putting on another one of the courses that you did this morning next week so that everyone listening can sign up and come to it?
That would be great. Next week, are these people coming next week, or what's,
well, no, I have no idea who it's kind of like watching, but I expect there's some people that are here.
The plan is to have more ship houses. So we got a ton of people like past the humps, and it gets more fun after everyone's already passed them, and everyone can just create their project, right? And when everyone's home free, it's like you just have free reign, and everyone gets creative and helps each other, and it's nice to like look at other people who have best practices and like and learn from each other and pull creativity from each other. So it gets better as it goes along.
No, it's great. Well, maybe I need to come as well to kind of like the next one. You know? I'm just basically waiting to for me, I'm just like, okay, like 6 months time, you're not even going to have to like use these things. I'm actually more, maybe not quite where Comrade is from before. I'm just like, this shit's getting so much better so fast that it's just like, every skill that you learn now is almost like unnecessary like a week later.
Perfect time to be at network school.
It is. Come and join, right? Okay, pleasure. Dude, where does someone find you? How do they follow Ship House for when you go somewhere else? What's going on?
Yeah, so definitely reach me on Twitter at Go4Dylan. That's GoForDylan. And if you want to check out Ship House, shiphouse.org, SHIPHAUS.org. H-A-U-S, house, like horse, like the German house.
Okay, yeah. Okay, amazing. Dylan, thank you so much for coming
Thank you
on.
for having me.
Appreciate it. You know, there's that. I think I might switch to the other side of the table. That's not. Getting sort of like staring at one body position, kind of dumb. But there's this thing called like dyslexia, right? It's like, what is it? It's where you like struggle to spell stuff, whatever it is. I have something where like if someone like spells me their name verbally, I cannot hear it. It's like if the word is over 5 letters long, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't know if there's a name for that. Someone can tell me. Are you coming on?
Oh, hi.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Or not meet you, but to see you again. You must work in fashion.
No, but it's super cold here. Actually, I was like, I came down here and then I was wearing like not even the cardigan itself, and then it started like getting even colder. So now I'm like wearing your jacket.
Hey, look, you look great. I was like assuming that
is it snowing?
It might as well. Where are you from?
I'm from Singapore.
Singapore. Okay, so
Yes.
you've come really far.
Yeah, like 2 hours. No, it's actually even like it's like less than like 2 hours. I was like it's 1 hour. It's very convenient. Yeah.
But you're here full time?
Yes, I'm here full time. So I'm here for a month because last month I actually came here to visit my boyfriend. He's in his I think he's in the second one.
Yeah.
And I mean I really liked it so far. So I decided to join like this month itself. We'll see.
Interesting. And like did your boyfriend give you an option to come with him in the first month, or
Yes, I mean he did, but because I was traveling for work, I was in Barcelona as well as Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, for about 2 to 3 weeks. So I thought like I should just try out like this one instead.
That's interesting, right? Because Singapore is sort of like, and we were talking about it on the first interview today, right? It is sort of like this incredible, one of the best cities in the world right now, right? And like you have a choice of being there, but you're here. Why?
Well, I mean, like I was like,
we're just there, but like, yeah.
Well, I would say like Singapore, it's like it's like a good country to be in. It's very financially stable and stuff, but sometimes you just get a little bit too overwhelmed. Like I feel like people there, a lot of them are in a rat race, very competitive. I mean, not that it's not. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but sometimes it feels very suffocating, I guess. So it's very nice to come here. It's very isolated in Port City and stuff. And just also like my main purpose of here is to sort of like to work on myself and become a better version of myself. I think that's important in life. You don't need to have it all figured out yet, but just like some sort of goal or growth. And all about the growth mindset.
And how is being here helping you with that then?
Well, I think over here in NS, it's very productive. Like everyone is so locked in, and you get to meet like-minded people who are, sharing the same like values. Like they have a certain thing they're working on, they're looking to achieve. So like being here is just like I feel like when it comes to like hitting goals or like when you're pursuing goals, you have to be in the right environment because like people who are like have the same mindset as you, it's perfect. Yeah, so
that's incredible. And this okay, so what do you want to talk about work then? Like, are you still working whilst you're here? Are you meant to be at the office right now? And like we're not going to talk about it. Like yeah.
Okay, I'm in fintech sales, so I do payments. I'm not building something yet, but that is something I would like to in the next 2 to 3 years. But currently, right now, I do like work remotely as a salesperson.
Sure.
I get into the office like perhaps maybe I still actually travel like 1 or 2 times back to Singapore just to get into the office because out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
So I feel like 1 or 2 times is great because it feels actually very refreshing after being here like isolated for so long.
Sure,
So long, and then going back to the office. Just let me get like more like new ideas and stuff. I've been actually strategizing like here, and then when I get into the office, I was like sharing like new ideas with like colleagues and stuff because when it comes to sales, you just have to be like creative, right? I think like people are typically doing the same thing. It's just like, oh, so how you're supposed to like stand out, you know? So that's what I've been doing actually consciously in NS.
What type of payment stuff? Like what part of payments? It's
So my company is working. We have a license acquired for Visa and Mastercard. So basically, I would say anything payments related, like any companies that need like payment processing, we handle that. So it could be, you know, from low to high risk, like your typical, like, you know, there's like an NS Cafe here, the little system device that you use to pay.
Yep.
We could like, you know, work on that. And then we could do like other industries like crypto, Forex, gambling, gaming. Yeah, the payments industry is huge.
Okay, no, it is. It's very interesting. It's often quite opinionated, right? Like when some of those industries that you're talking about there, like, you know, not everyone can just use every payment processor, yeah?
Yep.
No, interesting.
We
Okay,
actually even like process for like adult companies as well, which is very interesting.
for DAOs, you're saying?
Adult.
Oh, adult. Okay,
Adult,
okay. Yeah. Adults, interesting. Yeah. Is
Mm.
there? Yeah. No, it's it's interesting. So again, you're an expert at that sort of industry, then, right? And you're thinking maybe building something yourself in convert payments in the future. I guess, like, yeah. Have you got any? What are the problems and what are the things that you're thinking about? I guess, like in payments.
Well,
I hate the fees. That's the thing that I'm like, Jesus Christ, where is the innovation, right? But yeah, tell me.
Well, I mean, like in terms of like how I see like building a business myself is actually for now, because I'm in payments and, you know, networking is very important.
Yep.
And in like perhaps like a few years down the road, I would look to actually kind of create my own like a consulting business whereby I actually give like advices to like clients who are looking to, you know, enable payments processing. I think this role is very crucial because now that payments industry is huge, we have a lot of competitors. And you know, some clients might not actually, you know like which one is good, which one is bad. So like I'll be like the person to, you know, give them like feedback and, you know, like get them to pick the right one. I don't think it's all about fees. Sometimes I think, you know, trust is very important in like building like a successful partnership. So yeah, I mean, like sometimes you might be paying more, but like you actually trust like that channel, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an adult, I mean, like you're happy to pay more, so if you actually get paid, right? You know, as opposed to shut off and shut down, whatever it is, right? Like it's kind of like it's trickier than you kind of think. Okay, fine. Okay, so here, growing, leveling up, having sort of fun. You experienced it last month. You came back kind of like this month for like full time.
Yeah.
Are you now moving here permanently?
Well, mindset. Just gotta figure out the logistics. Honestly, I mean, I've been enjoying myself so far. Every day has been pretty productive. More of, I would say that in terms of like thinking long term, I'm thinking long term, but it's just about figuring out the logistics. I mean, obviously, I still have to, you know, get into the office sometimes for travel for work and stuff. So it's just more about like, figuring out the logistics, but you know, definitely a long term mindset.
Yeah. But what's the thing that surprised you most about here? Then, you know, like what is you know, what was the thing you expected least? I guess.
Expected that people here are actually very nice, and I mean, like everybody here, they're just like, you know, like helping each other out with their projects and stuff, which is actually like, not say it's unheard of, but like, you know, initially I thought there would be like some sort of competition, right? Because you know, some people they're building I wouldn't say the same thing, but like pretty like much similar, but like everybody is like, you know, sort of like open to hearing feedback, and I think like obviously when it comes to feedback, you know, that's how you grow, right? Like stuff, So I mean, like so far I think like the people here are like, you know, like,
I agree. I'm actually even surprised, you know, like I can't believe we've not had more, I don't know, like more not nice people for some reason. I really, I mean, a bit, you know,
I've not met any actually.
Well, this is it. I've been like a year and I'm like, wait, like we really, for some reason, and I would say, like, you know, if there is a value here, the value is win and help win. Right. And I think that is, but what's kind of interesting about it is, I mean, it is stated and everyone knows that, right? But it's just like, it's a very natural way that people behave here, right? Like it's just like Dylan that was on here before, right? It was like a perfect example, right? He just taught a whole bunch of people to get over those humps like today before kind of like coming on, right? It's like, it is sort of very. I can't. I don't know why we don't have more.
Yeah, exactly. And people are so open. I mean, like honestly, they're also friendly. You could just like grab a dinner and just like, hey, can I sit here? And like you start chatting about businesses and then life and stuff, and then you become friends. Like, yeah, it's insane.
Have you lived in such a kind of like a communal environment before?
I have not. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if this is similar, but I was in a boarding school, and then is that like
that was in my head? Yeah.
Yeah, I was in boarding school. I used to be from Singapore Sports School as a student athlete, and like the school itself has also about like 400 to 500 people.
Yep.
And we just do like the same thing. We just like train, we eat together.
What was your sport?
Badminton.
Badminton. Have you been playing badminton with people here?
Like, yeah.
Are you the best?
I am. Looking forward to the NS Cup tomorrow.
Oh no, I love it. Wait, so you've played and beaten Jackson and Justin and everyone.
I played with Jackson. That's my first game.
Okay, good. He doesn't like losing. I love that. Right? Does he? Right? Yeah. That's just okay. Excellent. So you're the best badminton player. Sorry, I interrupted. Please continue. So boarding school.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I think like how it kind of relates back to NS is that people have a shared goal,
Mm-hmm.
And what we do, like in boarding school, it's like literally. I mean, we have a motto itself: striving for excellence.
Oh, I love it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And I mean, like, although I would say like it's actually very different compared to NS because like there I get to meet like not so nice people, whereas in NS, like, but maybe I don't want to say it, but like but yeah, I feel like having like the community actually helps you, like how I mentioned, like being with like-minded people. You have like the earn, learn, and burn, right? These are, I feel like, three important pillars for like success. Like a lot of like I guess like adults, like when they're like building something, they could be like so like what's the word, like focusing in too much that they actually neglect like other aspects of their life.
Sure.
Such as like earning. Obviously, like you have to have a physical like healthy body to actually continue what you want to build. Right?
It's a long game.
Yeah. So like NS is great. I mean, like that three pillars actually really help you to become really the best version of yourself.
So quickly tell me about this NS Cup that you're going to win with badminton skills tomorrow.
Okay. Well, it's tomorrow, and there are 3 parts. Football. I can't play football. What else? Badminton, and then volleyball, which I have no idea as well. So I'm just gonna, give that to my team.
You've got the hand-to-eye coordination,
I
though,
think
right? So you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm pretty like athletic. So like, I would say that I'm pretty good at. I think anything ball games is okay for me, but definitely not soccer. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, well, good luck in the NS Cup. Thank you so much for coming on. Where does someone find you if they want to talk payments or play you at badminton?
Twitter or LinkedIn.
This is live on LinkedIn, so careful. But what's your Twitter handle then? Where would people find you?
It is actually, oh God, there are some like weird numbers at back. Can I like maybe like afterwards?
Don't worry about it. Okay, but so somewhere on Twitter. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. Enjoy. Thank you for wearing some great clothes.
Yeah, now I'm feeling like warm already. This is too much.
Right. Thank you very much for coming on. Oh God, I'm doing a switch now. I need to like rotate my body to be on the other side of this camera. First time kind of like switch. I did boarding, and actually I do think there's things like similarities here. One of them is like communal meals. Like you can eat alone unless you like run out of the building and like find a quiet. Oh, I love this, James. Okay, meat. Okay, amazing. Meat, lovely to meet you. Okay, wow. So this is your book.
Yeah.
Meet the site. I love it. Okay, so if you can't read it, this is you plus AI, the most important relationship of your life. Can you see that? Is this in every good bookstore near you, or is it on Amazon? Where do they get this book?
So they will get from the Amazon. Basically, it is from the online store. Because I have self-published the book.
Yeah.
So till now, it is more than 4,000 copies has been sold.
Incredible.
Within 4 months.
Okay. Well, I'm going to stop reading this because this is going to like cheat on the interview, and I'm going to find out about you here, right? But like, why don't you introduce this then? So, tell us about your book. I think you should hold it at the same time.
So basically, I am the tech guy, but trying to do something for the people because I have a knowledge. So I have an intention of let me share my knowledge to the non-technical or semi-technical people, so they don't have a more idea and more perspective about the AI, how things works, what is a generative AI, from where they can start, or what are the skills will be required in the future time because of the AI. So these whole lot things has been covered in this particular book. And apart from the that best thing about the book is that there is a QR code after every chapter. So you need to scan the QR code. There is a QR code. You scan the QR code and you will be able to listen the whole chapter in the Gujarati, Hindi, and English as an audio podcast.
Okay, amazing. So what we could do as well then, right? Like if someone was watching, right? So we could go, let's go chapter, I don't know what chapter this is, like, but like, look, we're going to get this QR code on here, right? So you can, if you can see it live, you can now hopefully scan the QR code. And hopefully the great thing about this is it's going to take you to the book, right? So instead of them having to search for it, they're going to do this, right?
Yeah.
But this is interesting because actually like this is the most important thing that's happening in the world right now. So do you think AI is going to be good for humans, or do you think it's going to be the end of the human race? Do you know what P-doom is? This P-doom is like your probability that you think AI is going to bring doom and basically the end of the human race. So if you're like Eliza, whatever his name is, Eliza Yelakowski, whatever it is, his P-doom is like 1.
So what is my perspective is that it is going to be, if we don't have to do the more work to survive ourselves, right? We can do more creative stuff. We will have more time for ourselves. Is the bigger question than the survival.
Is it going to eat us though? Is it going to drain our batteries to build more robots?
There is a more mental fog is going to be there because of the this particular thing. We will be in a more speed. So world have a more speed, and naturally, because of that, what will happen that we might be not capable to chase or evolve the faster like AI.
So what is everyone going to do when AI can do everything?
Sit alone, ask why we have here.
Yeah, and just do that for all that's all we're going to do.
The whole time. Let's say I love to play cricket.
Yeah.
I can do the more. I can play more cricket.
Yeah.
Let's say I love to write. I can write more. I can connect more dots because of the let's say a few things was not possible previously, but now I can connect the quantum physics with the art, and I can find if there is some interesting way to connect and find some meaning for ourselves.
Okay, so you're playing cricket, you're writing. How are you affording your meal, your dinner after your cricket and your writing? Who's paying for your meal?
Yeah, I'm paying.
How
so there might be as there is a concept has been given by the Sam Altman, like there might be universal basic income will be there, right? So people have been given the money for their survival. So we don't have to think much on that part.
Do we think?
Yeah. Because as we can see the previously, let's say 2000 years before, when we are 100, at that time we don't have to go for the work for 7 days in a week. We go for the hunting like 1 day in a week, and rest of the day we just.
It's actually interesting, right? I think there's some research done on these like very these like uncontacted tribes, right? And they like try and categorize like how they spend time, and have to like they're just like this category of just like doing nothing. It's not even like resting, or they just do nothing, right? It's just for somebody they're just like no intention, it's like they didn't even know how to categorize, just like literally nothing, for like hours at a time on given days. Like I'm not very excited about doing nothing.
Yeah, it is very hard to see with ourselves. Very, very hard. And apart from that, we will not have a purpose.
Well, this is the challenge. I'm very comfortable sitting with myself, but like just for if that is the purpose,
Yeah, it's going to be tough time.
but like what's the point of sitting with yourself? Like what is the point of sitting with yourself?
I don't have any answer on this. But let's say if I don't have to do any work, then there might be what are the creative works I like, right? That I can do more. That is what I thought. I haven't think about many people as of now.
So again, did you come to NS to give away copies of the book to everybody, or like what did you hear? How did you hear about Network School?
One of my friends came here. He is in TikTok, so he asked me to come here to meet different kind of people and think out of the box. People are here, and you will get new contact and new opportunities. There might be chances, and you will get a new way of thinking because you meet new people from the different cultures. Let's say people come here from the 100 countries, right? So their way of thinking is different than yours. You can see the things in a different perspective, and you can get that perspective, and that perspective you can give to the other people, so they can see the picture in a broader manner.
Yep.
So that is what my purpose.
And did you come here in February? And was it what you expected? Did your friend lie to you, or was it that?
This is more than what I expected. I meet great people here. I go for the run. I play volleyball. I learn badminton. And tomorrow is
Mate, you don't even need AI. You're already doing it, right?
Yeah. So meeting new people, learning from like behind your Lalit is there, how to raise a fund, and multiple good sessions here has been conducted by many people. So that is very exciting for me. Let's say I have time, I can focus, I can learn, I can relearn, I can unlearn.
This is it. I feel like. So when did you become? I don't know what the right is. I'll let you. You can choose the right word, but would you say that you're quite spiritual, or you're quite like you focus a lot on sort of the mind, or like who you really are? How would you describe these sort of interests that you have and the way that you talk about things maybe differently to other people?
Yeah. So what are the things I'm what are the my perspective, because of I do the meditation vipassana more of it, so I'm trying that this is the whatever the things has been going on, that is a temporary.
Okay.
We need to detach from each and everything. Whatever, let's say I have a tomorrow $1 billion company, there might be chances on a day after tomorrow that might be not here. So everything right now, whatever I have, that can be gone. So that is the way, and just try to give your best to the current moment. That is the best way to live, rather than focusing too much ahead and think in the past whatever happened, right? So whatever the adding more joy to your heart. That is the thing.
If I reflect on that, maybe it actually makes me more positive for like a post AI world where we don't actually have to do any work, because like again, a lot of the people that are here, right, are between things and they're working out what next. So actually they get to like just indulge in this sort of like the breadth and depth of all of the things that's going on here, right? And like people come and they play cricket, or they're playing volleyball or basketball, or they're playing badminton like the last lady, or they're playing chess, or they're playing whatever. There's just all of these things that you can actually do if you have the time. Time disappears here. Like we did a arc over Christmas, so we were here for Christmas. And we were like, Christ, we're already in the middle of nowhere for Christmas. Let's like really lean in. So what we decided to do is we led an 88-hour-long fast. No food and no screens or devices, right? And we were like, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And it's like, we were so busy. 88 hours went so fast. Like, shout out to some of these sort of like the fasting crew, particularly Ramiro and Adam and Nicole. I miss you. Come back. Let's do some. I will fast again if that's what's required for you all to kind of like come back. But what's just interesting, that time absolutely flew. There was just so much to do. We were so busy, and we couldn't even use our screens, right? In that time, and we weren't even eating. And so like it's just like, what did we do? I don't know what we did, but it just time did disappear. That makes me,
because of that, what happens is that everything is settled down, our mind is settled down. We, whatever the things, whenever we are not doing anything, whatever the common thoughts which is bothering us that popped out, we have a time to give the answer by ourselves, that okay, this is the thing, this is bothering me, this thing I can think in this particular manner as well. At that time I have reacted, now I can reflect, okay, there might be chances in this from I can learn this particular thing. So it is going to like that, and it is after that, whatever the fasting, there might, you will understood that you have 1 millisecond extra whenever you are speaking to anyone, or whenever you are thinking. So you are more reflective than reactive. That is the main difference that I have also experienced while there is a no screen. There is a food, but no screen in 10 days of Vipassana, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you don't have to speak anyone, and at that time you have that extra millisecond that can bring the difference while we are engaging in conversation.
I haven't done a 10-day Vipassana, and I really want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like something I've wanted to do for a really long time. I'm always pretending to myself that I have too much work and I can't take 10 days off, you know. I've not had a holiday in a long time. I really hope I get to do one of those at some point. I feel it's it's good.
It is definitely good, because we all think we have too much work, right?
Yep.
But when we take that 10 days, after coming back from those 10 days, we will do 20-day work in the 10 days. That is what I experienced. I'm not promoting.
Yeah.
Because you are very calm, you are very settled, you know what to do, what not to do.
You're not addicted, you're not scrolling Twitter. You're
and once you completed the Vipassana or anything like fasting, and then you go back to your screen, you feel these are the things I'm watching.
Yep.
Why it is matter to me the most?
Yeah. No, I love it. Let me again. So on your book, and making sure that people can have a look at this. Is there anywhere else that someone should find you, or
You can find me on LinkedIn. B2B is my ID.
Yeah.
No,
it's super cool. This is really important. I think you know, the more you can get on top of this, the better your personal future is going to be as well, right?
Yeah, and one thing that this is going to be a visual book, so anyone can. It is not that too much content heavy. It is like a context heavy. That this is the thing that it is required.
Yep.
That is what we try to do.
Pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great time with you. Great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You can take this with you as well.
Oh, okay, mate. There's a present. Look at this. Is amazing. We're going to switch back again. Thank you so much. Right. Get off camera. I think. Do you want to do a standing interview? Of course. Yeah. Oh, this is amazing. This is what we're going to do. So I work standing up all day. I had a standing desk, and I do not sit down, and so it's pretty weird for me to sit down all day. My body doesn't have a clue what to do. Oh. Okay. Here we go, mate. How you doing, James?
How's it going? Somo.
Somo?
Yeah.
How are you spelling that?
SOMO.
SOMO. Somo.
Yeah. Actually, my name is Sohail, and my last name is Momeni. So Somo is like an easy to remember name that I
love
like
that.
tell everyone.
Your last name is Momeni, did you say?
Yes.
Where's that from?
I'm Persian, and like Momeni means believer.
Have you been chilling with Amir in the back, right? You're down with the Iranians. You're like me, you know. You move around a lot. So whenever I used to first do things, right, I would constantly sway and fidget and all the rest of it. And it's only through like deep, you know, sort of training that I now like anchor myself, and then I stop like swaying around as much. You know, it's sort of do you ever do this? If you're like me, sometimes you're in like a networking event or something and you like move like side to side. Do you do this?
Yes, I do that a lot.
It's pretty special if you do it with someone and you find that you're like swaying in motion. Have you ever done that? Like, and you're like, wait, we're in sync, you know? You're like, oh, you know, it's good. But okay, we are diverging. What are you doing here?
Actually, the reason I'm here is like I'm looking to find out what's to do next. I've been a builder before I'm 21 now. When I was 17,
21. Oh my God.
When I was 17, I've built my first startup. I wanted to build. Have you ever used Crunchbase or like PitchBook?
I mean, yes, I have, because I'm an old man, and like back in the day, like everyone used to use Crunchbase, right?
Back in
when people used to read TechCrunch, you know, like 20 years ago, like that's all I would do is read TechCrunch every single article every day. You know?
Yes.
TechCrunch was my way into the tech
like
kind of ecosystem.
Crunchbase is a database of all funding rounds, startups. They call it LinkedIn for companies.
Yeah.
Like back in 2022, I wanted to build Crunchbase for crypto. Crunchbase for Web3, and I was really excited about it because back then it was crazy out there in crypto, and there were lots of funding rounds related to like crypto startups. I've built I've built an MVP myself back then.
You're 17 at this point.
Yes, I was 17.
But what were you doing at 17? Shouldn't you have been at school or something? Like,
actually, I didn't go to high school. I was a high school dropout because my dad told me, if you don't want to go to high school, you should make like 3K a month for like in the summer. And when I did it, he allowed me to not go to the high school.
Did he think you were going to make 3K a month? Was he like, okay, no, but if you do that, or, you know?
Yes. He didn't believe that I could, but like back then it wasn't that hard to make like money in crypto, even if you are a kid. So like I made that, and I didn't go to high school. And after like a year, after a year of being in crypto, I wanted to build something myself. So I started that startup. It was called Longlist. I built the whole database myself, and we were also not tracking the funding rounds of startups. We were also tracking accelerators and like hackathon like winners, because we know that like VCs, they are really excited about to know what's happening in the very earliest stage.
Sure.
And during this process, I've learned that I should talk to my like possible future customers, and we started to have like deep interviews with like different VCs and angel investors, not because we wanted to raise funds from them. We just wanted to learn about their processes and how they are like looking for new startups, how they are doing their deal sourcing and due diligences. And
sitting on a beach in south of France.
Exactly. Yeah. And during the process, I really learned about like how to call them investors, how to like get their attention, and this kind of stuff. And I can say after like doing this interviews for like 3 months, I've learned that like no one in the venture industry really use any paid tools, especially in crypto. They all like try to find deals from their network. They all try to like host hackathons or like host demo days themselves to like attract startups. They're not looking for knowing what other VCs are doing, especially because when you hear about like funding round or like these datas are like public data, they're not like private. When there's an announcement of a specific funding round, this funding round happened like 3 months ago, 2 months ago. So the data is not alpha. It's not an alpha thing to know. And I can say that was my first ever like startup failure, which was like very exciting, very interesting. I've learned a lot about that. And then I went to like marketing. I can say I went to the marketing industry. I'm like part of a Safari Club, which is like a marketing community for like crypto marketers. And I was a growth marketer for like 2 DeFi project after that. And then I became an intern in a VC firm in UAE. It's called like Sharding Capital.
What's it called?
Sharding Capital. Okay. Yeah, it was a small venture fund back there. And then I was a junior investment analyst. And
so how old are you by this point?
I was like 20.
20. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And like I left the firm, and from then to like now, maybe like past year, I'm not working anywhere. And although like I'm part of one of my friends' startup, they are doing some stuff, but like I'm not like directly doing anything over there, and I'm looking to know what to do after this. Something I really love about like NS is that I wasn't deep in the AI trenches, but since I'm here, I really learn about how people are using AI tools deeply in their processes, in their in daily lives. And I've been focused like full time every day on AI stuff since then. And that's it.
Why did you come here? How did you hear about this?
Actually, like because of being in crypto, I've been to like different events all around the world. And back in like 1 year ago, I went to the Solana Founders Villa back in Dubai. So I've learned.
That was at Nas House, was it?
Yes. Yeah. It was a pop-up city, and back then I had the experience of the pop-up cities,
Sure.
and I was really like enthusiastic about like these kind of hubs, and that's why I'm here, and I'm thinking to become a long-termer.
I love it. Shout out to Naz as well. He's come through Arc and seen some of the stuff that we've kind of like done, and I've been lucky to stay at kind of like Naz house kind of like too. But I guess you're saying, okay, so you're here and you're now thinking about becoming a long-termer.
Yes.
You've been like AI pilled, you've been NS pilled, like, and you're like, God, like where else, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's pretty unique sort of place then, right? It's like if you, like, where else can you go? Like places like Naz house, it's like I'm like, even if you go to like downtown San Francisco, which is like I feel like. You know, it's a different group of people, but it's like the talent density and just like the craziness of what's going on here is like even more. You know,
Exactly.
It's kind of like super cool. So you're thinking of staying.
Yes, because I think this is the early days of like NS, and being here it's kind of being an early adopter of the whole idea, and you can get like benefited not just because of the network that currently is here, but also from the network and like people which are going to be here soon. And because I've talked to some of the NS team members, and he told me about the plans and like the target that they have to like scale the NS from now on. Because I can say the whole idea is like validated, and they are going to the scale stage. And I guess it's a great time to be in NS. And yeah, that's it.
No, I agree. I think it's like you're still, if you turn up next month, I feel like you're still able to be like early to this, right? Like, and you'll still get to see it in its sort of infancy, but that's going to change pretty quickly. You know, a year from now, it's going to be like a completely different experience. You know, you will have missed the boat a year from now. Is my view on this. It's like very interesting. But okay, so is your dad got some KPIs that you have to meet before, like, if you don't succeed, you have to go back to school?
Or he wanted to make sure that I'm serious about like working and not like going to high school.
If you got some current ones where like he's like, look, if you don't, you know, if you're not doing,
that was his only. Like,
he's given up now.
Yeah,
in a child gone. Do you have any siblings?
No, I'm the
only child, right? Okay, and okay, he's
Actually, he's not happy that I work for myself. I don't need him like in financial stuff. So yeah.
I think parents, you know, it's nice if they're needed still, you know, like, you know, they don't have to run too
of
far.
Of course, there are some like emotional relationship, but not like financial.
You should be looking after them now, right?
Yeah,
you know,
of course,
No, it's great. Are they in Iran now, or where are they?
No, they live in the combination of Iran and Oman.
In Oman.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. In Muscat or
Muscat? Yes.
Okay.
Have you ever been there?
I have. Yeah.
Nice.
A long time ago, I was educating some of your ministries on kind of like on blockchain and stuff.
Nice.
And I went, what's this like? I went out. I went out to like an old gold town, a bit more out in the desert, like
Sohar.
I can't remember. But it's a beautiful place. It's cool, right? People should visit.
Yeah, I can say it's a very traditional place when you compare it to other GCC countries. GCC countries are like Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, and like UAE itself, and Oman. But like Oman, when you compare it to those countries, although it's modern in some cases, but it's very traditional. You're not going to see any skyscraper. You're not going to see like any like modern buildings. It's like 100% traditional because they want it to be in this style. They want it to like have their own culture. And it's cool. Muscat and Salalah. Salalah is like, it's near the Yemen border. It's more like, it's like here, I can say. The weather is better. It's like, you can go for swim. It's like, I don't know how to express it. It's like a great place for vacation.
Yeah. This is it. Again, there's actually like a ton of natural beauty in Oman as this kind of thing, right? Like it's a big country, and it's there's a lot of natural beauty there, right? It's a little bit different to like a Qatar or a UAE or whatever it is, right?
Exactly.
A lot more space, a lot more diversity, a lot more kind of like cool kind of things as well, right? But you choose to be here.
Yes, of course, because I was starting to think to become like a digital nomad.
Yeah.
But after being here, I was thinking like, why not become long termer.
Yeah. Look, but everyone comes to you here. You know, it's just like
Yes.
instead of you running around, then you just stay here. Like you know,
And
incredible
like,
people. turn up
Singapore
every day.
is like here, and you can go to Singapore for like 10
Yep.
minutes. And
No, I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have a call to action for anyone? Like, there's nothing you're yet working on, but okay. So where do they follow you on Twitter? Where do people go?
Yes, I've been like tweeting for like past 4 or 5 years in Twitter. If you type like Somo, my like username is Sohail Momeni, but like my name is Somo, and on Twitter if you like
SOMO,
exactly,
and you come up top result.
Yes, probably.
Okay.
I hope so.
You test that next.
Yeah.
But Judith, pleasure for coming on.
man.
Congratulations in your youth. Thank you for being on, and we'll speak to you soon. All right. Okay, I'm switching back to this side now. Oh, I wish it was a night. It was a bit of a grey day today. We should flip the camera a little later around so you can see, because like basically this is like a huge window kind of in front, looking at all these beautiful kind of like tropical kind of like trees, and it's very often it's just a beautiful blue sky. Unfortunately, I don't get that right now, but we're gonna move on. James.
Hi, Anthony. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Where are you from, Anthony?
I'm from Canada, Quebec.
You know, I was
the accent.
No, it's good. I was reading about Montreal last week. Like a good friend of mine, shout out Chance, constantly supplies me with sort of like interesting like reading material and facts, and we actually have like a map of old Montreal in the Ârc office. Actually, we have a map of it. It's like one of the great cities, because it was one of the most important sort of like port cities. You know, Montreal, New York, New Orleans, all these like incredible important cities. And there was a bit of an English cohort in Montreal, kind of like originally, but then but that whole part of the region, it's all French now, right?
It is, but it's still like English speaking a lot because of immigration and people mixing together.
But again, so this is the part of the world that you're from. How did you end up here?
I saw a reel on Instagram and then piqued my curiosity, and then I went on YouTube, tried to find more of it, stumbled on your podcast.
Oh, cool.
So
one of 10. I mean, I feel like thank you so much for
I'm one of the
10 viewers.
98 subscriber.
Thank you very much. Look at that. This is this is how celebrity starts, right? You start bumping into your your podcast. Thank you so much. I hope that was slightly useful. What were you searching for on Instagram that made you find a reel?
I think it's just like the algorithm pushed it at some point. Something like must have went viral.
Interesting.
And I was in Asia, so it's kind of easy come here.
Okay. And what was it about it that was interesting? Like, why did you go on the podcast? Like, what was it? What are you up to? I guess why did this make sense to you?
Yeah. So back in October, I quit my job. I used to work in investment banking.
Sure.
And so I'm kind of like picturing the future where like it's kind of a hierarchy. So you have like MD, VP, associate analyst, and then basically like the middle to lower tier is doing execution. It's gonna get wiped out.
Yeah.
And it's gonna remain the VP and the MD. So
yeah.
I was not fast enough to kind of be at the top of the pyramid. So I don't think like I would have been successful in the future.
Yeah.
So like I decided to quit and try to like find something and be part of the change instead of like being impacted by it.
It's pretty. How were you? Because there's a lot of people right now that are doing entry-level work in investment banking or the law firms or the big four, whatever it is, right? And I'm telling you, like those jobs are just not going to exist, right? They are gone, and it's not like 10 years. It's like 1 or 2, right? And these things are gone. What made you, what made you realize that? I guess like how were you sort of aware of this? What made you come to that conclusion?
Like more and more, I was starting to use AI in my workflow, and then we were kind of like building decks and like prompting for specific phrasing, like building the deck together. And then at the same time, there was software companies that were working exactly on solving like the specific problems, and so like they were not good at the time, but like they were improving faster.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of a question of time, I guess.
Yeah. That's it. It's like that's what I always struggle with. It's like yes, it can't do these things right now, but can you see the line on the graph and like the direction of travel, right? Like it's still being like what are the gaps that we always need to get there.
There's one of like my mentor or someone I follow a lot. He's saying that like when the cows go to the like the killing
The slaughterhouse.
the slaughterhouse, they kind of know they're heading that way, but like they're kind of deciding to chill, so their nervous system kind of like it regulates it, and so it doesn't like freak out.
Okay.
But it knows, and it self-regulates and try to avoid it.
Okay. So everyone's just sort of like secretly accepting it and just sort of like, okay, I'm not going to worry about it, and just like continues walking into the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, but you saw the light, you turn around, you said, no, I'm not for the slaughterhouse, or the abattoir. What a great word, abattoir. Okay, so no abattoir for you. And so you were like, okay, I'm going to try and escape this, and I'm going to try and take a different path to not being eliminated. And what's that path that you're doing? How far have you gone? Yeah. What you try? Okay, so what are you trying to do? How's that going?
Like I'm diving. That's why I come here, because I see a lot of people kind of building. So I wanted to be in that environment. And so like it's my first week, my first few days. And
Welcome.
I have a project I'm building right now. It's a Bible app. And basically I want to be able to like prompt when I'm reading easily based on certain like philosophy. Let's say like let's say I hear about like a different philosophy, and I said, oh, there might be a link here. Can you analyze with that philosophy in mind this passage, this verse? And then ideally maybe like ping like a stick note, come back to it if you want, like when you write your notes in the sideline.
Yeah.
And maybe like upvotes with a different user. Maybe it could be interesting for other people to share their interpretation.
Interesting. So is that, I guess, is it the core thing is like reading the Bible, or it's reading other stuff and trying to find the links back to the Bible with it?
Like the idea is like the core is the Bible, but like the Bible is a lot of parables and a lot of like esoteric meaning. It doesn't like, if you take it literally, like I don't think it makes much sense.
Yeah.
So like sometimes you read like another like self-help book, or like you might want to apply it like with the lens of like the Buddha, like how Buddha thinks about this idea. And so try to like find different like synergies to see like the true meaning or underlying truth behind it.
Interesting. Because like, how's your experience being here? It's like I'd say like NS is it's like it feels like it's almost like a fairly secular experience, but it's because it's a very, very diverse group,
right?
Like kind of like people, right? Like I think like a lot of other kind of like pop-ups and things like this that I've done in other parts of the world, right? It's nowhere near as diverse, right? And like here, you probably have people from, not just from different countries, but from loads of people from different faiths, right? I'm like, it'd be interesting. I'm assuming Christianity would be like a minority kind of like faith, kind of like So what's your view, I guess, on that? Just like what you've experienced sort of like here, like is there a lack of sort of like kind of like religion here? Is there a hole that needs to be filled? Like what's going on?
There's a hole that needs to be filled. I think like there's a hole to be filled. Like everyone can't feel it until like you're enlightened, I guess. So. And so I'm not like really like dogmatic on the Christianity thing, but I'm open to hearing different like religion and see kind of like what's the underlying truth. My philosophy is like they're kind of all pointing towards like the same truth, like an inner truth.
Yeah.
And
no, it's sort of interesting. Just I think a lot of people here, we talk a lot about rituals, like as an example, right? Like a lot of people here are like, well, what are our rituals? What are the things that make us NS or make us like bind us to each other and give us our like patterns of behavior, right? And a lot of time I experience these sort of like rituals here that people are doing, and one of the things I've been observing is I feel like a lot of these rituals are like really inferior versions of like religious rituals. It's like you're like summoning your group and you're doing some sort of like little ceremony. I'm like, you know what? When I was at school and we went to our church and our local kind of thing, and like that was like way kind of like more extravagant and cooler, right? And like I don't know, I feel like maybe there's a lot more we can learn. Like I don't know whether we need to go back and like reclaim some of these things that are kind of like there already. You know, I think like some of these things are quite linear. They've been around for ages, and I think like maybe I don't know. I do think it's like there's something interesting though. I don't know.
What's the kind of religious philosophy of the place you've been around since day one?
Say that again. What's the religious philosophy of
Here?
I think it's again. I think it's very, very diverse. I think one of the interesting things about NS as well, actually, is that almost like because everyone gets along so well and everyone helps each other. I think that can almost like that almost hides how different actually a lot of people's backgrounds and upbringings and values like really are here. I think it's actually very interesting.
Right.
I think there's actually like a much bigger diversity of values and beliefs than you could have like noticed on the surface, right? Because we all sort of like coalesce and get on in this kind of like way. But you know, I run a lot of sessions here where we're talking about like religion or whatever it is, like you know, and I've literally run like several conversations on religion over the last 12 months, and yeah, you have like people that have very different beliefs, and very different beliefs of like, you know, what the role of maybe new things should be, like network states in this sort of like, you know, in this space or not. You know, it's it's interesting. But okay, so you're helping people maybe study this stuff more.
Well, I did it for personal, like it's more of a personal thing.
Yeah.
Like to help me first, and then after that, like I'll share it to other people. But I'm organizing this Sunday a Bible, like this kind of like Bible study where we're gonna like diving in the text and try to like share perspective. So like I thought like if I'm gonna start building with AI, I might as well like
Something useful.
that,
Yeah.
you know?
Have you met Marcus from Lorem? Yeah.
No.
Okay, it's another introduction I have to make. It's the third one of the day. Ping me on Discord after this because he's building Lorem, which effectively is like, it's very similar to what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's like, it's probably more just described around like kind of like book clubs where again, it's like you've got like some reading and okay, great. You send out the reading to everyone and everyone's able to like digest that, highlight that, comment it in a way that they can then come back together and have like a shared experience of what they kind of like just gone through.
Nice.
And so I think you guys have nice to over like kind of like talk about kind of like all of that. But I guess like, how are you finding being here then? Okay, you saw a reel, saw some silly podcasts. Well, like, okay, I'm gonna make the jump and kind of like come out here. You've now been here 1 week. Reality versus expectations, like where are things? How's it going?
Well, my expectation was like none. Like I had no idea what it was gonna be. So far, I love it. It reminds me, you know, like when I start working, I start working in the Big Four, which is horrible.
Ernst & Young was my first.
Yeah. And so
that's this one. What service? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'm a chartered accountant, but I was in more in international structuring. But they continue. So okay, so Deloitte.
Yeah, and so like, although there was one good week, and like, so like they pulled like every kind of intern and new employees to Toronto. And like basically it was like a week long of like there was a workshop, you get to meet like the new interns and you like party a bit.
Yep.
It was just like you know, share ideas, and it was like everyone's in a good spirit, and you know, that week was the best work week. So that's why they make it like at first so you don't quit the first day. But yeah, it reminds me a lot of that week, like very nice. You're exchanging with people. Everyone's is great. Everyone's great and sharing. And
it's actually interesting. With mine, like my first days in the job, they didn't even bring you into the job. Went straight into your first set of classes and exams.
Okay.
And so actually, if you didn't pass the first set, you were fired before you'd even had like a first job. So you're being paid to study for like the exams. The exams are like hard, you know. And so and it's like a few months. So straight in studying, you know, all day, and then like some people didn't even get through that. It's like fucking insane. And then you start, you know, I enjoyed that period actually, but then like as soon as I started work, it was like, wait, is it this for the rest of my life? Like, what's going on?
Like your pitch a lie.
whatever it is, if it's cliche, it's like you've just done your Harvard MBA and you go into investment banking, right? Like I thought that you get like, you go in, you work 120-hour weeks and you fucking churn it. It's like this for years. Now maybe you go and join a big tech firm and that's more prestigious or whatever it is, but like, I think like the cultures of this big tech firm, there's none of this stuff. We're on and we're live. How much did we miss? Did we guys? We've just done 50 more interviews, and we're cutting short. No, just we're okay. Okay, I think we're just going for it. Okay, it's all kind of good. Well, sorry if there's a little bit of an abrupt kind of like change there in the service. We are still going. We are still live. We were just finishing up and saying where people can find you, right? And you're another Instagrammer, not X. We should have like a.
I'm getting there.
So where do people find you on Instagram?
Yeah, Anthony V Jones.
Anthony V Jones. Okay, and then they can follow your journey along here. Maybe see a reel.
Yeah.
Maybe end up coming and watch a podcast, and then come and turn up here in Network School. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. All right, I appreciate it. Yeah. See you in a bit. Oh, okay, well, that's kind of good. Yeah, no, just straight in. I mean, but you need to get mic'd. So it's all good. We can shake hands, but at the minute, you need to go back off though. So turn around and go over here. I feel like these are maybe like, are they in the center? Love it. Can I have a bottle of water as well, guys? Okay. Everyone keeps stealing our waters. Okay, it will arrive. It will arrive in a minute. Mate, Bodden, mate, how are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm excellent. Christ, where do we want to start, mate? Why on earth are you here?
So originally I thought I will find investors here. I quickly realized it's not the place to look for investors. I also thought I will find customers here. Have some success there.
Okay.
But mostly like just great people.
And why did you? Yeah, what was your? How did you come across Network School in the first place then?
So I heard about it first time when it was just launched, but it was all about crypto, and I was never crypto optimist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then a few months ago, I heard a few good reviews from my friends, and I checked the website again. It's now all about startups. That's why I'm here.
Interesting. And what are you working on then?
So I'm building Amplitude for conversational AI. So now we have this new user interface, which is like chat with AI, users talking to AIs, and I believe that every company that wants to know
today, right? To how those LLMs convert, interact with their kind of users, not just like the app, but actually the LLM is in the product and the kind of like customer is using and you can then understand how people are using your part.
and there appear something, but most of the time agent just says like, I don't know how to do that, like sorry I cannot help you there, or this is only noticeable when you read the chat or when user reaches out to you. But I read these conversations for you and help you practically understand what's going on there.
Okay, so just really clear that again. So let's say amplitude
for.
Okay. That's
that's my vision. Like the name is
amplitude. No.
The name is Lenzy.ai.
Okay, Lenzy.ai. How are you spelling it?
And
you use Lensy to understand what's actually happening in these kind of like conversations.
Yep.
And I guess that's how does that work, right? Because obviously there's a shit tons of data, and so it's like, are you like going like, yeah, what's the sort of like, what actions or insights are you getting out of this? Like, I guess like, yeah.
So basically, I can tell you like what's the number one problem your users are facing and how many users are affected by it. You can go and investigate it. You can fix it and then see that it's gone, because I tell you like that. Okay, this problem no longer appears in your chats, and I can tell you like here are your top 20 problems, and your engineers can go in and see the evidence of those problems and fix them, and and just deliver better user experience.
And is it broader than that? Like, oh, I love it. Like the sun is coming out outside. It's becoming a blue sky. But that sounds more like just like kind of like customer support type like functionality. And
may I get one as well?
This is why they will go.
Thanks.
If it was a water drinking competition, I would win. But is it just that sounds like chat support, right? There are people that are interacting with these LLMs and like debugging their experience, like getting kind of like customer support versus there being a human and analytics on that. Or is it broader, where it's like, okay, like the product is actually, again, like they're conversing with and trying to understand the Bible. And then it's like, actually, then it's like, okay, as of the last conversation, right? And so you've got tens of thousands of people doing that, and like you're able to like aggregate and understand like how often they're using, how long the conversations are, like the sort of volume. Is there like other use cases sort of that's going through?
Yeah. So basically, like we built a universal mechanism of tracking anything in any kind of conversation. Our ideal, the customers we are focusing on right now are lovable like apps, like AI agents that build you something, build you website, build you mobile app automation, and we can tell you like what of apps you build with your tool, how they call things. So for example, one customer like asked like how they. Okay, so we can track basically anything and cluster it and help you make things make sense.
Okay. And so you said at the beginning that you found some customers here, maybe.
Yeah. So I've got a few introductions here. So now I try not to push people too hard. So I think I still have time to convert them into real customers.
Because like it's very early stage, right? So again, you had a couple of customers. How long have you been working on this?
I've been working on this for 4 months now, and I have 2 paying customers. Aiming to get to 5 customers by the end of this month. Yeah.
And you think we should go and like just hunt some people and like to get them up and make them come and like sign up and kind of like doing it. I'm waiting for the first person watching this to come when like just like bring their laptop and demo what they're doing. You know, like it's you're welcome to bring what's the word? Not obstacles, but like props. Right, props, kind of like that. But no, okay, interesting. So you came here, maybe investors, okay, grand. Have you headed over to Singapore at all yet?
I don't live there. What do you mean?
Have you headed over to Singapore? Have you gone to Singapore?
Not this time, but yeah, I've been there before.
That's where all the capital is. That's where all the money is. It's just that.
I already talked to a few VC scouts from Singapore. They are just reaching out randomly. Yeah,
that's interesting. From Singapore, why are they reaching out randomly? What's happening?
I don't know. Like, I think I had like two chats with them over past 2 weeks. But I'm explicitly telling that I'm still figuring out the product.
Sure. But they just like cold outreach to you.
Yeah. I'm just happy to talk. Like I always learn something from them.
No. I agree. But I'm just wondering how they're cold outreaching. These are VCs in Singapore.
So basically they it's just normal LinkedIn outreach. They like one of my posts, then they connect, then they send me a message.
Just sort of interesting. Maybe founders here are starting to get hunted by the word's starting to get out that this is all going on over here. You know, it's that the bridge is being built between kind of like Singapore and here, and also Malaysia, right? And I think there's an increasing amount of kind of like interest in kind of like what's kind of like going on there. So I guess you're very, very focused on kind of like customers. I guess like what, is there other stuff that you're extracting from your sort of like NS experience here?
I don't know. I think it's mainly now it's mainly inspiration and yeah, when yeah, I'm always on pump here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm always pumped here because like yeah, because I just have all those great people around and yeah, get inspired.
Yeah, you're part of the reason that I'm not going to bed early enough, because you're one of the crew in art that is always like up, kind of like working late into the evenings.
That's not true. I'm always going to bed at 9:30.
Well, what's are you? Do you keep Ramiro company in the morning?
So my morning starts with an S burn.
Burn. Okay. But you sleep from 9:30 until 7.
I sleep from like 10 until 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like proper 8 hours sleep every day.
Yeah.
100 points. 2 out of 3 days.
Yeah, no, I do not. I do not get. That's just like Whoop. It's like it gets way too high. Okay, if you've got 100, it's just like how do you know which of your last 3 days was the best night's sleep? You know.
I still mainly pay attention to how I feel, but like yeah, but it's just nice to see that like that you covered all the important like.
Well, it's like Brian Johnson wrote, but he got his like perfect sleep score for 3 months. Just for me, that seems like, well, the data's become meaningless, right? His sleep would not have been identical over those 3 months, right? Like some of those days there would have been, and so I feel like it's like when we looked at the data or the analytics where it like the information stopped being useful. I don't know if that's fair. Do you think that's fair? I feel like just like it's like it's an example of the AI right at the minute where like it's a sycophantic, where it just like wants to praise you and tell you that you're really good so that you like it,
Yeah, but it actually like tells me. I mean, it tells me exactly how many hours I was asleep, and like it will never tell me that it was a good sleep if I like slept for 6 hours. So I mean. I think it's definitely more agnostic, like to how you feel about it than AI.
Again, so I know you've been working on Lenzy for the last 4 months. Like, what were you doing before that? Like, how why did you even start Lenzy? What was going on?
Before that, I built a lovable like app, and I was reading conversation. It failed quickly, and I'm glad it failed quickly. But I was reading conversations my users had with my AI agent from the database. Then I built a UI for that. Then I started copying these conversations into Claude and asking like what were they asking for and stuff. But then like I only had like maybe like a few hundred conversations a day, but it was already too much to put into Claude. And I realized like there should be some pipeline to be built there. And
yeah. Okay, so that's why you ended up building on kind of like this. No, it makes sense. Okay, so everyone already knows where to go, kind of like for you, kind of like Lenzy.ai. Okay. Did you spend $78 million on the .ai or?
No, just $75.
What was it? It was AI.com, right? The big guy just spent $70 million buying, right? AI.com. Yeah. $70 million. So okay, $70. That sounds like a much smaller one. But okay, Lenzy.ai. Thank you so much for coming on, Bodden. Appreciate kind of your time and good luck in the interim. All right. See you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna come down and we're gonna start the. I'm gonna get down and be more on the on kind of like sat kind of like here. Well, guys, and just to say, like again, you can come here anytime. We're going to go. Oh yeah, what a man that we've got going on. Blowy, mate. How you doing? Pleasure. You sit down again. I'm just like changing things. I think we can. This is nice to have this book, but I think we can now. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's kind of like perfect. Dude, how was the coffee rave this morning? I'm sorry I missed it.
Really good.
Explain the coffee rave to everyone.
So when people think about parties, what comes to your mind? It's like happens during the night. It's destructive. You wreck your sleep schedule. You drink alcohol. But I'm trying to change this concept. So why can't we have parties during the day, like in the gym, while working out, have coffee instead of alcohol? And it's surprising that people are still able to dance even without alcohol. It's just caffeine.
It is good. Was it a good showing today? Was it a good? Yeah. Yeah, I'm ashamed to miss it. I blame this stream for not being able to come to it, right? But it's good fun. Last week everyone was getting CGMs as they were. Was that happening this week as well? Or?
Yeah, some people got it.
Okay. I need to get myself join the club.
Yeah.
We need like Radio Christina. If you're here, you need to come and like talk to us and understand what's going on. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You're the resident DJ for the
You can see that.
coffee Friday morning kind of like rave.
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Why are you DJing? What's going on with DJing? When did you start DJing?
Okay, so it was like about like a year and a half ago. So I started at a place called Zoo House. It's in Bangalore,
Sure.
in India, back in India. So it's like a clubhouse for these crypto folks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean there were lecture vibes there, like they had a DJ controller. That's how I like got to learn DJ.
Interesting. Because I know that
The vibe.
you have brought the vibe out. You've got a very particular. This is the blurry one, right? This is your signature move, right? Like this, right? Like again, like DJing these days, like it's a performance, right?
Yeah.
And you bring the energy, and that's why everyone else is sort of like dancing around there as well. It's good. I'm looking forward to it. It's a new highlight to have on the kind of on the calendar every day. Did they just turn the lights on? Look at that! It's amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, it works.
God, if it wasn't bright, the sun came out and they turned the lights on. It's all happening at once. But okay, but you're not a full-time DJ, is that correct?
I mean, I think I might become one. Yeah, so I like just exited my company.
Nice.
I built a gaming studio in Solana called Send Arcade.
Send
Send Arcade.
Nice.
Yeah, like it's been like approximately like 1.5 years, like 2 years. The market conditions were not very good.
Yep.
So yeah, the condition was really not good.
Yep.
So yeah, I just recently took an exit.
Yep.
Still exploring what to do next.
And so what was Send Arcade? So just tell us, explain a bit more about that. That was gaming on
It was a
Solana.
gaming studios on Solana.
Okay.
It was more like gamble fan. We built like simple arcade style games.
So like slot machines on the thing type
No,
stuff.
So we had different kind of games. So our first game was a chess game. It was called Checkmate.
Okay.
So it was like multiple people like play the same chess game. So it's like for every move we have to bet something.
Okay.
And let's say so then like multiple people playing the same game, and like whenever let's say whichever side wins, they like win the whole pot.
Very interesting. Have you tried to bring that into real life with all the chessboards that are kind of like here?
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Because there's a lot of poker that gets played here, but actually like, and again, there used to be a lot of chess tournaments, but actually like maybe creating this like the what was it was Send Arcade version of like in real life chess would be interesting.
That sounds fun.
Okay, so you were building that, and some of these products were doing okay, but you
They were
were
doing really good.
yeah, and then you
we got like $2 million plus in volume.
yeah, and then again, so you sold that, you left that for your partners. Is it still going right now, or?
I mean, it still exists, but we don't have much traction as of now.
Okay, so you've had enough of that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so how did you end up coming here? Like, yeah.
Oh well, I was in Solana, so yeah, I've heard Balaji a lot. Like you were like Solana Bitcoin, like Solana events.
Mm-hmm.
So I always wanted to come here. Like I was commuting for a while, and I was like kind of tired. Like I wanted to like work on my physical.
Yep.
Base for that.
Yep.
That's why I chose NS. It's such a livable place.
You should have brought your decks here and just done like like just like a vibe performance occasionally. Like next time, like we ever like had like a party. We have a little bit. We had like a tiny one at Christmas where shout out Chris was like falling over kind of like everywhere. But I feel like we someone like.
I was thinking about like.
Yeah. It's almost like a dance floor underneath that glass. We should start dancing on the streets. Yeah, the balcony would be great. It'd be cool. Yeah, just position. Exactly. You don't even have to like make your own like coffee stand because it's all kind of like happening over here. It's kind of like, but no, okay. So yeah, you haven't come here. And just, when did you get the blurry? You've been here a while now, right? In September. Yeah.
So I went back to Thailand, Indonesia, and I just came back like the visa sorted.
Yeah.
And I'm here for this whole year.
I remember. I think the first time I saw you DJ was at. I don't think it was one of the vibe competitions. I think it was at maybe Commons, one of their parties. Good one. Yeah. Close it properly. Close it. That was kind of like good. So how does a DJ make money? Like, what are you?
I haven't had.
Well, if you're going to go full time, what's the plan? How do you do? Yeah, how does it work? How's it going to work?
Maybe I host more parties at Venice. Maybe Venice hires me as a resident DJ.
Did you meet Arnold? Arnold was here for a bit because he was like a bit of a resident DJ for a while. Arnold, like, where did you go, man? Like, I remember once I just like found your passport and all of your cards, your like identity, your visa papers. I just found it all like upstairs on its own. And then you didn't know where you were for like 2 days. But he's obviously having too much fun somewhere else, Arnold. Come back and DJ as well. We need to be able to like do some extra kind of like sets. But so you're working out. Is there some sort of intersection between tech and DJing? Like these live performances, like surely you should be making like your AI agents like perform for you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm like kind of like working on some like AI mixing things, like mixing music with AI. But even after that, like I feel like there's this like exists, but you still need someone behind the deck. It's like cheer people up.
No, I agree. That's why you're good at it, you know.
Live, just like, get the energy flowing.
No, I agree. My problem with me is that I don't even know the titles of my favorite songs. No, but it's pretty tough as a DJ. Like, I want to play that song, and you don't even know what the title of the song is. Like, it makes me a pretty bad DJ. I don't know the words to any of the lyrics either. I just know the noise, and so I just like, sing along with some random noise.
I barely have any lyrics.
It's fine. Okay, well, so oh god. Okay, so people basically, this is a good example that it's not just people vibe coding in the cafe.
It's even like
vibe DJing in the gym of all places, you know. It isn't just in the mornings. There's parties in the evenings and all sorts of stuff as well. But so if they want to come and see you DJ here, then this is basically come, and we've got a resident DJ basically at the minute in kind of like Blurry. Is there anything else you're working on right now, beyond some of the DJing stuff that's worth having a chat about? That's all good, mate. That's good. You're doing important work, you know. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come this morning, right? It's good. Where does someone see the set? Because you stream it live as well, don't you? When you do it,
well, I don't stream it live as of now.
Oh,
I'm trying to do it,
yeah. Next Friday.
Some good shots.
Yeah. I think you're gonna stream it live, man. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so where do they find you? Where do they find you for the next stream?
You can just find me on Instagram or Twitter. It's the same kind of Blurry Face Fun.
Blurry Face Fun. All one word? Okay, fine. Blurry Face Fun. That's very suited for you. So appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming on. All right. See you. Cheers, man. See you, everyone. Oh, okay, guys. Yeah, no, that was my there's everyone that comes on has one job. It's like pass the mic to the next person, and it's kind of tough. Okay, we've got one of our resident celebrities kind of like coming on. Oh.
Good morning.
Barry, how are you doing? You okay? Is your preference to sit down, stand up? What's your prefer? This good? Okay, amazing. We can do that. That's amazing. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, they're good. I'm stealing everyone's energy as they talk to me and give me that sort of like, I'm just being a vampire and soaking it all.
How long the stream is going for?
I don't know. How long we've been going now, guys? 3.5 hours. Okay, nice.
Can I ask you a lot of questions?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of listening.
Have people asked you any questions today?
Oh no, too many. I chirp in every now and then. But what are you up to?
So I just finished filming an edit video for Ines. Do you prefer like conversation or interaction?
Don't even
with
worry
the
about
viewers?
it.
Like, you guys can tell it's a content creator. I'm like, okay, the audience is there. I'm like, hello everybody, welcome. Thank you for having me. My name is Vera. I'm a content creator. I also do a little marketing work in Web3 and Web2, and it's an honor for me to be here today.
And thank you for just like proving everything that I've already been saying. Because I've said twice on here, who the people that are used to being on camera are, because they talk to the camera as opposed to talking to sort of each other as much, right? So it's
more like low-key.
In the script, low-key. Yeah, so basically, whilst we've been doing this, Vera's been making it easy for me to concentrate by constantly walking around with her camera crew filming other stuff, right?
I gotta do what I gotta do.
No, it's good. You can't see, but we have people like on all sides that are just sort of like getting on and kind of like doing stuff. But okay, that was a really polished, good introduction that you just did then, right? So polished that I don't remember all of it, but I guess you started by saying that you were, the first thing is that you said you are a content creator.
That's right.
What does that mean? What content do you create and what does that mean to you?
Okay, so for the past 12 years, or as long as I remember myself, I've been making content. It's something that I really, really genuinely enjoy doing. At first, I was doing it for myself, growing my personal brand, and then the more I was doing, I started working with different brands, growing them, and then I got like a good portfolio. So this is what I've been doing for a living at this point. Recently, this December, I got laid off from my previous marketing job, so my heart on my personal brand once again. And I've been doing a series called CEO of Starting Over, where I share my journey in a very raw, very authentic way, like the ups and downs of restarting your whole life. And interestingly enough, I share about doing that here in Network School. I think this is a very pretty interesting location to do something like this, right? You decide to restart, so you go to an island and you do that kind of thing. And yeah, so that's what
The CEO of Starting Over.
Starting Over.
It's very interesting, right? Because again, even on this stream so far, it's a theme that comes up. There's a lot of people that again have sold a company, quit a job, and are here like working out what to do next, right? And sort of like CEO of Starting Over is a little bit on that vibe, right?
I think so. And you know, when I talk to people in NS, it's a common pattern. I agree. Like a lot of people, they are tired of their routine. They're tired of all the things that you used to do in the past, and they're seeking something new. They're seeking something else, but they don't know what it is yet. That's why they come here to Network School and they talk, they network, they try to discover themselves. And I think that's such a beautiful thing. When you're brave enough, you have enough courage to leave your old life behind, come here and like try something else. I love that. I always encourage people to do something like this.
When did you get here?
I got in October, so it's been my 4th month. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I feel like you're I notice you're around all the time. It's funny how actually how like with some people, like I feel like you're like sometimes you're like ships in the night where like you're just not on a routine that kind of like matches or bumps into each other. Kind of like all other people, like you're like maybe your routine that overlaps is just in the corridor, right? And you're always like walking past it, you know, yeah. Yeah, no, it is very, very interesting. There's very different lives that get lived here, right? By like all the very like different people here, right? You do have these sort of like different kind of like routines. But okay, so CEO of Starting Over, how is that going? When did you start? When did that CEO of Starting Over become a thing?
So after getting laid off from the job that I loved more than anything else, going through a breakup, like moving from my country, I think that happened last year. 2025 was very life-changing year for me, and the catharsis of the year, I would say, was in November. And in December, I had to take a little break from everything, just to think about my life, think about the next steps.
Yep.
And in January, I started making content once again,
Yep.
and this is the first time in my life when I went on social media being exactly who I am and where I am in life. Like I wasn't trying to portray myself in a certain way, like better than I am or like more successful than I am, because you feel a little pressure.
Sure.
Like when you post yourself and you show up online and you have so many eyes on you, you want to be able to control how other people perceive you, but that's extremely difficult. So I let that go. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be honest with my viewers, with my friends. I'm going to talk about my real journey. So starting January, started making content. But yeah, I lost my job. I lost my partner. It sucks, but I refuse to give up. Like I know I can make this, and I don't know how, but we can do this together. So I allow my viewers. I let them watch my life like a TV show. While me, I have to fight for my life here, like myself. But I know it's interesting to watch. And the beautiful thing about this is that a lot of people in the comments, they really resonate. Like, whoa, I also got laid off. And seeing you being so positive about it, watching you not giving up, makes me feel better. Like it makes me feel less alone. And that's so fulfilling. That's the reason why I do it.
I love it, right? You said at the beginning, raw and authentic, and you're definitely leaning in on that, right? That's why you keep on sort of saying, I've never heard someone talk about being fired so much, like it's a
pretty shameful thing to do. It's shameful. I felt so ashamed, even though it had nothing to do with me, but I felt so ashamed. I felt like I failed.
Interesting. But do you think that by talking about it and being so more public about it, has that shifted? That you don't feel the same way about it?
It shifted a lot because, first of all, it helped me normalize it and realize, okay, this is just one little step in my life. And in a few months, it won't matter anymore. Like my failures, my setbacks, they don't define me. It's just a part that helps me grow. And how can I learn from this? What can I improve next time? What can I do better? And how can this be the motivation for something better? And again, that helped me realize that I can do my own content, I can do better. And again, I'm so empowered. And it also, going through so many difficult things at the same time, helped me be happier. even though it sounds contradicting, like I had a lot of difficult things, but I'm happier now than I was before. Why? Because at some point of your life, and probably you see me around, I try to always smile, be very positive, bring this like
You are, yeah,
positive vibe all the time.
Yeah, you are.
Why? By choice.
Yeah.
Life is fucking hard. We have so many awful things happen every single day. Really, really difficult. Every single person here, they're fighting the war that no one else can see. And we're fighting it internally. But when you choose to still wake up, like smile and get up and go outside and be like, no, I'm happy by choice. I choose to be happy because it helps me get through those things. And it helps other people feel more empowered to deal with the things they're going through. Yeah.
No, I love it. I love it. You know, there's an important post for Arc, which talks about sort of like our one commandment, and a lot of that post is about failure. And I think that it's very difficult maybe to see, but it's like, yeah, if there's one thing that I've done in my life, it is fail and mess sort of like everything up, you know. And it's just like that's a part of it. It's interesting that comment you made there about your failure doesn't define you, and yeah, I feel maybe it does not define you. I read this poem a couple of days ago though, about like almost like about like your soul is like a piece of paper, and it's like you know, it sometimes gets like scrunched and whatever it is, right? And you can sort of like put it back out again, but there'll always be these little creases that are in the sort of like the paper, kind of like still the texture of the paper is such that like the fabric of it is like forever sort of like just like slightly changed by like the, you know, the ripple of time or the people and the things that happen to you sort of like there, right? And I think like and it's, yeah, a lot of these failures there that like they may not define me, but I actually do think that they are at least a part of the definition, kind of like of me. And I think they are, they are things that, I think they are definitely part of my foundation. And I think I'm ultimately better for all of those things, no matter how much that might be difficult.
It reminds me that Japanese art, you know, those woody vases, they do ceramic vases, and once they break them on purpose, and then they glue them back together, but they glue them back with gold, with like a golden glue, so it looks even more interesting. So it's still together, it's different from what it was before, but it's even more interesting to look at. So that's how I see our life as well. Yeah.
Beautiful example again, right. But it's essentially, I guess, so again, you really interesting again, like how like you're bringing people along with you on this journey, right? And again, and you're saying that people are really resonating with this honesty, with this authenticity, right? I'm still getting new to all of this sort of stuff, right?
It's a really good job. Like it's really good.
Yeah, it's you know, again, I never struggle with this, but just like it's just it's just sort of interesting, right? Again, like because I don't consume this stuff, I think is what's difficult, right? It's like I do these podcasts, but I don't listen to podcasts.
Arguably, that's even better. I think again, the most important thing is you create what you consume.
Yes.
And because you don't consume, you don't have the biases, you don't have all these things that stop you. You don't compare yourself, so it's actually good.
I'm just saying this is why I'm anti-reading, because I'm like all reading is propaganda, and it's like think for yourself first, and then go and get told by other people like, what to do.
And
you know?
make your own. Like,
So I think we're humans are far more capable than we give ourselves credit for. You know, it's like, I think the default like behavior, or like the kind of like the kind of the not the ritual, but just the behavior that like you are taught is like, okay, you want to learn something, go and get a book or go and study it, whatever it is. Right. Well, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just like, if you want to learn something, think about it and actually do it. And like I don't really believe you could be taught. I believe in learning through doing, and that actually you don't get, you know, there's like it's like, oh God, we talked about this yesterday. Do you know because you're also wearing beautiful black and white. I always love your outfits, and I appreciate it. And have you ever heard of Mary's Red Room, or Mary's Black and White Room? She's a color scientist, and she's the world's leading expert on color. And she has like all the world's best equipment and like all of the information, all the books, everything that there is possible on color. But she lives in like a black and white prison, and like even her blood and everything is all just everything's black and white. She can't see anything other than black and white. And then the question is, even though she's the world expert, she knows everything there is to know about color. One day she's let outside of her like black and white prison, and she walks into this field, and she sees like a red poppy in the field, and she sees the color red for the first time in her life. The question is like, did she learn something new, or did she already know everything, even though she'd never seen the color red, you know, and that's a long story. But I don't think you know what red is until you've seen it. You can read everything, and it does not matter. You don't actually understand it, you know. And it's just like, and I think this is why I'm so just like, yeah, I'm more like, you know, get in, do stuff, and all the rest of it. But you, again, you're leading by example. You're out there, and like you are, you're you know, you're healing, you're solving these problems that you've had just like in real time by engaging with the, you know, kind of like with the audience. And like you said, you're driven by this because you're helping other people through the same stuff.
I think when it comes to making content, it's not enough to just have the purpose, like, oh, I want to solve X problem.
Yeah.
That's of course helpful, but you have to enjoy it a lot as well. Like some people, they really enjoy content. Some people just do it for the sake of like sales. And I think when it's for enjoyment, the energy and the quality that you get is completely different. You
Yep.
might not have the best production and skills, but
Yep.
it's the vibe.
Yep.
Like you look at it and like it makes people smile.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's why it's so important. But it's at the same time, if content is something you want to like learn and do more, I still encourage like everybody to give it a shot. To try. Do you enjoy what you do? Do you enjoy making videos, making content?
I like, I don't like the kind of administrative glue part that
Editing?
is that like, it's just like, this is beautiful getting to speak with you and have a conversation. It's also kind of like fun, even seeing like the way that you create the videos and all the rest of it there. But like the bits in between, like the even basic things like managing files, or like just like it's, you know, like we already have like a terabyte of like video footage for stuff that we're doing, right? This is just basic stuff, which is like very, very hard. And like if you want to post this to multiple channels, that's not simple. You know, just like it's like, and the right way that you post on each channel is like very, very different. And it's like, you know, and maybe I'm being greedy, and it's like, well, you should just concentrate on one and focus, etc. And so like we're learning and all the rest of it, you know. But so no, I think that this part I enjoy a lot. Let's put it that way, you know.
Sounds like you like being out there in front of the camera, but you don't like all the back end stuff, which makes, I think that suits your personality a lot. Have you done the personality test?
Oh,
the islands and everything? Do you remember who
God!
you are?
I've gone and done a Principles U thing with Em and Matthias here, with joiners and stuff. I can't remember what my stuff is, but I think it's yeah, I've done plenty. I mean,
You don't remember what it was?
whatever, you know, who knows, you know. Don't be told, discover, you know. But you are teaching though, right? Like, and this is the thing, you're giving back. I know you've been teaching, because I think one of the amazing things here, right, it's very, very, what's the word, not pro content here, but it's like a very, yeah, I mean, it is,
People
right?
want
It's
to learn.
right,
Yeah.
absolutely,
People want
right.
to learn, and I
But
think-
people also teach, like you, right?
Yeah,
You've been helping people out.
I don't say I teach. It's more like I share my experience with a friend. In the beginning, I do workshops sometimes, and I always say in the beginning, I don't do workshops. I don't teach people. I just like talking to my friends. And when I'm talking to my friends, I just want to share that experience and that knowledge that I've got. So I do it in a very, you know, low key way. Like I don't want to be seen as a coach. I don't want to be seen as a teacher. I don't like that. Like it's more casual. Same with my content. I don't want to be looking like I'm not an expert at all. I just want to talk to my friends, and I want my audience to feel like they're my friends, just like you. Like when I talk to you, I want to talk to friends. I treat everybody equally.
Yeah.
Whoever I meet in life, because I was in Berkeley, I was a very well-known company, so I was able to sit at the same table with the most powerful government people, big CEOs, like people in my age, all my age, for someone like me who's not even a tech girl. Being in those rooms felt very special.
Mhm.
I did have a little bit of imposter syndrome as well, but being able to be there and talk to those people taught me one thing: that no matter where you are and who you're talking to, as long as you treat them all the same way, with good vibes and just honesty, that's the best approach. And I think especially when you're young, it's a very important lesson to learn. I don't remember where I was going with this, but
No, it's really, really good. I feel again, I feel like
it's about the workshop. Yeah.
I feel like you know, imagine, you know, if you told me that you had a team behind you that gave you your speaking notes and like these are your key messages that you have to say every time, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Because you're like, I feel like you're very like, you know, like you're very on brand on this. Like,
It's just things I think about a lot. Like all these things I reflect every single day, everything that's happening, because I seek knowledge a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm similar to you. I have a similar mindset.
Yeah.
I seek knowledge from experiences.
Yeah.
We as Gen Z, we call it do it for the plot. So I love doing things for the plot just so I can learn faster. The more, can I swear on the?
Yeah, I have
the more I
a,
fuck around,
yeah.
the more I find out.
Yeah.
That's exactly the mindset that I have.
Yeah, I swear too much on these, to be honest. Like, it reminds me. In the antithesis of that is that I was on live TV on the BBC in like 2015. and I went on and I did like a little thing like this, right? And then I walked off after my like few minute kind of like section, and I was like, wait, like I didn't talk about my company. And I was like, I thought the speaker would just like ask me about like, what are you doing? And like, what are you here to sell? And like, why are you on this TV, right? And it didn't at all, right? But it was a very interesting lesson for me, right? So I went there to try and make my company better, right? You know, and I completely failed at that job again, right? I didn't even mention it, right? It was the first time I'd done it, and it was all kind of a lot, right, going on kind of like live TV. But that's to say, that's in contrast to your polished performance. Not that this is a performance. This is a genuine, authentic thing. Yeah. But again, it's good.
From James of Ârc, that's worth a lot.
Oh, dear. No. Okay, let's do this again. So again, there's all the concepts of, so you mentioned in your first introduction again, you mentioned some stuff about like Web3 and all this. I'm sure I've seen you with like a penguin in like your profile all the time. What's the stuff outside of this CEO of starting over? Is there anything?
Well, now I would say that's the main thing that I do. Like I'm really focused on building my own branding.
Yeah.
Like I'm still working with clients in marketing strategy, whatever social media related. In the past, I was a marketing strategist for Web3 company, Pudgy Penguins as well. For more than a year, I've been building them, building the community side, going to events, and that was my whole life. But things change and you move on and you start new ventures, and that's where I am now.
And you came here 4 months ago. They said in October, whatever it was, right?
Yep.
Did you expect to still be here when you came?
Not really. Honestly, this is really unexpected, but I try to just follow the flow. And again, I just do it for the flow. Life changed, and I try to adjust to whatever happens in the moment. I didn't expect it. I have no regrets. I love network school. I love the people here. I like that I can become the best version of myself. And that's what I'm actively trying to do every single day.
So are you like Gen Z? Is that what is
I'm
that?
So Gen Z.
You're Gen Z, right? Yeah. So do it for the plot.
I do it for the plot.
Yeah. Okay. No, interesting. And okay. So do it for the plot. You're here. You're kind of hanging out, and you're still expecting to keep hanging around here for now.
So. You guys, if you want to know what's coming after, you should follow me on Instagram and watch the journey of the CEO of starting over and see what's going to happen next.
Okay, that's brilliant. I think that's the right way to do that. I mean, look, thank you for coming and having a chat with me and having this some good conversations. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get Instagram and I'm gonna follow you so I can see this journey as well and understand what's going on. But I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James.
Pleasure. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, good luck. See, like it's just like so good. I'm learning live, you know. Like the more I do this with the more people, the better I'm gonna get at all these things as well. Guys, come and join us. Go to ns.com/arc/apply. That comes straight into my inbox. You can also like reach out to me too if you want to have a chat about it, or like get one of my team if it's more suitable. But yeah, like honestly, I hope you're getting a start to feel that there is like a diversity of people here that are all getting different benefits and different outcomes from being here, and I'm sure you will fit right in too. We going for it?
I guess we're going for it.
Mic change. Oh, look at that. We've been going so long that even the mics can't keep up. Like I love it. This is it's all good. But yeah, so there's no rush. Like a little bit of stretching as opposed to doing that when my guest is on and then like kind of distracting them. But just for context, guys, we're in like the cafe and just like the entrance to kind of hotel, and I guess it's like one of the kind of main selling points. We've had like over 400 people here at Network School, kind of like this month.
Right.
And
can you do a huge favor?
It's everyone's okay, we're gonna go straight in, mate. Come, please.
Hey, how's it going, James?
Xavier. Xavier.
Yeah.
Is that with an X?
Yes, sir.
I'm waiting to meet the Xavier, which is spelled with a Z.
Me too. Yeah. For the record, I've seen you in the gym. You're an absolute beast.
Oh God. God.
Privileged to have opportunity to formally meet you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I feel that we should do one of these from the gym. I feel like we do every time we do it, we've got to do it in like different locations, right? But yeah. Xavier, okay, so beyond going to the gym here at NS, is there anything else that you're up to?
Yeah, so everyone, my name is Xavier Andrada. I'm a two-time founder. I'm actually here at Network School specifically to build my second venture. And really the impetus behind that is helping business leaders and founders scale their companies without necessarily adding headcount.
Okay, so helping them people scale their businesses without necessarily adding a headcount.
Yeah.
And is that like a product which is scalable itself, or is that more sort of like an agency consulting type thing? Like, what's the angle?
Yeah. So I think to articulate the vision in a way that makes sense. As I mentioned, I'm a 2-time founder. My first venture was a cybersecurity firm, and that was, from an operational perspective, us doing everything ourselves. I am sales, I am marketing, I am finance, I'm operations. And I conflated being busy with being productive. As I'm sure you know in your own ventures as well.
You
feel like you're doing all these things. You look back on the day and the week, and you're like, shit, has the needle really moved forward? So that was my introduction into the second venture, sort of subconsciously. The second phase, you hire in virtual assistants, or you bring on headcount through W-2. American, so W-2, full-time employee, give them benefits, compensation, salary. And for a company that is scaling but also has limited runway, if you don't do it strategically, it almost serves as more of a detriment opposed to an asset. And the reason why I say that is because when you're in the DIY sort of sphere, you're doing everything. It sucks, but you have to do it because, number one, you need to understand what your business model is, what your operating model is, what are the repeatable processes, how do I document that so I can delegate it in the future. That wasn't something, candidly, that I wasn't the best at starting off, but lesson learned. When we got our VAs, when we got our my founding team of go-to-market professionals, again, very expensive. I think there's a lot of groundwork that a lot of business owners have to go through before making that decision. May seem obvious, but I don't think a lot of people understand the complexity of what that entails. For example, when you're doing your workforce planning, what is your burn rate? How much can you allocate for sales, whether it's full-time compensation, what their on-target earnings looks like, how does that align with the finances in the back end, and what does your pipeline look like in the future? Can you sustain that? What are the specific KPIs? What is your go-to-market playbook? And how do you articulate it in a way that makes sense for someone coming on as a founding account executive, but then also tempering expectations to say, hey, we're a startup. Like, there's going to be some shit that you have to figure out as well. And how do you balance the line between those two sort of spectrums? And I think my second point with virtual assistants, very powerful tool. If, same thing, you are hyper-specific about their role and responsibility, if you're hyper-specific about how you want a specific business process to be executed, and if you don't have that, then you just end up creating more work for yourself, because now you have to teach them all of that stuff, and you have to play micromanager, you have to check in, candidly, shit that like not a lot of people want to do.
Sure.
So that's like the second phase of my business evolution and introduction to my second venture. The third one is AI agents. So now a lot of these administrative workflows can be automated. Everyone loves AI. If I got $1 for every time I heard AI agents here, I'd be a millionaire. I wouldn't have to do
we'd
this.
all be millionaires. Yeah, for sure.
But I think one thing to keep in mind from a cybersecurity perspective, which was my world previously, you have to be very careful with AI agents as well. Like, to put full trust in a AI agent to complete workflows, to handle sensitive data, customer information, without validation as to where it's going, how it's being used, etc. I'm not in a place where I can just feel confident in totally dishing all that stuff off to technology. Which is what leads me to my second venture. It's AI automations with human in the loop, and the human in the loop comes from sort of that virtual assistant sort of background. They have industry expertise. They have an understanding of what it means to support executives from prior roles or past lives, and they can use that to validate some of the deliverables and automations that are happening before we present it back to the client.
Interesting. Do you know Fixer?
I do. Yeah.
I sort of have known the founders loosely for several years through a community in London. Fixer is basically email on steroids. AI just writes all your email, responds, does all of this sort of stuff. The reason they've been so good at it is because they ran a firm of basically virtual assistants before that. And so they had like 10 years of experience, like actually building a company pre-AI in that space. They had all the data, they understood the workflows, all the rest of it. It's very interesting. But obviously virtual assistants do a lot more than just send emails.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like it's a lot more diverse, right? And they've just focused on that one narrow use case, right? But every VA that someone's using is typically doing several things for them, right? And I guess you may be thinking about this much broader set of tasks that VAs like maybe get asked to do.
100%. So for a little bit of context as to what we handle for clients, it's everything from marketing to outbound lead gen to back-end administrative automations with managing CRMs or bookkeeping. If you need help with managing invoices, administering payroll, things of that nature, all of which we can do. And I love how you said that Fixer started off as sort of a VA staffing agency, collected the data, built the SOPs, and used that to train their model, because that's essentially what we're trying to do as well. I'm all for adoption. I'm all for tech innovation. I came from B2B SaaS prior to starting my own cybersecurity firm. There's a lot of value in it, but again, I would urge everyone, if you were to go down that route, to just think of it in the most strategic way. Think of it as intelligently as possible and not go all in on automation from the get-go. But then, of course, don't be stuck in sort of the caveman times where you're relying on just pure human effort or manual effort, to take care of these processes.
No, it's super, super interesting. I think there's like I think there's going to be tens of extremely large companies that get built out that help people basically leverage the intelligence which already exists.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's where we are. Like, I keep saying this, you won't have seen it on Twitter again. I'm like, we don't need breakthroughs in the underlying intelligence for us to completely change the world, how it works, how it looks, and just, all we need is people to keep on basically increasing the surface area that it has access to and increasing the piping, right? And I guess you're, again, focused on connecting the intelligence which already exists to more and more problems in the real world and actually extracting the value, right? It's like the intelligence doesn't bring the value, it's the intelligence applied to the real world problems that we're actually kind of doing in things, right? So
yeah.
It's like,
yeah, and it's so funny you say that too, because I think, at least the way AI is marketed, everyone thinks it's like this enigma or this entity that's like, can think by itself or is a cure-all. It's not. It's all based on, number one, how you train the model. So what type of SOPs, what type of proprietary data are you loading in to train it? And then the inferencing, like the way it thinks, how you actually want it to approach a specific workflow or business process. And then from there, of course, it'll iterate based on like how you train it, what data it has. It's a statistical calculator at the end of the day, right? And I think a lot of people need to understand that it's not this, like, again, sentient being that can think or train itself, at least not yet.
Right. And I think this begs the question, I think we have to ask, like, what are your views on that, right? I guess, like, if I was putting it again, like, I don't think it needs to be sentient to basically put us all out of work.
Yeah.
I think it's the wrong question. I think people expecting or looking for it to be sentient or arguing about whether it is all a massive red herring. It's completely irrelevant. What matters is its capabilities and what it's able to actually do and how that compares to the things that we do right now. But I guess, have you got any hot takes on the impact of AI when like more and more people like you are able to sort of like embed it into these processes and these things that humans used to do? Like, what's the is this going to be is there going to be things left for us to do in a few years?
Yeah, necessarily hot, I'll say lukewarm take. I don't think AI will completely replace the need for humans. I think humans that understand how to leverage AI as a tool will replace other humans. The reason why I say this, if you look back historically, like for the United States, before Henry Ford came out with the Model T, everyone was using horse-drawn carriages. There was a whole ecosystem or supply chain, or value chain rather, where you get raw materials like wood. You get horse breeders to breed horses a specific way so that they can carry the load of passengers and cargo, etc. When the Model T came out, everyone pretty much said the same thing, like, oh my God, like this whole industry is just toppled over its head. People are going to be replaced with, like, all these jobs are going to be gone. But fast forward a couple of years after that, manufacturing jobs came about. Now the raw materials have switched from purely wood or leather to metals. Combustion, or not combustion engines at the time, but steam engines. You get what I'm saying? I think the allegory makes sense where it's extremely disruptive. And I think right now we're feeling that wave of, okay, well, how do we adapt to this new emerging technology? But humans are incredibly agile. and we're able to pivot. And I think that there's going to be a lot of newer jobs and newer skills that will be valued in the workplace where we can use that to grow symbiotically with AI.
Yeah, I'm pretty bearish on those jobs being performed by humans. Those new skills or those new things require learning, and humans are much slower at learning than AI is increasingly, and so I worry about that.
And that's super valid. And I think for me, someone who loves like the world of academia, the onus is on our educational institutions to get with the times.
Yep.
So what is AI replacing? What are the use cases? How do we alter the way that we instill different skills or different sort of methodologies of thought to prepare the next generation of people to adapt to this new world? That is not a Band-Aid issue. I think that is like a lot of things that we have to do to address the root cause, which is why is there such a big delta between educational institutions to real world experience? And the most important question after that is, how do you cover that delta? So I think it's not just like that black and white. Obviously, there's other factors that play into it. But if you go to college for the sake of acquiring skills to get a job, like that is a good place to start.
I mean, I think we're going to be at panic stations in a year's time. I think I just think there's so many people out there like you that are going to connect this, and like some people are going to do that in a really scalable way, which like starts to cover this large, basically the enterprise value that you create is like basically directly proportional to the breadth and depth of like jobs that you eliminate.
Yeah.
Right. Or even if jobs, it's basically directly proportional to the amount of tasks that you eliminate. Right. And so it's just like, and everyone is racing to eliminate more of these tasks and capture more of that value. And it's like, I think we're still in this phase where we're like wandering, and people like maybe still think we're going to be doing these next set of like tasks, and I think within a year it's going to be pretty clear that that's not going to be the case, but we'll see. That's my no, exactly. It's great. What a fucking time to be alive, guys, right?
It is.
And okay, so you ended up here, and you're working on this here. Why? What's going on? How are you finding your time?
So far I'm loving it. For context, I was only supposed to be here for January, and it was a way for us. I'm really good friends with Joey Santoro on the core team.
Sweet legend.
And, so Joey's a beast. I think everything that he does is very intentional. And for me, I thought, okay, well, if he's here, it must be for a reason.
Yeah.
And it'd be very tomfoolish to not at least explore it. Come here, and I think the thing that's keeping me here is people like yourself, like Bology, who really challenged me to think bigger. For context, I grew up in the Silicon Valley. A lot of the professional pipeline is work for a industry incumbent or an industry leader at whatever that whatever that means to you. You climb the ladder, maybe do a startup, and then you get acquired, and that's it. Or sometimes maybe you go into VC. That was my envisionment of professional success. When I get here, you have people that are like, yeah, I'm founding my own country. So I think when you look at like the scale of progression or just the art of the possible,
great expression.
To have people and be surrounded by people 24/7 who are thinking so big, just challenges me to be better and challenges me to, again, like what is the art of the possible for me. So
No, I love it. Okay, so what's the ask here? It's right. Basically, like the ideal person for you to kind of reach out is someone that has got some crazy human intensive operations that maybe have some like repetitive nature of these tasks that are kind of like happening in their, in their kind of company, and they should find you where?
Happy to share my socials with James, LinkedIn, Instagram. I'm also doing a session here on like how to delegate, how to build systems, and exactly your point. Are you in a position where you can effectively deploy virtual support through AI, and what does that look like? Other than that, you can catch me in the gym too.
And if they're not already here at Network School, can they find you on Twitter or something? Where do they go?
I don't have a Twitter. I'm SF guy, so LinkedIn's my jam.
Okay, no, I'm on LinkedIn as well. It's great.
Perfect. And then Instagram, it's just Xavier Andrada, all one word, and then I'll share it with you too.
And what's the name of the company then that you're doing this with?
It's called Ava, Astro Virtual Agents.
Ava, Astra Virtual Agents. Okay, I love it. Ava. Okay, well, look, pleasure. Xavier, thank you so much for coming in. Thanks for having a chat. Thank you for being here.
James, thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Oh, I'm gonna just like move around a whole bunch. I just saw some of my team do some like press ups in the background, and I'm gonna do some. You can, just to like wake up. Oh. Okay.
You want to change sides like nice?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that as well. That's great. Okay. No, pleasure. Thank you very much as well. Just waking up. Again, I stand at my desk and I fidget so much all day. And then, like, being in these same places. There we go. This is good. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. No, pleasure. Lovely to meet you.
This is Anil.
Anil.
Yes.
Pleasure. Lovely to meet you, Anil. What are you up to?
So, I am the founder of Rise 11 AI.
Rise 11 AI.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. So, what we do is like we actually work with startups and businesses all over the world. We help build their AI products, like end to end, like application to infrastructure, end to end cover, like and kind of a scalable. And so that's what we do. So we have been working with San Francisco-based startup, and we build the product from healthcare and AI in a clinical trial space. Another one is like we have been working with Switzerland-based company, like is also a startup, and we are kind of building in the education and AI space, and we are building for this European kind of an Coursera, something like that.
And is this a stereotypical sort of like outsourced software kind of like agency? Is that sort of the setup?
Yeah, so mostly like we are very much attached, like we are at a very deeper technical partnership. It's not just kind of a that we just kind of a deliver and like we go away. It's more of a like we are working with their problems, and while we are working, the problems are being evolved, and so we are kind of adapting to it. So for like while building the healthcare and AI startups and like San Francisco-based startup, so we have been involved. Like we have seen all the things like the AI has transitions. Like when we were using some kind of a pipeline and like maybe the game, and then after that, a lot of like a lot of things that we have we have seen like in between. And so we have seen the journey how AI has evolved and how we have actively used it to make things better and make the products better. Because healthcare is you need a very deterministic kind of results, and to do that, it's like you have to do all kind of things we have done. We have built the pipelines where there are licensed medical models. Another part of it, like we have been like working with agents also. We have been working with Databricks. So all the things we have done in between. So we have seen a lot like this how AI has. AI is right now like very heavy, and we have been in all the seasons.
Very interesting. So how did you end up here?
Yes, yeah. So it was very, I think it's very coincident. Like I just saw a video.
Okay. Which platform?
I don't know. So there was a very random video that I saw.
Yeah.
And there was some kind of things people were talking about. This is a school, and like this is kind of a place where people come to from all over the world. This is a place for builders and startups. And people share ideas, and this is kind of a global village where you can just go and like just meet like-minded people, technology people, AI people, crypto people, and that is what I thought. And then I immediately signed up like in the moment, and I signed up, and after like maybe 7 days or so, like they have.
It's great. Again, so yeah, so you sign up like last month, and you're here this month. Is that the float?
Yeah. So it was very rapid.
And how does it compare the video that you've watched to the reality that you've now had for like the last 2 weeks or whatever?
No, I think I think it is going to be a place where founders and people who are in the technology space, they are going to come together. And I think it is going to be, according to me, my prediction is that it is going to be a much bigger ecosystem. And the best part is going to be like you will be meeting people just like on the go, like you are just meeting people. Someone will sit here, and I think my prediction is in the next 1 or 2 years, many people would be coming, the founders who are like they have like reached to some places, and the investors, and it is going to be a place where like you'll just find investors walking by and the founders and like. So these are the things that are going to happen. Like this is my prediction in the next 1 or 2 years. The kind of place it is kind of a global place it is. And so that is what I think.
No, it's super cool. I feel like we should do like some prediction markets here, right? Of like how many people are going to be here in 2 years? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe so as Balaji was talking about like the 1,000 long-termers, like maybe in the November or December by the end of it. by the end of this year, and I think maybe they would be easily able to reach. Uh, After 2 years, maybe 2,000 people like coming here, and like, and that would be really crazy.
Yeah,
2,000 people under one roof.
Yeah, I think even more.
Yes,
I think even more.
Yeah,
even more. Even
yeah,
more.
yeah.
No, it's very cool. And I guess where do you think compares? Like I guess like where else is like this? Is there something else similar to this that you've kind of experienced? Do you think in your life?
So like I stay in there's a place near Delhi, Gurgaon.
Mhm.
So after Bangalore, it is the second startup and tech city.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I have friends like who are builders who have built startups like Unicorn also.
Mhm.
So I have friends there like in India.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there is a place like there is a community, but it is not a close community.
Yeah.
It's so I know people.
Yep.
And I can like walk up to them.
Yep.
I can like talk to them.
Yep.
When I like, but at the same time like it is a kind of a place where you'll be meeting on the breakfast, on the dinner, and on like while you are roaming here and there, while you're working.
Yep.
And it is great to meet people like you who are already into the startup kind of creating a startup community inside a community, and this is like it's a great like, and I think it is going to grow in like many fold. That is what I think.
It sounds like you're going to bring all your friends, so it's definitely going to grow.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'll be definitely be recommending people to at least visit this place.
Yeah.
And I think people would not be disappointed by it.
Yeah.
And I can like happily share what my experience is.
Yeah.
And I think people are going to be benefited. At least they will be while you are working, while we are working, because we work with like people from around the world.
Mhm.
And we work like on the AI projects, and like my interaction is like with my team and like with the people like who we are working with. But here it's not like that. You are going to be meeting other people. You can have point of view of other people.
Yeah.
So that is what you can do.
And is it useful for your business? Are you finding opportunities here? Like what's happening?
Yeah. So one of the things that I've just explained, that you can find people who are working on the similar technology. Like there are people that I find now. So we work in the AI space.
Mhm.
So we can. There are, I think every week something crazy happening in the AI space.
Yep.
And there are people here who are actually, as the AI is progressing, they are onto it. They are onto technology.
Yep.
They are
Right away.
Yeah. So they'll like, okay, this is crazy thing that has come out in the AI space. So
Yeah.
open close
Yesterday, and now you're getting taught how to use it today. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the like open flow has come, and now someone has experimented with it, and someone has like, okay, so and then we got a feedback from like 5 other people. Where would you see that?
It's like Vanessa, Adam, what is this? I see a poster. Can I bring it right now? So I don't know, but like just like look at this. This is what we want to do. Like look at this. Right, look, amazing. We're going to bring it right in so you can scan the QR code. Look at that. We don't want to leave. This is your 2-minute ad break. Make sure that you can see the QR code kind of like there. Okay. So this is the school. Oh my God. So when is this happening? When is this happening?
Tomorrow, Valentine's Day, 7:30 to 9 p.m. Be there or be square.
Valentine's Day. That's obviously a big hit here at Network School.
Because no one has a Valentine's Day. Oh, single ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay, this is one of the concerts that happens every month or so, right? That you spearhead these days. In honor of Lucas. Lucas, shout out to you. Looking forward to your return. It's part of the mythology of this, right? The return of the man. Good. I'll see it when I believe it. Kind of like Lucas. But okay, pleasure. So tomorrow evening, 7:30, School of Rock. There'll be a whole bunch of performances.
13th floor.
Love it. Thank you very much for that like ad break. It's super cool. Do you play any instruments? Do you sing? Are you going to perform tomorrow?
So I'm mostly interested into the sound engineering.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so mostly like because I have to learn a lot of music into it, but I'm more interested in because electronic music is like going to go in a big way now, and with the advent of AI also, it is like you can create a song. So I generally what I do is like I write my own lyrics.
Okay.
I create songs. Like helping like with the help of AI as of now. But I want to be going deeper into it.
That's super interesting because I think it's one of those things which like a year ago the tools weren't that good, but it's at this inflection point where like a year from now the tools are going to be absolutely crazy. And so I think it's quite fun if you're like creative and like I think you can do some really interesting things. I didn't even know like sound engineers really existed until I started doing this stuff, right? And you're like, oh, okay, like we need some video editing to happen on this, and they're like, oh, I do video, I don't do sound editing. That's like a completely different skill set, you know. I'm like, what's going on? You know, it's very, very good. But okay, so like, if someone wants help building their app, is that the right sort of like call to action for someone here, or like they want to scale their team out and they need to hire a whole bunch of people that understand AI like really, really well? You're the person they should speak to.
Yeah, so what we are doing now, so we are, because we have worked in the various industries, and we have also worked like on the businesses needs customer service support. The businesses need sales automation, complete automation. The business needs like they want maybe in a particular industry like healthcare, they would be needing like the healthcare management thing. So what we are building in Rise 11 AI, so we are kind of building the agents, the foundational agents. And what we can do now, any businesses, because I think the future businesses are going to be, they want a personalized setup. And over the top of whatever we have built, whatever the foundational agent we have built, what we can do is like we can set up into their own organization. And what we would not just go just only setting up. We would go like monitoring also. And we would be providing a kind of a support. Providing a kind of a maintenance, so that it becomes like, okay, so they have a personalized solution at their hand in the maybe whatever they are building in. So that is like what we are trying to.
And where do they find you? Rise11ii.com.
Yeah, so it's rise11.com.
Rise11.com, and that's the numbers 11.
11, yeah.
Rise11.com, and are you on Twitter or something? Where are you?
So, so I am also in Instagram. So I'm kind of creating my own Instagram channel that is in the AI space only. So it's more of a Anil Sharma AI Uprise.
Okay.
So that also you can see. And apart from that, there are other maybe we want more and more people to. Also, now this is a kind of a massive upgradation thing. So we are also building a platform, Zataleap.ai, where many people can come join. They can take kind of a whatever learning, what's happening in the AI space. They can also be a part of the community. They can also hands-on do things because we have collabs integrated, and they can also meet people who are already in the AI space. So that is also, and many people can come and they can upgrade themselves. And I think it's going to be, I think the world need a lot of AI builders now. And we are building that, and maybe more and more people, if they are going to be in the AI space, I think that's better for the world. And people I think people have a kind of a thing that jobs are being taken away. I think the jobs, there are many more new jobs are going to be created now.
I bet you any money you want in the world, the more jobs are destroyed than created. That's my theme of today, as you can sort of see. But I think that's good because hopefully there'll be something else that we can do. But Anil, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate it, and see you around.
And thank you for very much to you, and bringing, this is a good place where builders can talk about them. And I think whatever you are doing is fantastic.
And who knows what I'm doing? That's for another one of these. It's all good. Thank you very much. Right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
I'm stopping again.
Thanks.
What's our count, guys? Like, how many are we? How many are we on? You know, sure. Can you get a number? Can you give me a number? The exact number? Well, how many people do we have?
Exact people. No.
Yeah, I want the exact number. Work it out. And tell me the next three. I want to know how many people we've had on. Yeah. Okay, fine. Because I don't even know what time is it as well now, guys?
It's right now 6.
6. Yeah. Okay. And you know what my house stop is yet? House stop looks like house. 6:45. Just bring up this.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that. Yeah, because You're not going to get anyone to come on. So if you're watching this and you've not been on, then come. We'll probably do this like in a month's time or something.
Yeah,
I guess. And maybe sooner. Who knows? There's like plenty of interesting people that can talk to. But yeah, get in earlier, please, mate. Come straight in. It's the most well-dressed man in network school.
He's too kind.
Being in the same, our standard kind of like outfit color, kind of like match, like loving it. Please take a seat. How are you?
I'm good, James. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great.
You've been sitting here for quite some time now.
I'm fidgeting enough that it's okay. Like moving around plenty.
Love to hear it.
But one thing is that I like the only thing I don't like is that the day is going to be gone, and I've not gone outside very much today. That's my only thing that I'm sort of like regretting.
It's for a good cause, though, right?
I love it. I get to catch up with everyone. But like, how are you?
I'm amazing. Honestly, never been better since moving to NS. Like, it's just been like a roller coaster, but the velocity is charting upward. So,
That's a big statement to start with. So never been better.
Yeah, for sure.
Why? What is it that's working so well for you?
That's a community. For a majority of my life, I've identified as an outlier. And, well, finding like-minded individuals has always been a challenge for me. And since moving here, one thing I can definitively say is that I haven't had one dull conversation, right? Like just the plethora of ideas. A lot from you, but just the plethora of ideas and exposure, perspectives, never dull day.
What did you come here for, I guess, in the first place? Before you weren't you expecting to still be here when you originally kind of came, or?
Well, to be honest, I came here with an outlook to stay for 6 months, but a lot of that depended on how the first month or two went.
Sure.
Well, this is my 3rd month, so that should tell you how it's going. Yeah, for sure. I came here because, well, I wanted to build my project, which I've incorporated a startup to develop preventative mental health applications.
Preventative mental health applications, okay, yep.
So I'm a non-technical founder myself. Even though I have domain expertise in psychology, I'm a 3rd-gen entrepreneur. I just didn't have the technical know-how, or to be frank, confidence that I, by myself, could take a product to market that would truly embody my vision. So I thought, you know what, where can I go where I can find more tech bros and nerds like me? And an ecosystem that supports not just development of products, but, well, health, longevity, because I think there's a famous saying, right? A startup doesn't die when like you stop or like there's a fall in revenue. It does when the founder runs out of energy.
Sure.
Which for like founder energy, like you need to take care of physiology and psychology. Like that's basically what I'm working on as well. So when I saw the value proposition that NS offered, which is like zero friction, all your meals taken care of, no need to do any housekeeping chores, 24/7 gym, 24/7 co-working, blueprint inspired everything. I was like, this is definitely worth a shot.
No, I agree. I think it's I agree with everything you said. And I think it's super important. Whenever I'm talking to founders, it's like, Christ, you need to ensure that like you're able to keep fighting so hard for such a long period of time. If you're doing anything that matters, that company is going to take a decade to build out to its true kind of like value and potential. And it's like, yes, you can sprint at times, right? But if all you do is sprint, you are going to burn out. You have to put yourself in an amazing sort of like mental and physical space so that you can run this like absolute marathon over 10 years. And I think I agree with you. I think that this is one of the great things about here is that there's so many things here that make it easier for you to look after yourself as you are sort of like looking after your company.
Absolutely. More than anything, though, I have to just comment on how proactive the core team here is in ensuring and facilitating an experience that goes smooth, not just for the founders, but for, well, any resident here who wants to like be part of the ecosystem.
Yeah. No. I agree. So okay, so you're working and you came here hoping to maybe start and be amongst people that might better help you build a preventative mental health app. Is that correct? Do you want to talk a little bit more about what it is you're building?
Let's conceptualize. Well, let's take a step back. I want to run a thought experiment, right? Like, why do we track all our finances? Because from the get-go, we've been taught and conditioned that money is a limited resource that must be used judiciously. If you can't track, if you can't identify, you can't rectify the leaks. Where have we collectively as a society gone wrong in applying that same logic to our own faculties as human beings? So our attention, our time, our energy, these are all limited resources. And if we don't account for where we're spending and how we're spending them, what the return on those investments are, we can't optimize. Because there's only so much you can do from like the neck up, right? Like 90% of you is like neck down. So effectively, the idea is to allow users to track their daily activities and how those daily activities in turn affect their mental health metrics, so to speak, like focus, energy, mood, and stress. Because while there's like a burgeoning market for physical variables that track your RHR, VO2 max, HRV, people haven't tried to break down this very abstract, well, cloud almost of mental health. It's so ambiguous, right? Like, how do you begin to decipher something that you can't objectively test for? Like with physical health, you have biomarkers, but for mental health, what do you have? So the first step in trying and addressing that question is to introduce mental health metrics via mental health markers. Now, this is not objective science, but it's one step closer to nothing, right? So why a mobile application? Well, it's accessible. Everyone is, well, virtually around their devices. And I don't see the need for having another variable when you can just sync with the existing ones that people already use.
But that's so interesting what you just said there, right? So what would mental health markers look like? What are some of these data points maybe that you're interested in capturing to start with?
Right. So let's take the use case of like early Gen Zs and late millennials, most of whom are either still pursuing their education or in corporate life, right? They typically don't have a lot of data into, well, actionable insights into what's quantitatively gaining them and to what extent, and what's quantitatively draining them and to what extent. While we all harbor mild awareness of this, it's not prudent to make data-driven decisions without, well, a rich repository of data.
Yep.
So these markers, well, I've broken them down into focus, energy, mood, and stress for the time being, for the MVP, are universal currencies that we all embody as human beings. At any given point in time, we can identify with a certain level of focus, certain cognitive energy, certain stress level, and, well, what's my mood? Now, how would this differ from like physiological, right? Because one might just say, well, I know how I'm feeling, how energized I am physiologically. I can see my HRV to see how physiologically my body is responding to stress. But holistic health and well-being is a two-sided coin. You can't optimize for it just accounting for the physiology, because oftentimes there are situations where physiologically I'm doing fine, but psychologically I'm freaking out.
Sure.
So till the time there isn't one unified approach to conceptualizing, to identify, and then rectify, we are jumping, like we're hopping on one leg. We're not like running on both. So that's why the introduction of a framework that goes beyond the physiological to talk about these mental health markers and to conceptualize them in the perspective of daily activities. Because, well, suppose one goes to a therapist, which a lot of people do. I've been to multiple. Therapy is but 1 hour a week. All of these other hours of the week are largely unaccounted for, but mental health is not something you do 1 hour a week. It's something you experience 24/7. And these other hours outside of the clinic can have compounding effects on that 1 hour in the clinic. So track, to identify, to rectify.
Again, you're reminding me of Vera and coming in with some very good speaking notes almost, that you got on there. Track, to identify, to rectify. That's very, very interesting. So one of my concerns with a lot of stuff in kind of the mental health space is that I think a lot of it is net negative on the individual. whether it's the particular therapist or the therapy or the particular kind of like tool or the whatever it is, I worry often that the medicine or the whatever or the process, the thing that they're doing is not actually helping them kind of like move kind of like forwards, right? And I guess it maybe even like what you're building is part of a solution to that, and that like all of these things tend to not take any sort of like objective or data driven like approach maybe to understanding like where you are and is there any progress, are we going in the right direction? I don't know, do you have some thoughts on sort of like that, and like I guess like how you're ensuring that like the entire experience I guess that you're maybe delivering to someone is actually definitely net positive and driving them towards like a better place?
So have you been to therapy?
I have not been to
Personally?
therapy, no.
All right. So as someone who has been on both sides of the table, well, I'm an MSc in psychology. I've worked with like NHS psychological well-being practitioners. I was actually a TA for a continued education course for them. So I worked closely in collaboration with these individuals and acted as a therapist myself. I can verifiably tell you that like out of the 1 hour you spend in a session, the first like 15, sometimes even 20 minutes just straight up go in context sharing. So I have limited time here. If I'm seeking therapy, chances are, it's not definitively true, but it's likely that I am not doing too well. I likely have a lot of ideas in my mind that I want to express and untangle, because we look at it as when you go to a therapist, there's like a ball of yarn that's like rolled up in your head. And then as you go through like the various stages of it, you start to gently and gradually unroll it to like unspool it and like make like a clean straight thread that you can make sense of. This is the start, this is the end, as opposed to like just going round and round. I need to maximize my time, right? And like you said so yourself, like there's a lot of worry about these processes being net negative, that they're not really helping anyone. If a therapist, if I as a therapist, if those who are way more qualified and experienced than me as therapists had access to tools that they could just look at a snapshot of their clients' data for like maybe the last week or two, hey, I see there's an interesting trend here. Every time you indulge in this activity, like I see your metrics go down. Tell me more about what happened in this particular time of day. What were you thinking? What were you feeling? Let's start from identifying those symptoms to then track back to the origin and the etiology of those symptoms. But the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of resistance among the community, even with therapists, to embrace these tools, because there's a fear of like jobs being stolen, right? I look at AI and mental health tools as a complement to it.
Yeah.
And it's also another way to have like an unbiased, objective voice act as a sounding board to help you determine, am I moving in the right direction or not? Because if you have quantifiable data points, you can tell, I started therapy, let's say a month ago.
Yep.
Before that, I was averaging maybe like 4 on 10 mood, like 5 on 10 focus, so on and so forth. In this month, my metrics are trending upward.
Yep.
So that real data will actually allow you to gauge your progress.
Yeah. Well, I think it's what it's like. Do you see your product being used by like people that might consider themselves like mentally healthy? Because again, it's like for me, it's like even if you are, maybe you've never been to therapy, don't think you ever need therapy, whatever. It's like clearly there are some days where you are better and some days where you are worse. And for me, this is sort of like completely, it's like whatever your reaction to the word mental health, it's like clearly some days you are better and some days you are worse, right? And understanding maybe like, okay, is this a place where I am better versus where I maybe was before, where I am worse? Like how do you even gauge that? It would be very helpful if like you had some, some sort of process or tool or something that was helping you like actually like make some better,
decisions.
Yeah, on this stuff. Yeah.
I'm fully in sync with what you're suggesting, because if we look at physiological health, which preceded psychological initially, people would only go to doctors when they were really sick.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was a new wave of conceptualization whereby prevention is better than cure.
Yes, exactly.
Now with mental health, people only care about it typically when they're on the red end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
My position is, if you so it's like compounding, right? Like it's like strength training. You do a little bit every single day. Over time, you get stronger. You don't even realize. Like when you go to the gym, the weights don't get lighter. You get stronger. So similarly, for your daily activities and stresses of life, like they won't get less cumbersome. Your bandwidth and cognitive ability to engage with them will just drastically improve, right? So again, the same idea: prevention is better than cure. And for those who aren't mentally ill, well, what I'm building is not a diagnostic or clinical tool anyway. It's a well-being companion. So ideally, I look at my ICP as consumers who are high-functioning individuals, CXOs, and they want to optimize every last bit of what they're doing. This group typically is resistant to therapy because no one else can tell me what to do. I am the best judge of what I should do. I agree, you are the best judge of what you should do. But would you, as the best judge of what you should do, not like access to your best self that tells you what you should do, right? So it's just like, I'm going to make my decisions. Am I in the right place where I feel fully confident in making those decisions? So
No, I love it. I have a few sort of not necessarily existential fears in life, but do you know much about human memory?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right.
I mean, to quantify much, right? I know a bit. Like the more you know, the less you know. So like,
Yeah, exactly. Right. The key thing with memory is that like every time you remember something, you change the original memory. And so there's some really interesting studies here where so you probably have a story that you tell often, and maybe it's a story that you've been telling for like a decade. And the likelihood is now, unfortunately, the story that you tell today is extremely different to what actually happened. Because every time you've told that story, it's a bit like Chinese whispers. You've actually changed the memory. And so you're remembering what you're remembering is true, but it's just like that was a delta between the truth that you think it was and the truth that it actually was. And they've done some great studies where they've made people, like write there in their own handwriting, write down like a story that they often tell, right? And you do it right now. It's an experiment you can run for the next 10 years, right? Write down a story in your own handwriting, lock it in a box that you can't open for 10 years. It's got to be a story that you often tell, so that in 10 years, what you do is you tell that story, right? And then you open the box and you read and you compare the story you did before. And then they've done experiments of this, and people like apps, they just deny it's their writing. They're just like, that's not me. I did not, because basically it's like, they believe it to be true, but actually memory is very fallible. Basically, just like our memory is so heavily influenced by everything that happens after the memory. It's untrusted. So it's one of the things I worry about is that for example, it's not very good to remember that life sucks, right? It's not very evolutionary advantageous to remember that your life sucks, right? You would maybe end your life. And so actually memory distorts reality and it makes it considerably better than it actually was. This is maybe a little bit of a pessimistic conversation, but it's like we forget worse things and we remember things as better than they actually were experienced. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. So I give all this as context because actually that memory is this it's almost like this beautiful gift in a way, where actually the fact that you forget or that you don't remember the truth makes it easier to exist. Question, is there a risk?
I can tell there's a very
data trail as you start to have a data trail of how reality really was for you, that you're not able to benefit from the beauty of a fallible memory. And
the optimist in me who likes to flip things around will put forward to you a different proposition.
Tell me.
What about the upside of verifiably being able to see that you're progressing and moving in an upward trajectory because you remember how difficult life was? Like you remember how much strength it took to sit in the mess and just not give up, right? And then there are days where you ask yourself, where I ask myself, is this worth it? Am I going to get where I want to get? Is any of this worth it? But then there are days where I feel better and I'm like, you know what? It's worth it. And if I'm not there just yet, if I can carry myself here from when I was at rock bottom, I know I have it in me to get to the last mile and the mile after that. Because like you said at the beginning, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Yep.
And then just seeing that endurance build up, like I would look at it as motivation.
Maybe you have a duty to lie to your users because so I had a swim coach when I was a kid, and you would do it like, you do like warm-ups, right, before like a main event, right? And then you would be like, you want to get your pacing right for like the first part of a race, right? So like you would be doing like sprints, maybe timing what you're doing so that you understand where you are on pace. But we caught our coach at one point, right? He'd just make up the time. He wouldn't even be timing, right? Because what he'd be doing is like he'd tell you what he thought you needed to know and not what you actually were. And like that's, there's a lot of trust in that, right? I mean, this is one of the interesting when it comes to therapy. It's like my coach, Bob, shout out to Bob, what a legend, what an absolute legend of a human being, incredible coach. And it's just very interesting that there's like about as serious a swimmer as you could be, like actually you undertake every second of your training and every second of your competition with a coach beside you. And that's pretty much the case for like 99.9% of professional athletes, that they basically do like 100% of their training and 100% of their performance with a coach beside them at every single moment, right? Sort of interesting then when you talked about, again, here about your app again, particularly these high performers. It's like, well, where is their coach, which is with them 100% of the time, And so when I hear it from that angle, it's like when you talk about that, I'm like, it like really kind of like resonates. It's like, well, crazy, like, there's a lot, interesting.
Well, I'm fully in sync, honestly, even with the memory bit though. Like, I mean, this is probably just a little off topic, but like, I'd just like to like share that your ideas are so in tune with just emerging research, because there was like a very famous research where people were told that they got lost in the mall growing up, and like they believed it, even though that never happened. Just the suggestion that a memory existed was enough to, they swore that they fought with the researchers. I got lost in a mall. How dare you invalidate whatever? So like, I love that you're able to see the vision and like connect it to even coaches, right? Because like most high performance athletes always work with a coach. I even say the best therapists always work with therapists, so on and so forth. So why should these CXOs and relevant stakeholders making decisions that influence micro and macro level economies across the globe not work with someone to ensure that the money they're deploying, the capital they're deploying, the decisions they're making, which have real ramifications, are to the betterment of, all the stakeholders, which to any organization, even as a consumer, we are stakeholders by mere virtue of being privy to the same ecosystem that they function in, the same market, the same economy. We are stakeholders, whether we like it or not. So I understand how reluctant they are, coming from a third gen business family myself, having seen a lot of these individuals up close. They're resistant to actual human advice. And that's exactly where AI, or their own selves telling them, look, on this day you're able to do this, on this day you're able to do like 10% better, because this data is again self-rated. It's them telling themselves. It's them telling themselves how they did and how they're continuing to progress. So thank you. That does take out the, for lack of a better word, ego of it all. Because then, who are you going to blame? Yourself?
No, I love it. So like, is there a product live yet at all that someone can use at the minute? Like, where are you on your journey of building this first thing that someone can start to use?
Well, we're actively prototyping. We actually have a pilot agreement and a few LOIs in place. So there's early B2B traction.
Yep.
And now it's just build, because, we got to meet those pilot deadlines. You know what I mean? But
continue, sorry.
We got to meet those deadlines, and we're looking at a Q2 launch for the fully functional MVP. But I'm not looking at the MVP as a minimum viable product.
Yep.
I'm looking at it as a minimum valuable product.
Sure.
Right?
No, I love it. It's great. I remember you did a presentation the other day, and I was like, oh, great presentation that you did there, right? Because I feel like you came with all these kind of right things, and it's amazing, right? Again, that I think like I love NS, and you guys should join. I think if we have any problem here, it's that we have this like too much of like a builder culture, where just like literally every day here, like tens and tens of apps get launched.
That's true.
And I can imagine in a year, it will be hundreds. I'm not exaggerating, just like imagine like everyone here is building and shipping stuff, right? And the challenge is people build stuff, they ship it, and then like obviously no one uses it. And then so that the next day they're like, okay, I'm going to build something else. But that's not how it works, because there's this entire other part of the equation. And so I think like we have to actually, if you're listening from Network School, and if you're working here, like we have to change slightly culturally here. It's not just about shipping stuff. It's about actually, you said minimum valuable product, right? It's like you're not just trying to build things, you're trying to build things that are valuable to people, and people have to be involved in that process. And what I love about you and your approach, right? Again, you've gone out and you've not made shit up. You've gone out, you've validated, and you've got these LOIs and these people that want the product that you haven't even built yet. And that is the way that you should build. You should be out there talking to customers and potential, customers, getting them, if you can, to pay you before you even build a thing, to prove that you truly are building something that really matters. So like, I applaud you for like having the kind of the right approach. And I think like we should really, really think about, customers and selling and marketing and getting people using the things that we're building, because nobody here has a problem building something, like we've got all the builder energy you could imagine. We just now need like the customer selling, customer centric sort of like energy. So I applaud you for that.
You're too kind. Like, as a man who's like, I don't know, built like so much over your life, and now you're actively building a city. Like, I mean, it means a lot coming from you, James, not gonna lie.
No, I appreciate it, dude. I love this great conversation. Like, thank you so much for coming on. Where does someone go to like become your like B2B, to come and like use the product? Like, what's going on? What's happening? Tell me.
So we have a website, that's aletheamind.com. That's the name of the company. The actual name of the product is SASA, short for self-awareness, self-actualization. So in case, I'll just spell it out, because, well, Aletheia is a Greek word, right? So it's ALETHEIAMIND.com. Conversely, if anyone's interested in connecting with me on a personal level, I'm available via LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. Harshit Agarwal, for those who don't know already. But yes, there's a wait list. Please sign up if you, as a consumer, think this is something that you want to use. And if you're, well, an HR in a university, a psychiatric or psychological clinic, or a corporate who thinks that licensing this product is something that's prudent, then, well, I think LinkedIn is the best place to connect. And so thank you, James.
Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your time.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Oh, can I get one more water as well? I think it's that yesterday's burn was like also this like reasonably intense. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. That was a half-used one by someone else, was it? Yeah, like someone can. Stefan, we're gonna even give you some water. You're gonna be the first person to actually get some water in this cup. It's just been a tool, not an actual useful kind of like thing.
You've been at it for 4 hours. You're a machine.
So how are you doing? You okay, mate? Nice to see you again. Pleasure. This is like an OG that's coming onto the table for kind of our last ones. Oh, so the last time I saw you, we were with the French ambassador.
No, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. A couple of days ago.
Yeah, what was that, right? So like I'm just working in the kind of Ârc space here, and then Stefan turns up and he's got some people with him. Obviously doesn't tell me it's the ambassador or any of these things, and we had a nice chat. But yeah, what was going on there?
Look, it came as a surprise to me as well. Justin here at Network School got in contact with the French embassy. Not so sure who approached who.
Yeah.
But eventually, the French ambassador to Malaysia expressed an interest in visiting Network School. Which I find quite interesting. We're not yet at the level of diplomatic recognition by friends, but that was quite interesting to see these two worlds not necessarily collide, but just meet, because these guys, and you could see by the way they dressed, that it was all very formal, and obviously they have this sense that they represent a country.
Yes.
And we were also representing our own nation state, our network states. And we were dressed much more
just like this, like just like this, exactly right.
Because it's the old meets the new.
Yeah, it is.
That was quite an interesting exchange, and I couldn't help but thinking, okay, there is a lot to benefit from both these two entities, and I think from nation states and network states to learn from each other, right?
No, I agree. I basically see us as partners in all of this. 100% see us as partners, and I feel like it's like we're going to achieve the most when we end up working together. And I do think we have so much to benefit from each other. I really, really do see that. It's something I think about at the minute, actually. it's interesting because they say that again, they came and they were in suits, etc. Right? And it's like if you look around here, right, you know, you not have many suits set up here, right? And it'd be so interesting because it was fine, right? No one cares, and it's like them. It's almost like, you know, they're just coming in again. They're showing respect for their own country and doing things the sort of way. But I often think when we maybe start going to them, it's like, actually, should we, you know, should we meet them where they are? You know what I mean? Should actually we put it, you know, I'm thinking particularly myself with some things on my table. It's like, well, actually, even a call I've got in 30 minutes that I have to stop this for, it's like, oh my God, like, should I be putting on a, I'm not going to put on a shirt, but it's like, should you be, you know, it's just again, what you're representing. It's interesting.
What's the importance of formalism and formality? There might be a reason why most countries' representatives, you know, dress formally for this kind of encounter, and that's part of, I think, what also maybe we can benefit from as a network school and network states in general. To see, we're trying to figure what it takes to build a nation, and nations have not emerged all following the same models, but there are still some commonalities, and formality and formalism is one of them. So there may be some reason for this.
Where in France are you from, again, Stefan?
From a small town in south of France.
Because it's just like, the more I've learned about English history, the more it feels like sort of like the north of France at least, and but even like is it the Aquitaine or what's the other southwest sort of like region, whatever it is, like
near La Rochelle.
We're just extremely intermingled. Right? Like the British and the French. Like,
look, a nice small town south of France. There is one castle which is called the Castle of the English. So it's like that's how intermingled we are.
And I don't mean it's like, I think like the English court for hundreds of years spoke French, was the language that everyone spoke. You know, English was only the formal language. Like, yeah, it's actually much later in the history. You know, it's very interesting. I'm looking at some stuff at the minute in the region, and it's very good. But
and since now you mentioned this, like, and back to bring it back to our conversation about the ambassadors' visits, it's like how much history and just the sheer amount of time and interaction, including conflicts, because French and British, we've had our share of wars among us.
I'm assuming that we have fought each other more than we have fought any other nation. I'm assuming.
That's
right? Yeah.
I bloody hope so.
Yeah, continue something.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I think there is an underpinning premise to the emergence of network state, which is like a nation can kind of somewhat be engineered, or like we can identify the ingredients what it takes to build a nation and put these elements together, and all of these elements will spur a new nation. I mean, at least that's how I perceive the thesis behind network state. And I think the question that's brought up also by this encounter with the ambassador of France is like, how much of this can be engineered in how much time? What amount of time? What kind of shared experiences do a group of people need to go through to really feel like, okay, this thing we are a part of is greater than ourselves, and we're willing to sacrifice our lives, go to war? Or is it a prerequisite to the emergence of a nation? I think it's you who once said, network states will be as serious as nation states, or we'll take them as seriously that there's someone willing to die for them. And I think I thought about it for some time, because I was like, oh, actually, James got a point, because most nations usually have armed forces, and soldiers in those armed forces, for better or worse, are probably willing to sacrifice their life for these nations. So what does that mean about what it means to be a nation and to be one?
No, I think it's an interesting question. The provocative one I always send back to people now is, it's not just are you willing to die, but are you willing to kill?
Right.
And it's like, because it's like, I think that's even sort of like at the highest sort of like level, right? But it's not just nation states. It's like you know, there are communities within nation states where, again, you reach some sort of like level of significance, of importance, of whatever it is to it, that then like you're willing to give everything for only a very few things in your kind of like life. And I guess the question maybe is like philosophically, like, can a nation be formed, and can it survive if it doesn't have that sort of like depth of connection with its like people? You know, it's like maybe some of the problems. It's like, as an example, right? It's like, I feel like, you know, if you look at us as a Brit, I think one of the challenges we have as the British over the last 100 years, or particularly over the more recent history, is that like you've sort of like been taught to hate yourself. And I think it's very hard for you to want to dive for something if you've been told it's just like super bad. And I think that's a repercussion. Part of the reason I think the UK is falling apart. Again, it's like what is that sort of like shared identity? I think it's just like people, the average person in the UK, or you're just taught to think that like the UK has been like net negative for kind of like for the world, which I completely disagree with. I think we're like unbelievably net positive, like in a huge way. Like absolute, I'm like pro all of the British colonialism that happened, right? Like incredible effort. Go the UK.
As a French
Get back on
I can only support this. 100%.
But I don't know. Anyway, it's just a conversation, right? It's like I feel like as we hate ourselves, then you don't care about these things, and you're not willing to give or put yourself on the line for these things. It's interesting.
Hence, another question that I think one has to contend if one is to build like this kind of new type of nations and network states is, do network states need to abide by some of these old paradigms that underpin those nation states, or do we have an opportunity to operate under a new paradigm? What is this new paradigm? Do we need to be ready to kill, or do we need to be ready to fight for this network state, or are they supposed to operate under a completely different paradigm of society? How much of this emergence of network states is part of maybe a greater maybe narrative of the emergence of a new type of consciousness? We're in the age of artificial intelligence. Many ask themselves the question: is AI conscious? Is human consciousness shifting towards a new type of understanding of who we are? How does that translate? Or what are the potential implications on the type of societies that will best cater to this evolved humanity? So these questions, I think, are quite fascinating. While we are working on our startups on a daily basis here and working out and we're trying to make sense of all this, and I find it's quite fascinating.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of the cool things about being here, right? Just that this is the depth and breadth of the kind of the conversation and kind of the loop, right? And it's super normal. Okay, well let's zoom out or zoom in for a little bit then, right? For a second, we could talk about that forever, but if we talk about you a little bit more, what are you up to here? What are you working on day to day and thinking about and caring about?
Since I joined Network School about a year ago, I got involved pretty heavily in vibe coding. That's been really a lot of what I've spent my days trying to understand.
It's a habit you might catch here, so be careful, right?
Vibe coding is very addictive. I must say, I used to be so passionate about blockchain and cryptocurrencies. I still am. And I think one of the main reasons for this interest of mine was that the first time I used Bitcoin must have been one of the biggest unlocks that I've experienced. So one of the biggest mental shifts of something that I thought wasn't even questionable, which is the way money works, basically.
Yep.
And I think similar type of a paradigm shift, like at least I experienced this with ChatGPT like 3 years ago. And last in date was probably with the very opportunity to create software, which is something that I always wanted to do, working with software engineers, with just speaking to them in plain English or French. I think is absolutely phenomenal, and it is very addictive because the sheer newfound potential this opens up ourselves to makes it like very addictive. So every day you come up with an idea, and what used to be like, oh, I have these ideas, how can I go about building them? Now there is no such limitation. You feel like you have the tools to basically implement or execute on any idea that you might have. So this is a fascinating time to just be alive, and I find it a great place to be here at Network School to explore these new possibilities.
That's very interesting. So again, this is not just all words as well, though, right? Like again, you have been an instigator of some sort of like vibe coding activity, sort of like here.
Right.
You probably have the record for the kind of like the biggest live stream that's happened kind of like at Network School. What have you been up to?
About 6 months ago, together with another member here at Network School, and Debbie.
I hear she's coming back.
That's what I heard too. Yeah, very excited about this prospect. And we were talking about the the new opportunities offered by vibe coding when it comes to the format of hackathon and coding competition. What used to take like days or weeks, usually hackathon could be run mostly over a period of days or weeks, mostly for coders. Suddenly, thanks to vibe coding, there was this possibility open to everyone and anyone to just build something within hours. And therefore, if it is possible to build software within this time frame, then why not make this event or this occurrence of a creative act something entertaining?
Yep.
And this was the premise for this initiative we started with Debbie called Viber, which Ârc supported many times. Thank you.
I will say one time you finished talking first. Actually, go.
But look, we had we've run three times this type of event. Every time I think was a big success. We got a lot of support from you, from the people here at Network School, from Network School, obviously. But yeah, the idea of having turning the act of creating software into something could be as entertaining as esport or the UFC would have been completely crazy just a year ago. But now, because of the speed at which those AI tools and their capabilities develop, we can have these opportunities that were completely inconceivable just a year ago. And Viber, I think, is an interesting implementation of that.
Yeah, just like the craziest coding hackathon competition you could imagine, like ultra fast on steroids, because you can achieve so much in a short period of time, right?
And mixing with a show and with like fitness performance and dance and partying, all these things can come together and gel, and building software becomes more like a DJ, some sort of interactive, collaborative initiative. That's
So sometimes we have DJs that are playing to us whilst we're all drinking coffee and matcha, and we're using the weights and running together thing. Other times we have DJs that come and play to us whilst we're coding, and it's good. It's very, very good fun. That kind of undersells it. But and again, you're using all these tools. You're helping get other people kind of use them. You become again like a cornerstone of sort of the culture, we might kind of say here at Network School. It's actually interesting because that's what I sort of like about this. People talk a lot about rituals and these sort of things, right? I think for me, it's important that these things are quite organic. I think that's a good example of that's something that's just very organically done, right? That's it's community led, community run, community organized, community driven. Can we and it works and it makes sense and it's it fits and it's and again, for me, it's just very natural, and that's a part of the culture that we sort of have here at NS. And I think I much prefer that kind of organic approach to sort of sitting there and some management sort of planning what the cultural, just sort of inorganically telling people that things have to be a certain way, right? I do think it's whatever this is, it's very, very natural. No one is sitting in the corner and whipping you to do certain things, right? It's interesting.
And there is this commonality among most of us here at NS, and I get this data and statistics from M, who runs every month this personality test and assessment here at NS. Most of us are explorers as far as archetypes are concerned, and I can see experience for myself, but for a lot of us, we are really on this frontier, on this cutting edge of an exploration of new technologies, new ways of living, new ways of collaborating. And that's we live on this stage pretty much every day. So that's maybe why these things happen so spontaneously.
Yeah, no, it's super, super cool. But so again, so Viker, there's another thing that you do, which I'm always recommending to people here as well. There's still not a is there a website now?
It's in the making.
In the making, right? So there's still no way that people that are not here at Network School, they can't experience the story of Satoshi. Very soon. Okay. But have you done a talk have you got one in the diary that's coming up? On when is this?
Actually, we just wrapped a session 3 days ago that we video recorded thanks to the team. So everything is video recorded, and now we're just editing, cutting it before we can put it out there.
Interesting. Because basically, you've heard a lot about different sessions that people run or people have attended today through this kind of stream. There's one which I prefer to call a performance. I still wanted to do it one time where we just actually get loads of popcorn and everyone just watches it, and it's Friday or Saturday evening we do this, right? I still want to do that at some point. But now there's the digital version. You'd be like charge a premium for the in-person real experience, right? But okay, we're talking very abstractly, right? The great thing is you're going to be able to witness this at some point. But what are we even talking about? What are we talking about?
Oh, thank you, James, for bringing this up and for your support again with this initiative. 7 years ago, when I was in Shanghai, already working in the blockchain industry, together with a group of crypto friends, we started investigating the Satoshi Nakamoto mystery. And we started this project called the Byzantine General, which was really a research project that led us to attend a number of conferences, Bitcoin conferences and crypto events, with the mission to meet and interview all the crypto OGs of that time. Back then, the industry was quite small, so it was pretty easy to meet all the top leaders in Bitcoin industry. And we just asked them who they thought was the inventor of this movement that was playing such a pivotal role in their lives. And to be honest, we didn't expect that we would come up with any conclusive evidence. But to our surprise, within just a few meetings, pretty much all these people, what they are telling us is, the identity of Satoshi Nakamoto is not a mystery. I mean, we know who invented Bitcoin. It's just that the reality is too far remote from the myth, and the community won't accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, okay, wait a second. First, you're saying that you know who invented Bitcoin. It's impossible. That's the whole thing, right? Nobody knows who invented it. And they were like, no, it's not like this. And then the second, the most fascinating part of this wasn't so much to find out, okay, who invented Bitcoin. It was like, how did the myth had emerged and been sustained over time? Excuse me. And so this is part of the research that we've been doing for a number of years, and that I eventually last year decided to put together here at NS, because a number of people here are also very passionate about Bitcoin,
Mm-hmm.
and they asked me to organize a talk about this, which you attended. And it's been quite fascinating to see the response from the
talk. Again, this is the talk doesn't quite do it justice. It's like a really polished documentary where you get dragged along this story and you're working it out in your head, but you don't give it to people easily, right? You don't come in with an answer. You let people work it out themselves. You just present a whole bunch of information. And yeah, I really want to see I've actually got a great friend that turns up this weekend to hang out, an investor that's coming to hang out here, and I really want him to see your talk. Actually, I'm gonna make. He's moving to Singapore, so I'm gonna whenever you do it next, if you do the next real time performance,
sure,
we're gonna start flying, driving guests in to kind of to see them, right? Because it's a real show. But okay, do you have a domain or anything that's it's secured in waiting to kind of put this on, or is it going to just go on at YouTube? But what's the plan of distribution of this film almost that you're making, right? We're going to call it a film.
We're making a film at the same time. So there is a documentary that's finished. We're making a movie where the screenplay, the storyboard is already complete. So the plan is eventually to turn this documentary and this research work into a film. So the website is already live. It's called byzantinegeneral.org, but the resource is not fully.
Byzantinegeneral.org. Byzantine General was the mathematical problem that Bitcoin was a solution to for the context.
That's correct. That's correct.
But yeah, okay, so byzantinegeneral.org, and is it like a wait list they can put their email into there, or
at the moment there is a gated access to the resource.
Okay.
And so very soon it will be made accessible. But the reason why also I'm quite cautious with how I release this resource, and the reason why I also present this research work in this particular way, is because it's a very sensitive topic for a number of people. Bitcoin is worth like $1.5 trillion.
Yep.
There's huge economic interest at play, huge societal implications at work, because Bitcoin is more than just a piece of software. It's very important.
Yes.
And even us being here at the network state, I think network state are also a progeny of Bitcoin, in that digital currencies and blockchain enable these kind of alternative societies.
Yep.
So it's a sensitive topic, and it's a myth. And I find this most fascinating that in 21st century, equipped with internet, artificial intelligence, and access to all this information, we might think of ourselves as very different from human beings 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. And we've seen the emergence of so many mythical stories tied to different religious movements. And the truth is, 21st century, there is a myth, which is Satoshi Nakamoto, the inventor of Bitcoin. And to tackle it is potentially as challenging and risky and as emotionally loaded as tackling any other myth of any other religion or any movement. Hence the cautious approach before releasing this kind of information.
Like I said, we believe in truth.
Exactly. And I think for Bitcoin, and that's also why I'm keen to disseminating this information further, be it for Bitcoin or for any network state or any nation state, I don't think any of these human enterprises can survive if it's not in direct pursuit of the truth. And hence the importance of, I think, sharing this information.
Stefan, I have to get on with I've got a hard stop, I'm afraid. We could talk for a long time, I'm sure, but ByzantineGeneral.org for that. Is there a Viber something for
Viber.global?
Viber.global as well. Again, thank you so much for coming on as well. I really appreciate your time as always and all your support for me and for us as well. Everyone, that is going to be the end of this. I don't even know how long we've been on now. I've got no absolute idea. Hopefully it gives you I guess like a flavor of all the different types of people and all the different backgrounds and futures of the people that are here at Network School. You are very, very welcome to come and join us if you are not already here. You can go to ns.com/arc/apply, and that actually comes straight into my inbox now. You can also reach out to me to have a chat if you would like. And again, hopefully we'll see you here. If not now, in the future. Thank you very much for listening. And yeah, have a good one. Pleasure.
Cheers, man.
Good.
Oh, man.
Is it off?
You've been at it for a long time.
We took a little while to get on.